Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 326. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, all the way from your old duds in New York. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm well. I've been gorging myself on pizza, so I feel very, very sluggish always, but it's a relatively rare occurrence, so I abuse it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm the same when I go home. Pizza, heroes, all that kind of good stuff. Getting morbidly obese. I see you have a Dinklage bot behind you.
Yeah, he's chilling behind the world.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of weird... It's my family's house, so there's just like I have so many... It's weird being here because I remember just how many props I had for like filming and stuff. It's just like, oh, I have a globe if I need a globe. Oh, I've got like just very strange tchotchkes and trinkets. I have a sad clown statue from I don't know who the fuck that belongs to, but I need
sounds about you are the sad clown in my life, so sounds about right to me. Well, it's good to be here with you today, and Dustin Furman, executive producer, fresh off of a haircut.
That's right.
How are you today, my friend?
I'm good. They did me up good, feeling fresh.
Yeah, you feel good?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I went to see Under Oath last night in Pittsburgh. Pretty nice time. 20th anniversary of their one album, so that sucks that we're dying. But other than that, good time. And Colin, I just realized, so I'm here this week. I'm here next week. Week after that, that's my Japan trip for my anniversary.
Oh, konnichiwa.
So I'll be gone for, I think I'm actually going to be gone 2 episodes.
Hi.
But then I'll be back.
Hi.
Oh, what's the Curb where he's like, so desu ka?
So desu ka,
So desu ka.
Cool, man. You're going to have a great time. I might dispatch you on, or have you keep an eye out. Or are you going to Tokyo or are you going to?
Yeah, I'll be in Tokyo.
Yeah. You're going to go to Aghasba, I guess. I heard Aghasba is pretty ramshackle. Well, not ramshackle. It's been thoroughly discovered and by Westerners and basically emptied of everything at this point. You have to kind of like go off the beaten path in other cities now to find things. Excuse me, but if you the big thing is you see any cool Mega Man or Castlevania stuff, I mean, obviously,
Are you looking for games or merch?
Merch. I don't care about the games.
Okay.
Yeah, like there are amazing things that never leave Japan for the series I love. And I know you can relate to that. Going all the way back to the 80s, there's just a million Mega Man collectibles, and I would love to get my hands on more of them. But it's been a long time since I've been to Japan, so you're going to have a great time. So you're going to be there for 2 weeks?
I'll be there from the 8th to the 18th, so about 10 days, yes.
Yes, so you're going to have a great time.
Yeah.
You're going to have much more Japan experience by the time you get back than I ever had. I've been there twice, but you've been there twice for much longer, and you've been doing a lot more.
Right.
You know me. It's like, I'll see you. I'll see you at the ramen shop.
Right. Yeah, it's way less intimidating going now because the first time it's like, what's it like being on the trains, getting to where you need to go, interacting with people that do not speak the same language, all kinds of stuff. But now I'm a seasoned pro, ready to go. And it'll be cool. We're kind of going to, we're still hitting the 3 tourist cities, which is what we did last time too. I wasn't feeling particularly adventurous, and we were also planning this in a much shorter amount of time than our last trip. So we're still doing Tokyo, spending a lot more time in Osaka, and then a little bit of time in Kyoto as well. But yeah, we're going to do some different things there. I got tickets to the Studio Ghibli Museum, which was, getting tickets to the museum, insane. They released them the month before, and you have to get in a queue, and it randomly spits you in a queue. So I had my PC, my laptop, my phone, both of our iPads and Holly's phone to get in the queue in a random spot. The lowest number I got was 5,000. So we ended up getting tickets with that, but all the other ones were, 15,000 in line. So very coveted tickets to get, and I'm very glad we got them.
Cool, man. Man, I know you wanted to go see Nintendo as well, but I guess that was...
Yeah, they fucked me on that.
Yeah.
So thanks, Nintendo. Not buying Zelda, review bombing every game.
Yeah, fair
You're
enough.
out.
Fair enough. Cool, man. You're going to have a great time. Yeah, so you'll be gone for those. So we'll be back to Chris and I for that. And then you'll be back again. And we're almost to the end. I mean, we're almost to the end of the year.
I know.
I was actually thinking that I need to start messaging everyone in the company and being like, prepare for these dates that we're going to be off in December and all these kinds of things. So we're getting to that. This year has gone pretty quickly, all things considered. Well, it's good to be here with you guys today for Sacred Symbols. Now, we're recording this a day early, or earlier than we usually would, and we're going to publish it like a day and a half earlier, at least, than we usually publish it. It's not because we think the state of play was like the most amazing thing ever, but why not have a celebratory moment? Something to talk about, little exciting thing for the audience, get the show a little bit early. So we switched spots with the Fighting Duke. You probably noticed that because the thread for inquiries went up early and all of the rest, but I thought it would be cool to kind of just get this out immediately, especially because they announced a new first-party game, and though we knew it was coming, we have details of it for the first time. So welcome everyone to Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. Good to be here with you today. We go up live each and every week. We've never missed a week since we began all the way back in July of 2018. And you can get us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Get early ad-free access to our shows on video and audio, access to RSS links that will connect Patreon to your Spotify, to your podcast app, whatever. So you don't have to interact with it. The early stuff just goes to those podcast apps. Sacred Symbols Plus, twice a week, 1 week. Then the next week it'll be once a week. Then the next week it'll be twice a week, and so on and so forth. We had a lot of really good stuff go up recently. An entire conversation with Tom from Moore's Law is Dead about PS5 Pro and PlayStation 6 and a PS5 handheld. All hypothetical, of course, for now. Deep conversation about Astro Bot, which I highly recommend everyone buy, and you should go listen to that as well. We had a Hogan recently. We did something about Tales of Kenzera Zhao. Sacred Cross Duke, of course, is going. Going to have my old buddy from IGN, Vincent Janito, on. I'm going to record with him this Friday, so it'll go live Saturday. So a day or two after this goes live for patrons. We're going to sit down. So I needed to, you guys are just a couple of little boys. And I needed to go to an older head. He actually messaged me. For people that don't know, Vince and I worked at IGN for many years, and Vince is one of the most thoughtful and I think smartest people I've ever worked with in games. Deeply knowledgeable, excellent writer. Really, really great writer. And so he's largely out of the industry now. He does some consulting, I think, but he just lives with his family and hangs. I think he works at a cafe or whatever. And I love having him on. So he texted me. I actually emailed him a couple of months ago and never heard back from him. He said he never saw it. I get it, because some people don't care about their email. I've learned over time. Like, if you're not in a space where you have to be checking your email, you're not really checking your email. That's what I've kind of learned. So I emailed him. I was like, a lot of fighting. He's a big fighting game expert. And I was like, a lot of fighting games coming out. You want to talk about that? Never heard back from him. Then he texted me last week and was like, hey, as if he never got that email. So he didn't, and was like, I have an idea for an episode. And it's like, why don't we kind of get really deep into the things that are not in the Astro Bot from each generation and get like really obscure stuff that they can celebrate? And he's got that real deep knowledge of PS1 and PS2 especially. So I'm going to look forward to that. So we're recording that soon. That will be live soon. So Sacred Symbols Plus cruising. Love that over there. Patreon exclusive, patreon.com/laststandmedia, many times a month. Merch at laststandmedia.store. T-shirts and hats and stickers and so on, shipped by my wife. And please leave reviews on podcast services. Like the videos. You can follow us on YouTube, etc. Will Gear wrote in us on Patreon. That's one of the perks over on Patreon. I put a thread into the newsfeed each and every week. All the shows do this, and you respond to them. And I pull them out as need be. We had like 250 responses, so I try to get as many of them as I can, but most of them obviously I cannot use. He says, "Hi, Sacred Crew. When can we expect a video for the San Diego show? Thanks. Imminently. I think we're going to put it up on Friday, so right around the time you hear this. We'll put this live, and then that also means we're going to put the New York show on YouTube for everyone. So the San Diego show will be for our patrons at Last Stand Media, patreon.com/Last Stand Media, and then the New York show, which is our previous show, will go live for everyone, and we'll get the San Diego show, I assume, early next year onto YouTube for everybody. And then we're not going to be doing, I don't think, live stuff next year, so soak it in and enjoy. Who knows when I'll see you next? All right. My friends, let's get into a couple of topics of discussion before we move on. Because a lot of news to get into. State of play. few other news items. I will also get a little more into Concord, unfortunately. Kyle Richards wrote in, said, "Hello, sacred gents. I wrote about my son gulping too loud last week, and I thought, well, that's probably the most annoying thing in the world. But then you guys spoke about cinemas, and I almost lost it in the car. 2 weeks in a row and two of my most hated things. My wife almost banned me from cinemas, as I am the guy that will tell off people if they're being too noisy. I avoid the cinemas during the day, as mostly kids go, and I usually will go to the gold class sessions, which in Australia are the more expensive tickets, and they will have recliners and serve you food, etc. Kind of like the Alamo Drafthouse, just because it's usually a more respectable crowd. Unfortunately, I am the type of person that if someone is making noise, my brain focuses on that instead of the movie, and it absolutely ruins my experience. School holidays suck for me because I know I'm going to have to probably go to the movies once with my son, and there's going to be some group of douchey teen boys trying to be cool and making a fuss. Then I'm going to have to put my grumpy old man voice on, scare the fuck out of them so they shut up and hopefully don't throw popcorn at me for the rest of the movie. I have embarrassed my son and wife on multiple occasions, but if I'm spending sometimes $100 for us to go see a movie and have some stale old popcorn, I at least want to experience the thing I have paid for. Now, if I can just keep those meddling kids off my lawn, I think everything will be okay." It's interesting because I don't go to the movies much, but I used to when I was younger, probably from age, I don't know, child to early college. I would go to the movies constantly. Remember, we've talked about it in the past, and we definitely talked about it on Constellation. There were times where I feel like I saw every movie. Like that was in the theater, you know? There'd be like 8 movies on a slate, and you would eventually see all of them, like over a month or something like that. And so that's not me anymore. But the way I hear people talk about movie theaters and like the experiences, and sometimes even the videos I see and the fights and the things that break out, I don't know that I've ever had like a really crazy experience at a movie where like it was ruined. When I saw that movie, I think it was Mission to Mars, which came out probably in like 2000 or something like that. That movie, everything just stopped working. And they were like, oh, like 20 minutes in the movie. And they're like, so I never actually saw the entire thing, you know? And they're like, oh, and they gave us like vouchers and stuff. That was like the most memorable, notable thing that ever happened to me in a movie theater. What's going on? Are these like, it's like Mad Max in movie theaters? Is that what people are trying to say? Mm-hmm. Dustin, you go to the movies often.
Yeah, not super often, but certainly more often than you. It's definitely gotten worse. Some people blame saying post-COVID. Now it's totally gone downhill. I think it's always been bad. I think I've shared some of this on the show before, but I don't ever have any major, like I've never seen a fight break out or some super obnoxious person, but I always have different weird interactions. Like I saw Avengers Age of Ultron, and there's the part when they're at Hawkeye's like vacation house or something, and his wife shows up, and this old guy beside me is like, "Hey, is that the girl from Freaks and Geeks?" Like real loud in my ear. And I was like, I think so. And I think I mentioned this one too. Another Marvel movie. So maybe that's the problem, is just the audience of some of these movies. I mean, I'm part of it, but it was during Doctor Strange. I don't think it's a spoiler. His watch breaks. Okay. And there's something about his watch earlier in the movie, and the lady literally rose away. I can hear her go, "Oh, that's symbolic." Seriously, crystal clear. I can hear. I'm like,
oh my God,
that's crazy.
No inner monologue.
Yeah. So definitely all-time low theater etiquette going on. Okay, so Colin, you and I have gotten lots of pushback on our concert etiquette ideas, right? Mm-hmm. Last night, we decided to go stand up in the balcony because we're old. We don't want to be in the pit. We just want to chill and watch. And so we find a nice viewpoint, and it's kind of tough because the way the angles are that I'm like, I found the right spot. You know, I'm kind of short, so I gotta defend this spot.
Yeah.
Even though there wasn't a lot of people there. And this guy shows up with his girlfriend, and they start to the side of me, and just slowly, as the opening band is playing, he's like inching over. And I texted Ben because I don't want to say it. I'm like, this dude wants to stand in front of me so bad. And I'm not the type like Kyle here to say anything, but I will be, I don't want to say passive aggressive. I'm aggressive in that I just started stepping forward, and as he got closer, I refused to move. So, but it was eventually to a point where we're in this not very crowded balcony, and this dude is probably 4 inches to shoulder and standing just slightly in front of me. He was so aggressive. And I thought, dude, come on. I was here way before you. You're not going to stand in front of me. You're not going to.
Shows are tough, man, because in the balcony, I don't go in the balcony or stand in the balcony often at shows, but that's a more stationary place.
Yeah.
When you're on the floor, you realize that you start and end in totally different places. You have no idea how it even happened, which I think is so funny. I've noticed that over time. Like you end up in like you start in front of the bass stack, and then like you end up at the front of the guitar stack, and you're like, I don't even know how I ended up here. So there's that, which is a bummer. I've had I don't want to say way more, but I've had more memorable weird moments at shows. I've been to, like you, many shows, so maybe that they stick out in my mind more, although I've been to many movies too. I don't know. But I saw when I saw 311 one of the last times in LA, we saw them. God, I wish I remember what the venue was. It was like some amphitheater venue, but people kept coming in and falling down. Like, and you realize that there was like this stair thing that everyone just kept missing. And me and my friend Jay were just staring. One of the bizarre Ramon and Colin guys that I've told you guys about. That's half of them. He's like the bizarre Ramon. People just get like, I'm like, why did everyone keep falling? And people just kept watching this happen over and over again, to the point where like 10 different people probably came in and fell on this little stair. And I'm like, how often does this happen here? What is going on here?
This seems like a liability.
Yeah, like I couldn't, just weird, memorable things like that. Haven't had any like when I was younger and I would like get closer to the stage at shows. I again, 311, seen him 30 something times, where people try to like start mosh pits sometimes. Mm-hmm. And you really are like, dude, I remember grabbing a dude once being like, this is a 311 show. Like, we're not seeing Hatebreed, like, I don't know what you're doing. It's not the way like you act here. So a little bit of that, but
but that's about it. 311 show feels very strange.
Yeah, it's like 311's hard, like pretty hard, but not that hard. I mean, like what could you possibly be doing this to? It's not like they don't. The 311 plays its standard tuning, for Christ's sake. You save that shit for like, like save that shit for, drop D and so on.
Yeah, save it for the gent.
Right, the gent. I love gent. Yeah. I'm a gentleman, but
gentleman.
Yeah,
that's awesome. I love that.
I love gent. A lot of people don't even think it's actually. What was the band that did a record called "Gent Is Not a Real Genre"? And they are like a gent band. I can't remember it, but I love that kind of shit. So it's not that I don't want that at a show or I don't want to participate in that. Just to have it be in the appropriate venue for that.
Right, yeah.
That's all. If you're at like a fucking Mushroom Head show, then yeah, go do your thing, baby boy.
It's a time and place that you don't watch porn in line at McDonald's.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. Someone is, but
someone is for sure. Yeah, they're probably at that Santa Monica McDonald's.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine what's going on at that Santa Monica McDonald's. Like I said, I lived like 4 blocks from there, and I wanted to go there so little that I would order it on Uber Eats. Yeah.
So you sent somebody else. You basically like conscripted like a soldier into that war zone.
Right. That's exactly right.
Retrieve the package.
And that was like a legit apparently they might not be doing this as much as they did anymore, but this was the McDonald's where they would have any breakfast item you wanted any time of day. And so you could order. You could order. So I would order like hotcakes and like fucking McGriddles and shit, and then like a cheeseburger and fries. It was the best. But I'm not going to get it. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Are you crazy?
There is something about the McDonald's hotcakes.
Oh,
I've never had.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
They're so underrated, dude. They are so underrated. What I realize is a lot of people don't even bother with them, and they are so good. Like the butter. They give you the little butter. You know what I'm talking about? The little butter things, and you put them out, and you put one on each of them. You have the little syrup, and if you're fucking smart, you get the sausage patty with it.
Right.
And you cut it into. Oh my God, dude. It's so good. So
my
good.
thought, if I'm at McDonald's for breakfast, I love the McGriddle. I'm getting a McGriddle, period.
Sure.
But the thing about the pancakes is that how good can it be? Well, it's a pancake.
Well, right. Yeah. There's, I would argue that you could still make better pancakes on your own. Like I prefer to make it with like butter, like so it has like almost like crispy ring, the crispy edge, the crust. Like that's my preferred pancake. But there's something about, I think it's the portion size, because pancakes are fucking enormous and they're so heavy. Like whenever I get one at like a diner, if I'm getting like eggs and bacon and like hash browns, I'm like, the pancake, I'm leaving some pancake probably.
Right.
Because it's so fucking big. But like, I think the McDonald's is just like, oh, it's like a bite. It's not bite size, but it's like, it feels approachable. It's almost like
an approachable pancake.
Going into a not open world game, you know? It's like, oh, I can finish this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, nice. This is
I also
nice.
think there's an unholy texture to the McDonald's hotcake that like is not replicable. It's like,
yeah,
it's almost like a light sponge. Like you can never make a pancake like this.
No, you
naturally.
can't.
Like, I don't know what it is. You know,
it's really good though.
Yeah, it is. Like, I think the only reason when I was a kid, I was very picky, and people call me picky now. Like, you have no idea. And so it's like that's what I want. Like, I knew that was safe, right? Like, it's like I like pancakes at home. My family wants to go to get McDonald's after church or whatever. I'm going to just get this. And I'm like 4 years old. And that's how like I ended up eating them. And it wasn't until I got older that I'm like, oh yeah, I like Egg McMuffins. Oh yeah, I like this and that. But this is kind of where I began. And so I think there's just this unusual thing where I'm like, oh, my mind has automatically always been open to it. It's like not even a thing I have to think about. It's like, yeah, dude, the fucking hotcakes. You know, they're just so good. So it's not that they're going to blow you. I highly recommend you try them. Like there's something about it that's unique. You know what else I like low key love at McDonald's breakfast? All the McDonald's breakfast items are good, by the way, pretty much. Is the breakfast burrito. Like
I can't even imagine getting a breakfast burrito at McDonald's.
It's so good. It's just scrambled eggs like pepper and onion or whatever and cheese, and it's all fucking processed garbage. But so when I ordered from the Santa Monica place, I would often get like I'm so gross. I would get like a double quarter pounder with cheese meal. You know, super size or large, or whatever. They would get rid of this. They got rid of the super size, but that just ended up becoming large. You just couldn't call it super size. And then I would get the hotcakes with sausage, and I would get 2 breakfast burritos.
Oh my god!
Hell yeah!
It's a solid 3,000 calories, probably. You know,
when was this?
When you're saying?
Yeah, when did you do this?
When I was in Santa Monica, because I still ate once a day there, and you could eat pretty much any time of day. I had a really fucked up schedule then too. Yeah. So this would be like I actually have a very funny memory. I love 90210. This was like I'm the youngest of 4. I grew up with my sisters. I loved this weird, shit that was for like teen girls, right? It's like, oh yeah, the Babysitters Club. I remember that. And everyone's like, you gay for me, son? And I have this very vivid memory of ordering all of this gratuitous amount of McDonald's food and watching. I was like really into 90210 for a while. This was probably like it must have been 2018 or 2019. And just so into it, just shoving this shit in my face and watching this fucking trash. I think it was on Amazon, and then realizing that like entire episodes were missing. I think there was like massive licensing issues with a lot of the music they used and stuff, and you're just missing parts of the arc and all of that. And it's all tied together. It's kind of like how Majora's Mask and Limp Bizkit are tied together for me. And I've gone into that in the past as well.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, who the fuck wrote in? Kyle Richards, thank you for writing, and be well. He's in Australia. He's upside down right now. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah.
David Wilson II wrote in and said, Dear Colin, my heartfelt congratulations to your New York Jets on a convincing win over the New England Patriots last Thursday. So remember last week I said, I'm either going to be happy or sad by the time this podcast goes live because the Jets and the Patriots are playing. The Jets beat the Patriots 24-3, beat the shit out of them. Though not a Jets fan, I revel in the schadenfreude of a Patriots thumping. I write to you with all the joy that comes with football season, only accentuated with my PlayStation Portal. This thing is the perfect football companion, and I can't believe how well it works. No longer must I haul in a second TV to play on while watching football. Dude, I've done that, which is so sad. Or have the game on a laptop while I play PlayStation on the TV. I can recline comfortably with 4 games splitting the screen on my 75-inch Sony Bravia while I trounce through Midgar with Cloud and the gang. It's a match made in 7th heaven. Dude, shout out to the Portal. I'm using it again. It's come out of hibernation for me because I didn't really need it for a while. It's so good. It has no business being so good. I'm telling you guys out there, if you have a properly connected PlayStation 5 with an Ethernet cable and you are using this thing, it is exceptional. Truly, truly. So much better than it has any business being. So much better than I ever thought it was going to be. And makes me excited for what the future of a PlayStation handheld might be because these things are basically still flying off the shelves. They cannot make enough of them. So, shout out. Neither of you are still using one, right?
No.
You don't need it, I guess. If you don't need it, you don't need it.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I my use case for it, I guess, is pretty minimal, but also like the Steam Deck does it. You know what I mean? Like it's I think, I mean, I will have one, hopefully. the next 2 days go.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about that because I don't even know what time we're supposed to be. Like, what are we doing here?
I have no idea.
I thought in the state of play they were going to say.
I thought
that's what was going to be the thing. Like, so get ready at this time, Greenwich Mean Time or whatever, and fucking figure it out. It's like, okay, but so I want to get one of the portals as well. So if I do get one, I have this portal that I already use, and I'll just send you, Dustin. I'll send you my portal or whatever. You can just
Hell yeah, I'll check it out. The guy cutting my hair today, my barber, because he was asking me what's going on after this, and I think I've told him about what I do and stuff. And he's like, so you're the guy to ask. What's up with the PlayStation Portal?
Oh, wow.
People out there
Sick.
Interested. He
said
he's going to bite. He didn't know, because you could tell he's into games. He was talking about how he wanted to play Hogwarts Legacy again or whatever. And he's like, if you have a disc-based game, will it still work on the Portal? I was like, well, yeah, you you have to have that disc in the system. It's just a mirror of your PlayStation. He's like, oh, cool. Well, I'm going to buy one then. Like, dude, go for it. I told him, I specifically said my co-host / boss loves it. He raves about it. And many people I talk to as well love it. So
it's just important you're in the right environment locally with an Ethernet cable connected PlayStation.
Right. I mentioned that.
Yeah. And I think that they've been even more explicit about that. But as I understand, like, it's also been impressive to them how well it works not remotely. Like, right. and you hear stories of people as the Ethernet cable to your PS5 is mandatory. It's not going to work locally or not. But if you have it, like, people have said they've been playing like across the country and shit, and it's been fine.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Like, that's hard to conceptualize.
Like, it doesn't make, like, I feel like there's got to be latency, just the laws of physics. This stuff's all going by the speed of light. It's still got to travel at least a distance. But I'm wondering for like upcoming games like Civilization 7 or something, it would be, who cares if it's like a half a second latent,
Right.
It's pretty impressive, but I want the native PlayStation. And that's something that Moore's Law is Dead and I talked about on Sacred Symbols Plus was because I was saying, my idea all these years has been a PS4 Pro, like a portable PS4 Pro. And I told you guys that he had basically said, if you're going to do that, you might as well just make a portable PS5. And here's how it might work, and here's what it might cost. And it would be very expensive. But God, that it seems like it's going to happen, right? Like,
it feels,
it feels somewhat inevitable. Like in a couple of years, we're going to have one.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Switch is still doing as well as it does, and the fact that like those handheld PCs are kind of taking off in ways that people, and the fact that the Portal is doing better than they thought, I think there's enough data and like telemetry that says people are interested in like having something portable again. And I think the Vita would have hit too. I think I really think the Vita was just like a perfect storm of like a lot of negativity, and Sony at that time, especially, they might be coming out of it now, but they've been shy. Like they have a history of like, if they fuck up, then they'll be like, no, we're never doing this again. But it's only recently that we're getting this high price point for a console again. So like they seem to be over that. So, maybe.
All right, my friends. Well, thank you for writing in, David. Thank you for the compliment. I'm so glad you're enjoying the Portal, and I'm so enjoying the Jets this year, 2-1. But now I'm wearing my Islanders gear this week because preseason, or training camp really has begun, preseason as well. And it's exciting times for sports. Finally not bored anymore. All right. Let's get into some items that we need to talk about here. Smaller news items and so on. But we're going to begin by going back to Concord.
Oh, man.
And I am sorry, but we have to.
I feel like the conversation, it's really sad, but also amusing that the conversation about Concord has lived longer than the game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it will live on. I'm confident that more reporting will come out that will get into the nitty gritty of this thing. But a lot of people wrote in about it. And Peyton Stone, I chose your inquiry, says, hey, gents. What a moment for Big Daddy himself, Colin Moriarty, when pretty much every major gaming news outlet and every major YouTube gaming news commentator had something to say about reporting done on the Concord issues. However, the discourse around the news has been mixed. On one hand, I want to give the Long Island Viper his flowers and congratulate him on having one of the most viral moments coming from the show. It made me a proud supporter to see you get your credit. On the other hand, I didn't know if I should grab my pitchforks like the opening scene in Shrek. Again, this is lost on me because I've never seen Shrek. And go and attack all the people who were attacking the source in which this news came from. So the big question is, how do you feel about all of this, Colin? Did you expect this thing to take off like it did? Are you happy you seem to be credited virtually everywhere? Or are you upset that people still try to question you when we all know you do your homework before ever saying something like this to the public? Appreciate the three of you and excited to hear your state of play thoughts. Thank you for writing in, Peyton. So I didn't expect that the Concord story would blow up like that, no. And in fact, I was explaining to someone that the only thing that I was thinking about I had one concern, and that was that I didn't want people to think that I was trying to court people onto Patreon. This was the thing that was in my mind for some reason. Like before we went live, where it's like, I don't want people to think that like I'm hiding interesting information and making you subscribe or whatever. So I cut the entire thing out and put it on social media. Because I didn't want anyone to accuse me of being like, oh, so you got any more patrons on your fucking fake news story or whatever. And I'm like, no, here, you can just have it for free. And that was, for some reason, the only thing I was concerned about. And meanwhile, no one said that, right? Like, wasn't a thing that anyone gave a shit about, because I was afraid that's the way they were going to try to get me, right?
Right.
And so I was like, all right, I'll just disarm you. So here it is for free. This is all the relevant information I know, and you can just have it on social media. And that's what everyone sourced, which I think is great. But I didn't expect that there would be people that would think I would just lie to your face, you know? So I have a bunch of things to say here, and you guys can chime in as you feel like you want to. I'm going to read the first part, which is I wrote just TLDR, just because I'm sure some people are like, I don't give a fuck about any of this. So I'll give you a TLDR, and then I'll go into some of the information. And so here, I'm going to read the TLDR verbatim. And it says, while I know some people don't believe last week's Concord segment, which is totally fine, and which I totally respect, because that's your decision, and I cannot control any of that, it's important for me to reiterate that I deeply vetted the source before we recorded, and my outlook on that source hasn't changed. The source approached me unprompted, demonstrated ironclad association with related entities, thoroughly understood both the project and the industry, and maybe most important of all, spoke with me over video on multiple occasions, allowing there to be basically zero chance this person wasn't who they said they were. There is no mistaking the source's identity or perceived authority. That said, as with any story I've ever broken in my long history of breaking stories, I could have been lied to, had or been misled. Indeed, such a possibility is always taken into account when I break news and is always part of my calibration on whether I say anything to begin with. Thus, us doing a segment at all is indicative that I feel good about the veracity of what I've been told and would never feed my audience information that I believed was false or given in bad faith. So that's the TLDR of it. Does that seem reasonable enough to you guys?
Yeah. Well, something that I was thinking, just because with people questioning, is that, Colin, working for you as long as I have, since 2018, one of the main things I know about you is that while we are ambitious and try to do new things, you are also one of the most cautious people I've ever met. Which rightfully so. When this company's been built up, you don't want to lose it. But that was the thing to me, that when you presented this information, I'm like, Colin is extremely careful. And so I fully believe what he's saying, because if he thought in any way that this could be jeopardizing to not just you, but all the company's reputation, you wouldn't say it. So we've got a really good thing going here to fuck it up with bad info. So to me, that was like, yeah, I'm fully in, believe it.
Yeah, and I should say that, and I said it here, but just to reiterate, it's like part of every human interaction I have is calibrated on if a person is telling me the truth. You know, it doesn't mean that the person is. I can't speak to that. Like, based on my vetting and the information, I've spoken to this person 3 times over video for 4.5 hours. So it really would have to be that a person who is who they say they are is just lying to my face. And maybe, but I present it because I'm not fairly confident. I'm confident that this information comes from a source that's trustworthy and worthwhile. That's all. So it's not that it bothers me that people don't believe the information, because especially people are hung up on the $400 million, which I'll get into. And it's not that I'm upset, because if I heard that, I also would be like, no, that doesn't make any sense. But I think maybe what I left out of the story and what I want to get into here in a little bit is that I assume maybe people knew a little bit more about the situation surrounding the game than they did. And maybe I should have put a finer point on some of it. and that there is still information that people say and swear by and have from sources and stuff that I don't believe and will never believe. And some people are going to be in that vein. For me, a really great example of this is the recent Wukong Black Myth like secret exclusivity thing that PlayStation has, like where people have like sources, and I'm like, I don't believe you. So like that just doesn't, because it doesn't make any sense. Now that's just a difference of opinion of who's telling the truth and who isn't. And but the big thing is, I shouldn't say I don't believe you. It's like, I don't believe the sources. And so I understand like people's incredulity and their disbelief about some of this, because that's kind of part of the story, in my opinion. I don't have anything new to add that I've like, on the record or on background to add to what I've already said. I just don't, it just bothers me to think that people think that I would just knowingly lie to you. Could someone come out and say, this is what really happened, and this is this, and this is this, and this is this, and it's contrary? I suppose so. But I don't deliver information to people what would be my motivation to do this? We run the biggest video game Patreon in the world. This is the biggest PlayStation podcast in the world. I don't need to do any of that stuff. That's not what our show is. Our show isn't, it's not like a Jeff Grubb or a Tom Henderson or something where like a lot of their thing is breaking news. It's not so much about their opinions on games. It's about breaking news. It's about having insights into the development of games and all that kind of stuff. And that's like what establishes them. And for us, it's like the exact opposite. Like, I don't need to do any of this. It doesn't matter. Like, because people really come here for the interpretation and the personality. So I guess what I'm saying is that any source could be lying to anyone about anything, and that needs to be calibrated, but I would never lie to my audience. So if I've been in any way deceived on any story I've ever broken, then I still hadn't delivered that in that spirit. I delivered it as if I thought it was true. So that's I don't know if that makes sense to people, but that bothers me because I consider myself an honest person. Like, and I don't know what I've ever done that would make people think that I would just knowingly lie to your face.
I think it's more about, I think it is, and it is like a charitable interpretation, I guess, but I think it's just, there's a pretty obvious awareness of how Twitter works. And I think it might be a guilt by association type thing, not necessarily of who you associate by or who you associate with, but the platform, because I'm pretty sure, like, I scroll through Twitter sometimes. I get into scroll holes, and dude, like, I'm not even exaggerating when I say like at least like 70% of the things that I see that are like asserting something are completely made up or like just completely fake. Like it's like an engagement farming kind of, the new engagement farm meta has kind of like ruined a lot of people's ability to really take things at face value, which, in fairness is probably not a bad thing. But I think it might be as simple as that, where it's just Twitter is just kind of a place that people don't really trust anymore. And because it came from Twitter, to the layman, it came from Twitter. There might be that assumption kind of unfairly placed on you.
Well, this is why I appreciate, because I couldn't read everything. I didn't read everything. I mean, it's just a lot of it. But I saw a lot of people saying, well, Colin wouldn't just lie, so maybe he was misled. And I'm like, I can appreciate if you think that. But I don't want people to think that I did anything knowingly to like mislead. It just bothers me because I felt like I don't know why I would ever have that reputation amongst anyone, or like why people would want to do that. It felt very, I don't want to say calculated, but it felt very intentional. Like, apropos of nothing, you're lying. Right. And it's like, okay. Again, the source came to me and is definitively who the source says the source is. Like, that's all I can say. Apart from that, I'm just delivering the information and it's for you to take or leave. But I wanted to if you guys don't mind, get into a few different things.
Sure.
Because one thing that I think I wish I did more of, and maybe this was a bad assumption on my part, was I felt like people would, on one hand, do more investigative journalism and try to add to the story and support and be like, well, this is how these things might be possible. Right. And I had done a lot of research on that made me comfortable, and I never really relayed any of it. And so that's one thing I want to get into And the other part of it is just like how things are sourced and where things come from and all of that or whatever. And I wanted to get into that as well in hopes that I might give people context into why I feel comfortable putting this information out there, whether you believe it's true or not, and whether it really is true or not, right? Like, here's my kind of rationale as a human. And so, first of all, should stories be trusted with a single source? So this is totally up to the individual, but it's worth noting that I've broken many stories, even when I was a journalist, with one source. And it's about who the source is, I think. And the more sources you get, the better, of course. I mean, there's just like no doubt about that. After a while, like if you get 4, 5, 6, 7 people saying something, then that's like really, really great reporting. But I'm not a reporter and I'm not doing that legwork. Like when people come to me with something and I feel like it's worthwhile, I'm putting it out there in the wild, and then people can work towards confirming it on their own. But some stories that I've broken in my journalism days, so not even in my podcasting days, but like when Santa Monica canceled their sci-fi game and laid a bunch of people off, that was a Colin Moriarty report on IGN. That was from one source. I got a text message from someone at the studio telling me that everyone was getting laid off. Like, what do you, and so I'm like, okay, like, why would you just lie to my face like that? I know who you are, and that's like good enough. And we ran with the story. When there were these images of DualShock 4 going around and everyone thought they were fake fabrications, I was the one who confirmed they were real by asking one source who was working on a PlayStation 4 game. Like it's not, that was fine and that was true. When I broke that Insomniac was working on a game called, or designing a game called Monster Night, and published all of the design documents on IGN, that came from one source, Ted Price. You know, like sometimes you don't need more than one source to, you know, to say something. So there's that. But the other thing I've seen is like, well, what is the veracity of the kind of the podcast era, Colin, in terms of the things he's broken? Well, every story that I've ever discussed, like, you know, here's a story that you might not know about, comes from one source in the podcast era, comes from one source who approached me. So each story has their own source, but it's always a person approaching me, and it's one person. And then I work to ask questions and vet. I will say with this particular story is probably 20. I've talked to this person 25 times more than I did any other person on any of these other stories. But here are some of the things that I broke when Red Dead Redemption 2 was coming to PS4. Or I'm sorry, the original Red Dead Redemption was coming to PS4. We broke that. When Deviation's game with PlayStation was canceled, we broke that. The first details of the upcoming Tomb Raider game, we broke that and even got served a cease and desist by Square Enix over it. Tomvi, first details of Quantic Dream's Star Wars game, which is called Eclipse. We told you about a long time ago about the Demon's Soul remake coming to that launched with PS5. I reported on BioShock's, and now no one really knows what's going on with BioShock right now, but certainly at some point there was a BioShock, and it might be the same game. There was a BioShock game in development, and with an Antarctic setting and all of the rest. I gave you story details and the codename. This was widely reported and widely corroborated by other sources. That came from me. First details on Fire Sprite's upcoming project, came from this show, and so on. I also was told things that I didn't even believe, and we did postmortems on them. Like, someone told me about the Wolverine game, and I simply didn't believe it. They're like, Insomniac's working on a Wolverine game? I'm like, no, they're not. So,
Colin, and the Nicki Minaj in was it Warzone?
No.
It was Mortal Kombat.
Megan Fox and Megan
Fox.
That's like I reported that too. That was like something random someone told me. So the idea that
not Travis Scott, real quick, just because I know someone will say, well, you got the Travis Scott part wrong. But
I don't know. Like this was all in the same thing from a person who would know. I mean, again, it's just like these things. You have to understand that, like, when I was a journalist at IGN, I was really tenacious. I would like go and look up trademarks and patents. I would go into the ESRB and like all these different, Taiwan and all these different places and try to find new game publishing. I would like go to all of the various game, like, a lot of companies have like kind of these deeper press only websites or portals and like see if things have been uploaded accidentally and all of that. Like, I really tried to I would cold call people. I would do all sorts of shit. I really would. It's very unusual. I was really aggressive and I loved doing it and broke a lot of stories that way. But I don't do that anymore. And I haven't done that in 10 years. But So that's that kind of reporting. But to act like I've never told you about anything or nothing I've ever said has come true, it's just bullshit. And I really did feel like that was used to like defame and undermine me, but I don't think that that's really fair, right? Like when I approached everyone was like, hey, The Quarry was a Stadia game. And then no one talks about it. And then months later, Steven Totilo is like, oh, by the way, The Quarry was a Stadia game and never even cited us. And it's like, I told you that months ago. You know, it's just weird to me that people think that no one talks to me. It's kind of delusional in some sense. But I understand people's kind of incredulity about some of this stuff. And I don't do the shoe leather journalism thing anymore. So it really is about like the people that come to me and me kind of just vetting that information and kind of putting it out there and hoping for, you know, more information from the people that are supposed to be doing, I thought, real journalism out there. So the situation with Concord, as I reported last week, or we talked about last week, was it's broken into 4 parts. That the ambition Sony and Firewalk had for it was enormous, that it was extremely expensive to make, that the studio making it barely created anything worthwhile in that time, and that criticism of the project internally was essentially verboten. If there is further reporting surrounding this game, I suspect all 4 of these SWATs will be confirmed in their own way over time. You know, expense, incompetence, ambition, all of that kind of stuff. So people are, in fact, Ethan Gach at Kotaku verified almost immediately a major swath of the story, which was like this idea of toxic positivity, that like there was just a belief that this team was too good to fail and that they knew exactly what they were doing. And he verified that immediately. So I felt pretty good about that because I was like, yeah, I mean, that's what I've been told, you know? So that lines up. And by the way, I did want to thank a few, because a lot of journalists like made fun of me, made fun of the story. I think Christopher Dring called it the laughing stock of the industry in a tweet. But I appreciate the people that either reported on it. So like, you know, Jordan Midler at Video Games Chronicle or Sammy Barker at Push Square. And of course, we're like, you know, this is one source, grain of salt. Of course, it's one source. Of course, you should take everything with a grain of salt. I'm not the source, so I can't be 100% positive. We already went into all this. You know, you put things out there that you believe. And I appreciate Tom Henderson saying to someone, he said something like, I know Colin would vet the source. It's, of course, whether the information is real, but he's not putting that information out there to be false. I appreciate that people gave me the benefit of the doubt on this. And I was hoping that it would encourage more people to kind of just do more journalism and chase the story. If someone comes and says, actually, it was 350 or something, I'd be like, okay, like, you know, like, so very, 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 very expensive. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So because people are hung up on this, I want to just get into my rationale and what I kind of know about this. None of this is from the source. This is from me just doing research in preparation to even talk about it. And again, maybe I should have shared some of this information to give people context, but I was kind of hoping that maybe some journalism or some journalists out there would have just done this themselves to kind of put 2 and 2 together. So this is my theory of the case. And I'm sorry, is this boring? Because I know this is probably boring for a lot of people out there too.
No.
So the first of all, about the $400 million number, I totally get it. What really bothers me about the way this was reported is that it's not reported in the context of the way I presented it. As you guys might remember, I presented that I wanted to go forward with this. And in fact, that the source in part got in touch with me because of the fact that I was saying that the game must have been pretty cheap to make. And you guys might recall when people were saying like they lost $200 million on it. I'm like, I don't think they spent $200 million on it. I think maybe over $100 million, but $200 million seems insane. And that was the way I presented it, where I was like, this was part of the story. It was like how wrong I was, according to the source, about it. So I totally get how people can't understand how a game like this could burn through an enormous amount of money. You know, and 400 being some sort of approximation, I suppose. But because no one really has exposure to all of it. Mm-hmm. But you can do the math or whatever and figure out that. And this is kind of what I did when I was presented with this. In fact, the reason I spoke to the source a second time, and we spoke 3 times ultimately, but the reason that I spoke to the source a second time was I was like, are you sure? Like, and that's when I was doing all the research that I'm about to present to you and kind of was able to square it. So if you want to see the way I look at it, here it is. I think that people are misunderstanding the role of Probably Monsters, who they are, and how much money they had. And how much of a failure, from my perspective, it's been so far for them. At least getting games to market, let's say. So Concord was in various stages of development for a long time. A lot of people were saying, like, the game wasn't in development for 8 years. And I'm like, I never said it was. That this is something you guys are adding into it. I have no idea how long it was in development for. Here's what we do know, though. If you go look up the trademark for Concord, it was trademarked in the beginning of 2018. And this trademark was owned by Probably Monsters itself until 2023. This is an important component of the story and why I want people to kind of think things through and see things the way that I see them, and maybe it'll let you understand it better. Maybe you'll come out of this and be like, I still don't believe it, and it still doesn't make any sense to me, which is totally fine. But at least I want to give you my run of it. I think so one of the things that I presented was, it's unclear. Let's say the 400 round number is like accurate, right? It's unclear who spent what or who was responsible for what. And what I said was that at least in that beginning first until 2023, when Probably Monsters still owned Concord, like the IP, and Sony was acting not as like a full funder, but as a publishing partner. It's important to note that. At that time, they were a publishing partner. So probably going to take care of marketing, probably infusing a little bit of money and know-how, access to a bunch of things that PlayStation has access to, very fortuitous. But based on the behavior of the company, Probably Monsters itself, it seems likely that they were funding the lion's share of the game for a lot of the time. So here's what and this is important because everyone's like, Sony didn't spend $400 million on it. I'm like, I didn't say they did. I said the game is purported by the source to cost approximately this much. So here's what you guys need to know, and what I think will give you some insight. Probably Monsters was founded by Harold Ryan. This is a name you know, Chris, by chance?
That sounds really familiar. Yeah,
he's the longtime president of Bungie.
Right? Yeah,
from Halo 2, Halo 3, all the way through Destiny 2. Mm-hmm. In 2019, the publication Variety described Probably Monsters as a, quote, holding company and incubator that will launch and support multiple subsidiary studios, each one built around a specific title, end quote. Okay? So these studios were being founded to deploy to make one game, and everything would hinge on this game. Very similar to what Bungie has done in the past, right? An important point. So these guys are going to be dumping money into lots of these individual sorts of projects. In the summer of 2019, they raised nearly $20 million in funding spread across 2 projects. One of them is Concord. Interestingly, Jerry Jones, you're not sports fans. Jerry Jones is the owner, the very enigmatic and mercurial owner of the Cowboys, the Dallas Cowboys. Very well-known person. He's one of the people that actually was an early investor in this. Probably had no idea he was doing it, but some of the money came from him nonetheless. At this time, Variety reports, so this is in 2019, that each game that they were making would have a $50 million budget. Okay? So that was the frame of mind and reference in spring, summer 2019 about Concord. They were hiring at this time extremely expensive talent. They hired Tony Hsu to run Firewalk, who still runs Firewalk to this day. He was Activision's SVP and general manager and the head of the Destiny brand at Activision and the Activision liaison with Bungie. And the creative director who just recently left Firewalk was Ryan Ellis, who was Bungie's creative director. So these are expensive people. Now, I'm not saying this is like where all the expense comes from. I'm just saying these are people that come from sophisticated. So this is part of the logic, my internal logic. Swath 1. Really expensive talent with expensive champagne boutique game development tastes that don't do things cheaply. Bungie doesn't do things cheaply. Activision doesn't do things cheaply, but they've raised only $20 million at this point, right? So $50 million budget. Obviously, it's important to know that these are series funding. Because of the individual wealth of the founding members of this, they probably infused what I would assume was tens of millions of dollars into the company to get it going, but I don't know. I have no idea about that. And I couldn't find that on Crunchbase. There's like no information about that. Yeah. But here's where things get interesting. So these guys are burning through some of their money, and we get to 2021. 2021 is a seminal year for Concord and for Probably Monsters, okay? Sony gets involved in early 2021. They are said to have known about the project since 2018 and were being shown things from the project in 2018. So we know that the game was in development in 2018, at least enough to kind of court Sony and court their interest as they're shopping it to other publishers as well. And then finally, as we learned in the spring of 2021, Sony signs a publishing agreement with Concord. This is around the same time that they sign an agreement with Deviation, which is no longer in existence, and with Haven, which Sony went and bought, and they're making the game Fair Games. Now, this is an important part of the logic to me. Herman Holst, who was at the time in charge of Sony's first party and kind of creative direction, said this in part to IGN, quote, "They're a brand new team. Working with Firewalk gives us the best of two worlds. On the one hand, we get to collaborate with the studio right off the bat. So we get that magical early stage full of curiosity, exploring new ways of making games and making new games. And on the other hand, there's a real depth of experience," end quote. So if Holst is accurate in early 2021, there's nothing going yet. He's saying here they're getting in at an early stage. They're a brand new team. So it seems like they've been spending money on this thing since 2019 with a $50 million budget and have nothing to show. Now, I want to say nothing to show for, we don't know that, but are in an early enough stage where Sony's excited to get in at what they call an early stage, full of curiosity, exploring new ways of making games and making new games. This thing is still embryonic, but they have already spent and already had ambition for it by this time, several years worth of money.
Yeah.
Okay. So Tony Hsu told IGN in that same interview that Sony has been familiar with the game since 2018, working on it and developing it with their knowledge before they presumably got more intertwined. So this game was moving from a fairly early stage. And again, just to underline, Sony's coming in as a publishing partner. We learned from Stellar Blade's financials with ShiftUp that ShiftUp has paid something like $8 million in royalties to Sony based on Stellar Blade. We know that Stellar Blade was in development before Sony ever got involved. In fact, it was announced for Xbox, as you guys might remember. It's likely that Sony defrayed some development costs and was like, we'll market it, we'll give you all the tools you need, first party access, all of the rest. And that's probably what was happening here. So it's not to say Sony wasn't spending anything. It's just to say that I think the lion's share of money at this time was being spent by Firewalk. But this is where, this to me is fairly definitive of how much money was being spent. Months after Probably Monsters and Sony announced their publishing partnership, Probably Monsters announces in the summer of 2021 that they raise an insane $200 million in Series A preferred stock financing, as reported by Forbes. This number is reportedly actually low and is later revised to $250 million. This is the largest Series A funding in the history of the video game industry to this day. No publisher or studio has ever raised in Series A funding $200 million, nonetheless the actual $250 that they raised in Series A funding. Forbes said that Probably Monsters did this, quote, to promote its heavy focus on a people-first approach to development and team building, aiming to invest this latest cash injection into growth, long-term stability for the gaming careers it offers, and fostering a positive work environment for new and existing employees, end quote. So they're dumping this money into what they're already doing, which is Concord. They have a second team spooling up around this time. So Firewalk comes in, and then there's a team called Cauldron that comes in, and they're working on a single player game, never comes out. And Cauldron is later disbanded. And at this time, there is also a third game getting spooled up, even further behind, in kind of a more the embryonic stage at this point, a co-op RPG that also never comes out. So at this point, they have command of $250 million, with Concord as their lead project furthest along. After already having developed it and infused probably tens of millions of dollars into it since 2018. But again, I don't know that for sure. But we know for sure that they get $250 million of infusion, plus above and beyond whatever Sony's giving them. And they're seeking this money after they make the relationship with Sony. So it's clear that the money coming from Sony is not enough, or at least not requisite to what their ambitions were. It's important to remember, too, the financial situation around this time in the world. Money was historically cheap to buy or to borrow. When COVID began, things got really relaxed. and people started borrowing an enormous amount of money. And if you read around the tech industry, there have been hundreds of thousands of layoffs by companies overexpanding, spending too much money, being too ambitious, dumping too much money into too many things. Why would it be so unusual that it might have happened here? There have been 40,000 layoffs in the games industry since the deal was announced. So obviously there were lots of people spending money in really bad places, very unwisely, losing their shirts in a lot of situations. Doesn't seem unusual to me that a company that has this game incubating and then the free money kind of, or the cheap money thing begins, and they start raising all of this cash to the point that they are infused with hundreds of millions of dollars. I thought that people would be able to connect this, but they just didn't maybe know that this happened. This to me is a good sign that a lot of money, again, I have no insight into this, but I would assume like you're looking at a 9-figure spend on Concord, all told, by Probably Monsters, which makes Sony spend, and I thought this was obvious in what I was saying earlier, cheaper than the overall number. But that's just kind of the way I look at it. So the other thing I saw was people were trying to kind of do back of the napkin math about how budgets are formed, but budgets aren't formed by taking the studio's headcount and then multiplying it by a certain number. That's a studio's burn rate. And we do that all the time on the show. We try to figure out, like, well, here's a loose way of what this might cost and how much this studio might cost to run and all of that. But it's not about the overall budget of a game, which is a multi-tendrilled thing. Often more than half of a budget of a game, especially really big games, it's spent outside of the home studio. Just look at the credits of games. Like you just have to look at the credits of various video games. And by the way, I saw your thing, Dustin, with the hour-long credits thing. I think people misunderstood that you were joking, but all you have to do is go to I encourage people to use the website Moby Games. I use it all the time. I talk about it all the time. You can see exactly how many people work on every game, click on all of the names, see what else they worked on and all of the rest, and compare and contrast.
Right. Yeah, that credit tweet, it was funny because I got some shit for it. And you're right. It was like a half joke in that I certainly know that the length of a credits does not equal the amount of people necessarily. But also, it's over an hour long. Like, that's funny in of itself.
Concord. So Concord is wild.
Yeah, for Concord. So that was, silly. I think my top performing tweet ever on that one, and ended up on Asmongold's thumbnail. So that was interesting times. But side note.
So just to and I'll begin wrapping this up because I don't want to go on too long. I know we've been going on long about this. I'm eager to share my logic so people at least know where I'm coming from. Whether you still think I'm a liar or whether you think that the source is lying or whatever, it's like up to you. But so where we stand in 2021 is really fortuitous financial environment, everyone over hiring in tech and in all other industries as well, paying an enormous amount of money to people to do things. And at this time, Probably Monsters raises $250 million in Series A funding to put on top of all the funding they already got, to put on top of their publishing arrangements, not only with Concord, but with their earlier embryonic games. But Concord seems to be the furthest along and is sucking up the most resources. So fast forward to 2023, and things are not looking good for Probably Monsters. It outright sells Firewalk to Sony, right? Shedding all of the weight of Concord and the entire team working on it. It cancels the unannounced game that Cauldron team was making that was further back than Concord and closes that studio. It also lays off a bunch of people at the publisher itself. And it's important to note that Probably Monsters still exists today, but has 2 different teams now working with it that are smaller. And and same people are in charge. I have no idea what's going on with it. But what I can tell you is that nothing they've ever made has come out to market. And that's important because they shed Concord, the Cauldron team closes down, and nothing else they were working on was anywhere close to getting, ready to go. So it's not, I don't want to say it's, I don't know. I don't have any insight really into Probably Monsters. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it's a really well-run company. Doesn't seem like they've been good shepherds of the money. If you raise $250 million and then 2 years later, you sell one of the teams and you cancel one of the other games, it doesn't seem like things are going well. And this is the environment that and as I was reading about this and learning about this, I'm like, yeah, this seems like a real boondoggle. I guess I thought that people would kind of do the legwork to figure this stuff out for themselves when they were reporting it. And if I knew that it would kind of strengthen my argument, maybe I would have brought it up then, but I didn't. So these two teams that they have now are called Battle Barge and Hidden Grove. Hidden Grove is apparently like 35 people. I mean, these are seem like small teams and small operations. And it seems like, maybe they sold, and I have no insight into this, but maybe sold Firewalk and Concord just to get some of that money back. Sony might have been interested because they might have gotten a really good deal on it. And here is the really important piece. Going back to the trademarks. Concord's trademarked by Probably Monsters in early 2018. Sony doesn't own the trademark until Sony buys Firewalk. You can go look in the USPTO search yourself and see that there's a change of ownership in the summer of 2023. Sony was buying in to Concord. Like, they bought the team, they bought the project, they bought the IP, and they believed in it. They really believed in it. And so taking all of these components into your kind of mind and mixing it all up, I think you can see a little bit more about why this might have been a very financially messy situation. The last thing that I wanted to say was about Sony itself, which is like, because we haven't talked about them at all really, is like, would Sony really spend a ton of the money on this project? And it's like, yeah, I think they would. Here's why. How much money did they just spend on Bungie? They just spent $4 billion almost. It was $3.7 billion. And that company isn't worth anywhere close to that. Destiny 2 isn't worth anywhere close to that. Marathon isn't worth anywhere close to that. This new project that they spun out in the PlayStation Studios isn't worth anywhere close to that. They massively overspent. And I would imagine that they look at this as a major loss internally. I don't have any information on that, but $3.7 billion for a studio that was running in the red the entire time you own them. You had to lay off a bunch of them. You poach a bunch of them to your own people or whatever. This isn't a company that's like dealing with their money very fiduciarily, in my opinion. So why is it so unbelievable that they would dump a bunch of money into a game like Concord when they just did that? By the way, these are the same people that canceled The Last of Us Online after that game's development consumed Naughty Dog for multiple years. I guarantee you they lost a lot of money on that game too. I have no horizon into that knowledge, but I would imagine that's a 9-figure loss. And more importantly, a waste of Naughty Dog's time. And a waste of really valuable resources, time, on a project that never came out. They canceled London Studios' game. They canceled Twisted Metal. They canceled Deviation's game. Does it really sound like it's a well-run ship right now? Why is it so hard to understand that like things don't seem to be going great in this multiplayer approach right now? They've massively overspent. They have this fucking anchor like Bungie around their ankle now. They spool up and then cancel all of these different games. It makes sense that they would be like, yeah, these are the ones we believe in. Concord,
Yeah.
Helldivers, Fair Games, etc. It's surprising to me that people never really made that connection. That was like intuitive to me. It's like, yeah, like, is it possible? Like, yeah, like, look at what they're doing. It's possible. Yeah. And then the last thing is like budgets. And like, I think Christopher Dring said like games just don't cost that much. It's like, I think you're going to be in for a rude awakening, Christopher Dring, when you see how much some of the games that are in development around the world cost right now. If you don't think games are costing hundreds of millions of dollars, because they are. And this is the last piece of logic I want to share in my kind of thought process. Everyone's like, they made Spider-Man for $80 million. It's like, yes. How much did Spider-Man 2 cost? $300 million. Now think about that. Spider-Man 2 is built on the bones of a game that already existed. Remember when people would make fun of how the games share animations? You can
God of War.
Yeah, like God of War and Horizon, like same thing in Spider-Man, right? They built a new part of the city. There's a new story. It's a wonderful game. I think Spider-Man 2 is awesome, but they spent that much money on a fucking iteration of a game that exists. That's how much they spent on it. And you can also see the explosion in cost in that time, almost 4 times more that they spent on the sequel than the original in Spider-Man. Why would it be so unbelievable that getting something from the ground up going wouldn't cost hundreds of millions of dollars? Especially when you have major ambition behind this project, and that has to be underlined. Like I said, Star Wars-like ambition, revisitable for a long time. The Concord we've seen is not the Concord that was intended. To say something like Concord had no marketing, of course they didn't believe in it, is so ignorant, because it suggests that they didn't know that the fucking jig was up at some point, and obviously they did. But when at the time of the alpha and all of the rest, and when I was talking about in my reporting, they were in major belief in this game. And my assumption is that they learned that this was not going to go well when they showed it. And I would imagine that they made major adjustments. Things like the Amazon activation are going to appear because the money's spent and it's probably done.
Yeah.
But understand that there were many, many, many things that you will never see that were supposed to happen. You know? So I just thought that people would be able to put these things together. That like, yeah, dude, Spider-Man 2 costing $300 million supports the case that they are spending enormous amounts of money on games. Yes. And I agree that it's unbelievable. Like, I totally get it. And I don't blame people for not believing it. That's the thing, is like, I don't blame you. But you have to kind of put all the pieces together to try to kind of rationalize it. And that's so this is the kind of work I did before I even talked to you, to try, and I just put it into words to try to say like, yeah, this was kind of my approach to it. This is why I believe it. So I hope that it's not like I gave you any more information from the source today, because I didn't, but I'm just giving you my own rationale. And I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I think Dustin put it pretty clear. It's like, I think we here know that you're just a very careful person, and you have a contagious carefulness too, because I think about some of the times that I've heard things that I thought were like very, very verifiable, that I thought about maybe talking about on the show, but I was like, I don't know. Like we talked about, like, I think even just when the Sega layoffs were happening, I heard about that. Like I knew about that like way ahead of time, and I was like, I don't know if I want to, like, I was pretty sure about that, but also like the reputation of the show is kind of on that too. So I was like, I don't know. But then it ended up happening. And actually, as we were talking about this, I forgot when you broke the story originally, and you said this, it was codename Chaos. Mm-hmm. You said, right?
That was the code name. Yeah.
I remember, like at the time, I remember that kind of scratching something to me, and then I realized literally today as you were talking, because like I sent in our staff Discord in late April, so a month before the first gameplay trailer went live, I said, I was out at a bar with some friends and got to chatting with some hammered developers talking about a Sony FPS called Chaos, maybe codename, I don't know. That's Valorant Overwatch inspired for debut at the end of Q2. Not sure what to make of it.
That's so funny, man.
But it's so funny. Like I just now did all that click with me. I was like, oh my God, that's what they were talking about. And it makes sense in retrospect why they were getting hammered. But that's so funny. But yeah, like I didn't talk about that on the show either, because it's just like, you know, we're all pretty careful here, I think, generally, if we have anything to say.
Right. It's not to say that like I can't be deceived or lied to. Like, right. It's just to say that I'm doing my best to vet information and that I would never knowingly lie. You know, like it's just not in me. It's just not something I do. So I hope that makes sense about kind of the logic of why I think it's possible that this is true, and why, based on, and like, again, just the source is the source. So, you know,
yeah.
So yeah, I hope that's wasn't too boring for anyone, but that was kind of the mind of Colin, and like what I was thinking about in terms of what I interpret as severe incompetence at Probably Monsters, lots of money spent. You can see where did all that money go in 2021? They haven't released a game.
Yep.
So, you know, I would love to know more, but I'm not going to, like, again, like, I just don't chase this shit anymore. I hope that the good journalists out there will continue to chase the story. And I believe they will. And I really have no doubt that the reporting is going to show like a game that was too good to fail, a team that was too good to fail, with major buy-in and all the rest. Like, I believe that. Yeah. So we'll see what happens, but I hope people, you know, weren't too bored by that. That was an unnecessary amount of preparation on my part for that.
It's good detail.
Okay. Some more accidental journalism by Colin Moriarty. Okay, let's get into some smaller news items here. This has been making the rounds. There's a Louisiana company called Stellar Blade, and they are suing Sony and Shift Up over the name. They're, according to IGN, a Louisiana-based film production company, and they're alleging trademark infringement and claiming its business is being damaged by Shift Up's use of the name. So I haven't seen the complaint, but IGN has seen the complaint, and Stellar Blade LLC is owned by Griffith Chambers Maffei person, I guess. And they're suing Sony, Shift Up, and Sony's company that covers their liability insurance, which is interesting because they would pay into this sort of thing. Sony pays an enormous amount of money, as many companies do, to indemnify themselves from things. And so these guys seem to know that and are going straight after the source. It's interesting because they do establish that this use of stellarblade.com has been in use since 2006, and they have established a bunch of things. My big question here is, and I wonder what maybe I can get Hogue on to talk about this, and I wouldn't want to just talk about this, other things too, but it's like, what stopped you from doing this earlier? Stellar Blade has been known for a long time. Maybe they just discovered it. You guys have any thoughts on this? I guess we'll keep an eye on it. We're not legal analysts, obviously, but
yeah, I'm looking at stellarblade.com right now. It's actually it's a video production company, as you said. It reminds me a lot of my old job. Some of the stuff on there real here, but
yeah,
I could see a situation where if you're established as a company called Stellar Blade, and then if you have people looking for your services and they go to Google and they search Stellar Blade, and suddenly there's a hot Korean chick instead and no one can find you, I could see that being damaging potentially. So I'm with you, Colin, that I'm not a legal analyst, but that's the grounds that I could see where it's like, yeah, you've completely decimated our searchability, which for a company dealing with a lot of online video production stuff could be an issue.
Important note is that, and I went to look this up just because I did yesterday when I was researching it, but I wanted to make sure I had this, is like there are like both of these, so both Shift Up and this Louisiana-based LLC do have Stellar Blade trademarks. The trademark for Stellar Blade for the company in Louisiana is a multimedia entertainment service. So when most people would never trademark things. Actually, our Summon Sign trademark just went through. I put that in the Discord, which is pretty exciting.
Got it, Miyazaki.
Eat my ass, Miyazaki. Yeah. So when you have a trademark, you have like all of this. You have to give like all of this information specifically. So we own the Sacred Symbols trademark, but we only own it in certain ways. Like if someone created a tchotchke store called Sacred Symbols, like we couldn't do anything about that because we own Sacred Symbols as like a podcast name and like an entertainment entity. And so the Stellar Blade Louisiana trademark is for multimedia entertainment services in the nature of development, production, and post-production services in the fields of video and films. And there's a bunch of, you have a bunch of different things like TV and so on and so forth. It's kind of very repetitive. Sony has none of the Stellar Blade trademarks. So I'm not entirely sure if they're going after them because they're the most accessible and the biggest of the companies to try to ring. But Stellar Blade is owned. There are two different Stellar Blade trademarks live, at least in the United States, both owned by a South Korean firm, Shift Up, the developer. And the mark information for these is for computer programs for pre-recorded games, computer game software, smartphone game software, downloadable simulation software, etc. So totally different things. So I wonder if like that's what's ultimately going to come of it, is that like you both can have Stellar Blade, yeah. They're just two different things. That's as I understand it, the way it works. So we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say, Chris? You don't have to.
I do feel like on some level there is probably, I think because they've existed for a while and they do like this, I feel like does genuinely do noticeable damage to their discoverability. Like you're not competing with like a half-naked idealized Korean woman, you know what I mean? Like, you're not like no one's gonna look at your company if that's also on the page. So it's like they probably could, I don't know, maybe they could get I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, listen, this is definitely hurting our SEO, we're probably not going to win this, but we might get something.
Yeah, Sony might just pay them to go away, you know?
Yeah, like even just like a quote, like, here's $1 million. Here's what we made on Concord.
Yeah, you take the Concord money.
Yeah, here you go, have Concord.
You can have the whole IP.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's funny you say $1 million. I was thinking 500,000 would be my offer if I was Sony. Just be like, here's $500,000. Go fuck off. Because Sony could make it really painful for them too, which is kind of the shitty thing, you know? Yeah. That's what I don't like about the leverage that big companies have in legal instances of, they know that they don't have a case or they know they can't win. They just know it's so expensive and they have in-house counsel and like tons of access to, you know, resources, and people just can't keep up. It's so fucked up that people can do that, you know, or that entities can do that. So whatever's fair is fair. Maybe we'll get a fucking civil trial in Louisiana, and we'll have the shift up people will have to go show up. All right. This comes from Video Games Chronicle. Our friends over there, our friend Jordan Middler writes in, or didn't write in, wrote a story. Tetsuya Nomura says he's considering retirement and concluding Kingdom Hearts story. So Nomura, longtime director, producer, Square Enix auteur, who turns 54, still pretty young. He spoke to a Japanese publication, Young Jump, which was translated by Video Games Chronicle. And he said in part, quote, "I only have a few years left until I retire. I have to decide whether to retire first or finish the series first." He's talking about Kingdom Hearts. "I'm making Kingdom Hearts 4 now with the intention of it being the story that I will complete." Dustin, how does this strike you? Nomura's been in the fold for a long time. Final Fantasy IV was his first game. He was on the periphery with that game, but by the time you're getting into the turn of the century, he's getting in the deep character design, obviously directing the original Kingdom Hearts as well in 2002 and so on and so forth. And now he's really one of the major, and has been for a long time, one of the major players at Square Enix. It's somewhat unimaginable that he would go away. He's so young. I would feel like he would have 20 years left. So, but this is a man who's very rich, storied, and probably really tired. So why not fuck off? You know, I need to know your thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's odd because he could have really cleaned things up with Kingdom Hearts 3 and let that go, right? But they left Kingdom Hearts 3 with some open-ended stuff, and now they're beginning what could be certainly a new trilogy of games, maybe two, I don't know. But so he kind of opened himself up to all this new stuff, and maybe he'll hand it off, maybe not. But it's also worth mentioning, you know, he's also working on the remake project, which one more game, assumingly so that will be concluding in the next 5-ish years. So it's definitely sad, but you're right. 54, I don't know what would be standard for how long, like what a average retirement age is for someone in this business in Japan. I just recently watched a documentary about Hayao Miyazaki from Studio Ghibli, and he has tried to retire. I don't know. He said he's retired like 3 or 4 times, but then he just can't stop. He just gets an idea for a movie and then goes back and makes it. I'm convinced he's going to die at his drawing table just because he's like born to do that.
He's the one with the cigarette, right? And like,
yeah, that says anime's a mistake.
I love that. That shot is so fucking awesome. You know?
Yeah, he's awesome. Dude, his new movie. So that documentary is all about the most recent movie they made called The Boy and the Heron. And I love it. There's just him smoking, animating. I'm like, this is the way movies should be made. Like with cigarettes and coffee, you know? So yeah, it would be really sad to see him retire, but you know, maybe he just needs to chill out for a bit. You know, he's opened up his mind too far with Kingdom Hearts, and he's starting to lose his mind.
He's losing all touch with reality.
Yeah. I did notice, I don't know if it's in this article, he mentioned something about Kingdom Hearts 4. There's a line in the first Kingdom Hearts in the intro where Sora says, I'm not sure. It's something like, I'm not sure if this is real or not. And he's like, oh, we're going to explain that. I'm like, no, motherfucker, you are not Oda, the creator of One Piece. That was not foreshadowing. You grab that line, you're like, oh, I think we could do something. No. I don't believe in the grand plan of Kingdom Hearts like that, but nice try.
It's funny, man. Like I think about these little stories that I write for Lilimo and how I have to constantly go back and consult my own story to see if anything I'm saying makes any sense within what I've already written. And
Right.
I can't imagine doing that with a game like that, like Kingdom Hearts or something really well established where it's like everything has to fit. And I don't even, maybe I'm sure there are creators much more clever and organized than me, but I'm like just making the shit up on the fly and I don't even care how it fits. And then I'm like, okay, now I got to like fit this into this new idea. And it becomes more and more unstable really as the time goes. And it's so funny that he's got these plates spinning with it. And then people love it. They love it. You fucking love it.
Yeah.
I know you do.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. I think he said in an interview, it's not on this, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I think he said something like he consults YouTube videos when he needs to remember parts of the story or character interactions and stuff. I'm like,
That
yeah,
rules.
you would have to. No man can contain that kind of knowledge. Even I'm not the most studied Kingdom Hearts fan, but I'll go like if a new game, when 3 came out, I played all the old ones and I did all my YouTube research. You can't keep that in your brain too long. It just, it leaves. So every once in a while I'll go and try to remember. And if you guys want to know a bit of the insanity, check out our Houston live show where I did the presentation on Kingdom Hearts, and that'll give you a little taste of the madness.
Yeah. It's funny, man. I love that people love Kingdom Hearts. To me, it's so funny to me because it's so weird. It's always been weird to me. Kingdom Hearts has always been this really weird thing to me that I've never understood. And it is strange that I'm not a Disney person really. So I think that was a major reason where I'm like, I'm not really into this. I would at that time, early 2000s, I would have preferred my like fantasy slop. Now I'm a little different where I'm looking for something a little more differentiated. Like when they were showing Dragon Age, we'll talk about Dragon Age in a little while. I was just kind of like, my eyes just glazed over. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Like it's just the same thing over and over again. Oh, it's the wizard. Oh, the guy's got a sword. He's gonna kill the dragon.
It's so boiling it down so much. I do that same thing too, but like because I feel the same way about fantasy in general, where it's like I don't know, I get it. Like there's dragons and wizards, and there's a short guy with a beard. Like I get it.
The dwarf. He's got an axe.
Oh, it's a dwarf. Stupid.
I love it. All right, Nomura, you've worked for over 30 years. You should feel free to live with your millions and hang, but I just I feel like you have more to give, if I'm being honest. And I'm a Nomura appreciator. You know, I wasn't always. This is a more recent development because I feel like he was a major corrupting agent as well to Square Enix in some way. But you know, you can't deny the results of his games and people's love for him. So, all right, Tetsuya Nomura, we'll be keeping a close eye on you as always. Guys, a random...
We're not done with you yet, Tetsuya.
You gay for me, Tetsuya. All right. Guys, a new Like a Dragon game has been announced. Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That's the name of the game. It comes from publisher Sega and their fully owned studio Ryuga Gotoku. And this seems to be part of a really quick cadence of Yakuza games coming out, or Like a Dragon they're called now. I have the list of Yakuza games open, and man, I got to sneeze. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Bless you.
Jesus Christ. So the series begins in 2005 with the original Yakuza, and then you have these kind of hits, so on and so forth. But then, you know, every year, every couple of years, but man, they're really going hard with a lot of the games recently. And this is going to be using old assets. I know that they're really into doing that, get games kind of iterated on quicker, which is good. So the press release from Sega says this game, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, quote, is a brand new action adventure that follows Goro Majima across land and sea. 1 year after the events of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Majima, am I saying that right? I don't know, washes ashore on a deserted island amid the scattered remnants of a shipwreck. Unable to remember even his own name, he travels across the vast ocean in search of clues to piece together his lost identity, accompanied by a boy named Noah who saved his life. Before long, they're caught up in a conflict between cutthroat criminals, modern-day pirates, and other scoundrels over a treasure. I know Mike is into it. What are you guys thinking about this, Chris?
Man, they make a lot of these. I'm pretty impressed at the rate they're able to turn these things out. But I'm only like really tangentially kind of vaguely into Yakuza. I really liked Like a Dragon for the I think I played it for a considerable amount of time too, but I never ended up finishing it. That's a really long game. Then that ended up just kind of filtering me at a certain point. But I did like what I played. I feel like I'm more of an Ichiban. Like I like that character. The other characters I'm not so sure about. I don't know who Goro is, or at least I'm not sure if he's in Like a Dragon.
It says
the Yakuza game that is like the Yakuza game that is called Like a Dragon.
Let me see.
But I don't remember him very much. So like I'm very Yakuza's connected to Ichiban for me. So if it's not Ichiban, then I'm probably not super interested. I still have to get around to finishing Like a Dragon and then maybe going to Infinite Wealth if I ever get around to it. But I'm so tragically behind in Yakuza, it's crazy. Like I'm not even going to pretend like this is something that I'm going to get to in the next like 3 years.
It says here on the Yakuza fandom wiki, Goro Majima is a recurring major character in the Like a Dragon series, introduced in the original Yakuza. He is featured as a protagonist in Yakuza 0, Yakuza Dead Souls, and the Majima saga of Yakuza Kiwami 2, and Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. He is also featured as a supporting character in Yakuza and Yakuza Kiwami, Yakuza 2, Yakuza 3, Yakuza 4, Yakuza 5, Yakuza 6. Yakuza Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Yeah, I don't remember him.
He has
he's got an eye patch.
Like, yeah.
He's cool.
Yeah, maybe
he's like
here, I'll put it here for you in the chat, Chris.
To my understanding, because I've only this guy.
Oh yeah, okay, I remember him.
He is very prominent in Yakuza 0, as you mentioned, Colin, but he is a fan favorite, wacky character, and I kind of like Yakuza's always been silly to a large degree, and the fact they are leaning so hard into the silliness on a full release, it's like, hey, we're gonna take this character, he has amnesia and he's a pirate now. I like where this is going. So like Chris, I'm also extremely behind. I'm not finished a Yakuza game. Maybe that's I don't know. I keep saying that maybe this is the time, but it never
is. I'm very, very interested in this is I think this series and the Trail series are the two series that I know that I want to get into. Over time, I've shed the ability of being like, I'm just never going to get to the Assassin's Creed games. I'm never going to get to this. I'm never going to get to that. But these are the two things that stay in my mind where I'm like, and I know people are like, oh, you could just play this, this, and this. And I'm like, no, I want to play them all. Like, that's just the way I absorb them. I want to go back and play the original Yakuza, and Yakuza 2 and start from there. But I don't know if I'll ever find the time to do so. Maybe in the legendary year without a new game. Maybe if we ever get that one.
Well, the thing is, like, they're long and they come out so frequently. Like, I feel like Infinite Wealth just came out. You know what I mean? And now here's the next, and now here's another one, and it's just like, oh my god! And they're so long and they're grindy, obviously, because that's kind of the nature of what these games are. And it's just like, man, I really liked Like a Dragon when I was playing it, but it did get to a point where I was just like, I don't have time for this. I've got to get to other things.
I feel the same. Yeah, no disrespect to them because I think it's really cool. I think they have something cool going on.
Yeah, I think they're great.
I think Sega has a something really low key powerful with this. This was also kind of like a de facto PlayStation exclusive for a long time, and it's really, I think, by spreading to other platforms, including PC, I think has done a really nice job of finding like a really established global audience that I think has surprised Sega over time.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Why wasn't I ever into Yakuza? I don't really know. It just never spoke to me for some reason. I was thinking, I don't want to play this. And and then over time, I was like, no, I should have played it. Probably. Yeah. Well, whatever. All right. Goro Majima, we'll see you in hell. Oh, what? You didn't like? Oh, Mike didn't like that. What, do you have something to say? Come here.
Look, he's right here. Yeah. He's my favorite. He's here.
There's our little
Where's the jar?
Oh my god.
Yeah, where's the
where's the jar?
Yeah, they want to know where the jar is.
There's no jar big enough for this. I mean, you'd need like a punch vessel of some kind. Maybe we could arrange that.
Oh
You
yeah,
have a
it can be
spring
arranged.
at the bottom for getting rid of the fluids.
Yeah, sure.
Get an oil drum.
An oil drum. Yeah. Okay. What else? We look back at the document here. Oh, this is a big piece of news that just broke as of the time we're recording, a little bit before the morning of. Assassin's Creed Shadows, which was supposed to release, I think, in October, has been delayed to February 14th, 2025. Now, there's something that really bothers me about this letter. Can you tell what it is, Dustin?
Let's see.
Is it the formatting?
Yeah, the formatting. Yeah.
Formatting.
Yeah, the formatting. Because I'm reading it and it bothered me.
It's like Ubisoft. What the fuck is this? This is like something you'd see on 4chan with the formatting. Nonetheless.
Yeah, at the very least, like put another space between that one paragraph that ends a little bit early. You know,
I mean that's what I'm saying. Like that's the whole thing. Is like there just needs to be a space there. Just my eye has been drawn to it. I can't stop looking at it. It's like, how did no one see this? Anyway, gives a shit. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed to February 14th, 2025. This is what they say in a statement released on social media. Quote, "Dear players, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a dream project for us, finally bringing the series to feudal Japan with many features developed with our community in mind, such as parkour or the renewed stealth brought by new technology, all set in a beautiful and immersive world. This is an ambitious addition to the franchise, a rich experience that can be lived through the eyes of two unique protagonists, but we realize we need more time to polish and refine the experience, pushing further some of our key features. As such, we've made a decision to postpone the release date to February 14th, 2025. The game will release on a broad range of platforms, including Steam at launch. Additionally, pre-orders will be refunded and all future pre-orders will be granted the first expansion for free." So, interesting. Dustin, there were rumors days ago that they had removed themselves from the TGS preview list. They were supposed to go, people I think were supposed to go hands-on with it. It's very unusual to cancel something that late at a press event. But then I think some people are saying, like, did Yotei, or whatever the fuck that game's called? I have to get used to that, Ghost of Tsushima 2. Did that scare them off too? I'm like, no, probably not. I think the game is probably in bad shape, but there's an extra hint of what's going on. And I put this link in there in case you guys didn't see this. Ubisoft released updated financial targets for fiscal year 2024-2025. And they say something really, really weird in here that I thought was strange. This comes from Yves Guillemot, who's obviously the co-founder of Ubisoft and the CEO and a major owner of the company. He says, quote, "Our second quarter performance fell short of our expectations, prompting us to address this swiftly and firmly with an even greater focus on a player-centric, gameplay-first approach and an unwavering commitment to the long-term value of our brands. Although the tangible benefits of the company's transformation are taking longer than anticipated to materialize, we keep on our strategy, focusing on two key verticals, open-world adventures and games as a service native experiences, with the objective to drive growth, recurrence, and robust free cash flow generation in our business. This is where it gets interesting. In light of recent challenges, we acknowledge the need for greater efficiency while delighting players. As a result, beyond the first important short-term actions undertaken, the executive committee, under the supervision of the board of directors, is launching a review aimed at further improving our execution, notably in this player-centric approach, and accelerating our strategic path forward towards a higher performing model to the benefits of our stakeholders and shareholders." And this is where it gets really interesting. Finally, let me address some of the polarized comments around Ubisoft lately. I want to reaffirm that we are an entertainment-first company, creating games for the broadest possible audience, and our goal is not to push any specific agenda. We remain committed to creating games for fans and players that everyone can enjoy. End quote. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Dustin, what do you have to say about all of this?
Yeah, well, I think probably a big part of it is potentially the reaction to Star Wars Outlaws and how maybe it could have used some more time, and that could have been a detriment to it. It is unfortunate, though, because now they are pushing it into the same year as Ghost of Tsushima 2. And so I don't know if that's going to affect people's purchasing decision, but obviously you don't want to be any closer to a similar game that in my opinion, is going to be much, much better than this. So the comments about speaking to, saying we're not speaking to an agenda or trying to push any agenda is interesting, just because it's certainly talking about the Black Samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows and how that's been a bit of an uproar, but I don't really know if it's worth saying anything at all. If you have that vision, stand by it and do it. To me, the whole drama was never going to affect the sales of this game. It's a lot of really loud people online, and certainly some people will choose not to buy it because of it. But when I think of the majority of Assassin's Creed fans, which is a much more broad audience than just the hardcore audience online, I don't think they really care.
What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was weird to address it too in a formal way like this, because it does feel like, I don't know, the internet, we talk about a lot how like the internet doesn't really capture how the broader, casual audience feels about it. Like most people who play games don't pay attention to any of this. Like most people who play games don't care about what's going. Most people who play games don't even know what studios are owned by who, or like what studios make who, or like they definitely don't know who the art director is on whatever, and whether or not they're pushing in like they don't give a shit. They just want a game to play when they come home from work, and to relax, or just to get online with their friends and do whatever, so addressing it I thought was maybe a little bit bizarre. But I guess if you're clued into the industry, you're going to be hearing more of this than your average person, and so I could see maybe it might get under your skin a little bit, especially when you know that that's just not what you're just trying to make money, you're just trying to make your game. But I think you would, at the same time, I feel like you would demonstrate a little bit of restraint in feeding into that at all, because you know that this is probably going to feed into more of that than anything else. The idea that they even addressed it in the first place is like giving attention where it doesn't really need to be. But yeah, I mean, I think this is largely a response to Outlaws. I feel like that game probably isn't as bad as a lot of people are probably assuming, or a lot of people are saying it. I've seen people say that they enjoy it, but it's definitely like underbaked. Like it's definitely could have been benefited by a couple of extra months of work. And your first Assassin's Creed Feudal Japan game cannot launch with the same level of underbakedness as that Star Wars game. Like I feel like there's too much pressure on this game to launch in that way. I don't know how important this game is to them internally, but culturally it kind of feels, I don't know, this is the first Assassin's Creed that I've been kind of side-eyeing, or that I've been like looking at, just because I see some of the stealth stuff they're doing, borrowing a little bit from Splinter Cell. It's like, that looks like something. It's unfortunate that it's going to be in the same year as Ghost of Yotei, but I mean, I'm always in favor of a delay, if it'll make it better.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is enormously important for them. And I think they're spending lots and lots of money. Ubisoft is just so clearly bloated beyond belief that I don't know how they employ so many people. I think it's something like 18,000 or something. It's pretty fucking crazy. Upsetting. There's no way you need that many people working on your games. Like, you got your Tom Clancy stuff, that's going to be a few thousand people. You got Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, that's going to be a few thousand. Because one of the major things they do, and I understand this, is that they control outsourcing in some way by having like a shit ton of just external studios that they own and they operate, and they find efficiencies doing that. But it just seems like such a bloated. You have these IP. We got a little bit of clarity actually in their statement about what they want to do, like open world games and games as a service. And I'm like, yeah, you're good at those. Actually, you're good at open world games. People love your open. We make fun of Ubisoft, but the Ubisoft open world games are basically like iconic in terms of what they've done to the industry and how games are designed towards what they were doing. And I still think Far Cry is one of the great open world franchises in my opinion ever. But I also, just out of pure fun, like just what a fun, kinetic, playable, exciting series in my opinion. Always has been. And But I know people love Assassin's Creed and all those other things too. And then your Tom Clancy stuff and your games as a service, they have some. I mean, Rainbow Six Siege is one of the greatest games as a service successes ever. So it's not like they don't know how to do something. They just got to really,
they got to tighten.
Yeah, they got to figure it out.
Tighten it up.
So, and of course we lost the Division, at least the spinoff, the Division game. We'll still get the Division 3, but I was really looking forward to that. You motherfuckers!
Oh, the Heartland.
Yeah, I really was. I was like, unusually excited about it. I was like, yeah, man, cool. Love me some Division. We'll have to be patient. All right, 2 more quick stories. We don't even have to linger on these. Level 5, they have an RPG called Decapolice that's been in development forever, and it's been delayed to 2026. This is another one of its delays. It's funny that it hasn't been delayed to 2025. They're just pushing it all the way to 2026. But I thought you'd find this funny. I was just reading about it, and I found the Nintendo, because it's coming to PS4, PS5, PC, and Switch. And it's a pretty cool game. It's about a detective named Harvard who's like hunting criminals in kind of this open world, anime open world, where you go in and out of like virtual reality. It's pretty, not with your virtual reality headset, but in game. Think of like .hack or something like that. And over on Nintendo's website, it says Decapolice, a crime suspense RPG from Level 5, developers of the Layton series, will be released on Nintendo Switch in 2023. What the fuck happened to this game? Holy shit. I would love to know how something like this could have gone so terribly wrong. Or maybe they just have new ideas for it, or they got a new infusion of capital, whatever. But I think this game looks really cool. Decapolice, highly recommend people check it out. I love Level 5. We were talking a little bit before the show, actually, Dustin and I, about how they've, in his perception, and I think it's accurate, kind of fallen off. They've really become like the Yokai Watch studio and do like a few other things here and there. But man, what a legendary output. Dark Cloud, Dragon Quest VIII, Rogue Galaxy, Jeanne d'Arc, Professor Layton, all back to back. Like, that's fucking nasty. Nutty. You know? And then worked on a bunch of other stuff. So I love Professor Layton. I'm really waiting for those games and hoping and praying that they do get published on PlayStation at some point, because Nintendo is the international publisher of them, but as I understand, Level 5 owns Professor Layton. And of course, Ni no Kuni was awesome. The original Ni no Kuni was just excellent. And that Inazuma 11 series is finally really going to be coming to PlayStation in the West, the soccer RPG, which is a really cool game as well. And I know that our friend, well, actually, who was it? Yeah, I think it was Jason at Atari was the one that liked that game Megaton Musashi that like no one played, but is supposed to be pretty interesting as well. So anyway, Decapolice 2026, that's one thing. And then just a shout out to Atlas and Vanillaware. Unicorn Overlord, 1 million units sold. Pretty impressive. They have a really hardcore, dedicated fan base that will buy their games. 1 million is always about what they reach, it seems. So congratulations to them. But my friends, it's time now to get into what we're playing. And then we'll get into the news, which is all the state of play stuff. So lots to talk about still. Before we get into what we're playing, though, I wanted to read this. This is a secret letter from an audience member. I didn't want to put it in the document because I didn't want anyone to see it. Specifically you, Dustin. I thought you'd like this. And we'll start with you today. It says, "Hey, lads. I'm the developer of Pilgrim and just wanted to reach out to say thank you to Dustin for mentioning it on the podcast last week. I've been a listener since the beginning, and I've never felt compelled to write in, but I couldn't stay silent when my own game got a mention on the show. Dustin might be interested to know that if it weren't for him, Pilgrim probably wouldn't exist. I've first heard about Lethal Company when he mentioned it, and after giving it a go, I felt particularly inspired to make my own twist on the lethal-like genre. So it's really come full circle for me having my game mentioned on the show. I hope Pilgrim is providing some brief respite during what must be a tough time for Dustin, and I'm so glad he's back. Anyway, I'll wrap up now with a quick thanks for all the years of quality shows that have kept me company through the highs and lows of being a game developer. Cheers from sunny England, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a London show a live show next year." I didn't put his name on here, but I think it was Rob. I'll look it up real quick. But I didn't want to have that. I didn't want to have that in the document because I didn't want to spoil it for you. What do you think of that?
That is honestly one of the best letters I think I've ever heard on this show. That's so crazy.
That's awesome.
And I didn't write it in here, but we did complete Pilgrim just the other day. We got to the end of what's currently available. And from me, from Brad, Ben, our Brandon, who played with us, and also our friend Justin, we thought, dude, this game rules. It's very early access right now, so you kind of got to take that going in. Like, we definitely hit some bugs, and there was a point where, like, I think we've seen pretty much everything this game has, but it wasn't in a way. It was a disappointment in that we wanted more. So we were, when we're done, we're like, man, we are excited for more updates of this game, just because Lethal Company's great, but we felt that when we played Pilgrim, that it was from someone who liked Lethal Company and realized its shortcomings and put those, fix those shortcomings in Pilgrim. So the fact it was a listener and that I had something to do with, I guess, the creation, that's insane. Totally insane. Love it. We'll be keeping an eye on the updates, and just insane. Thank you for that write-in.
I'm so sorry I didn't put your name in here. I can't find it. The studio is Desperate Measures. Write in again next week, and I'll read another letter from you if you're listening to this. I'm so sorry, because I awesome. Just copied and pasted it, and I forgot to put the name. But okay, I'm glad I kept that secret from you, so that you wouldn't know.
That was masterwork there. That really caught me off guard.
Oh, good.
Love it.
Good. That's great. Okay, so first of all, Chris, it says you're not playing anything. You're traveling, so that makes sense. So,
yeah.
So nothing to add this week, which is fine.
Yeah, not really. Like I'm still like I'm in the middle of Mass Effect, and I feel like if I could start something here on like my Series S, but like Mass Effect is such a dense story that like I don't want to. I don't want to muddy anything, and also I got a lot of stuff to do here while I'm here, short period of time, so taking a bit of a break. I think I played a little bit of like Gears 3, but like I'm not gonna talk about that.
Yeah,
whatever.
That's fine. Gears 3 is great.
Yeah, it's great.
I haven't played it in a long time. All right, Dustin. Let's stick with you, since we heard from who I think is Rob. I don't know. I'm just going to call him Rob, the creator of Pilgrim, Rob. So it says here you're playing Vampire Survivors still as well, and then Final Fantasy VI. Very eager to see what you think of 6, but I did see that you platinumed Vampire Survivors. Am I wrong about that? Oh, congratulations on that. Did you get all the trophies, or are you still missing trophies?
Of the core game, so non-DLC, there are maybe 2 or 3 trophies that I still could get, but not required to get the platinum. And I'm off the sauce of Vampire Survivors for a bit, because it was getting to the point where I knew the platinum was getting close. I knew what I needed to do. So I just really dug in and thought, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. All this different, not a grind, but you got to have to unlock everything in the collection. You have to do tons of different runs to try to get different weapons, different stuff. So I really went hard to the point where I was trying to explain it to Ben yesterday when we were driving to Pittsburgh, that I said, because I think I said I was wasting my time with the platinum. He's like, well, if you're playing a game and having a good time, it's not a waste. I was like, yeah, but it was getting to the point where at the end of the day, I'm like, man, I played Vampire Survivors for 3 hours straight, and I would have liked to, maybe play something else, watch a show, read some manga or whatever. Didn't do any of that. I just played Vampire Survivors. So it was starting to feel a bit gluttonous in my consumption. So I do want to play the DLC. I'm going to get to that later. The ending of this game is really cool. I'm not going to say anything about it other than I really like what they do with the end and getting all the different combinations. This game was so much deeper than I realized when I had played it previously on Switch and on Steam Deck. And so once you really get into the nitty gritty of this game and the strategy of it, I grew to appreciate it so much more than I did. So $5 on PSN or really any platform you want. This is a no-brainer.
Historically, it was $4.50 when it came out, because they put it for 20% off or whatever it was, or 10%.
I want to play. There's an Among Us DLC where you play as the little Among Us guys, and I think that is fucking hilarious. So I definitely want to check that one out in the future.
And there's Contra, right?
And Contra. Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, I'll get back to that as well. I found the same thing where I felt like I was just losing time to it. It's something that I gotta play for a little while and then put away. So yeah, I agree with you. But what do you think about Final Fantasy VI? Very eager to see what you think of this. One of the great games of all time, in my opinion.
I'm still so extremely early in it that I kind of almost didn't even want to write it, but it is something that I started, and I like it. I really liked specifically the pixel remasters. really nice package here, how they set it up, that there's options in the menu if you want to increase your experience, if you like need to level up, but you don't want to spend all this time grinding, you can do that. The remastered soundtrack too. I was in the music player checking out the different versions, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to keep it on the remaster because they sound really good. I like the classic, of course. I love the sounds of Super Nintendo, but I was so impressed with the remaster soundtrack. I thought, why not?
Sure,
I'll keep it. And so starting it out, it was fun because I was playing it, and Holly has actually completed this game long before me, a few years ago. So she was playing it and telling me about some different things, but I'm not even at the point. I think I just got to the point where at the very beginning, you escape and then you're in this castle. And right after that is when the more open world stuff starts. So I really just did the first hour. That's like the intro, but
like Narsh and then Figaro. So you're very early, but yeah, man, so exciting. I'm really interested to see what you think of it because it's such a wonderful game. I really, knowing you, I just can't imagine you're not going to be so blown away by it ultimately.
Yeah. It's been fun to think about it, and in the context of this was the game that came before 7, before the series went 3D. And so I don't remember, there's characters at the beginning that are called Biggs and Wedge.
Yeah.
And Holly seemed to think, because she played it on the Super Nintendo Classic, and she seemed to think that those characters were unnamed and that they changed that for the remaster.
No,
but
they were named Biggs and Wedge.
They were named?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Biggs and Wedge are that's like a recurring thing.
It's like Sid.
Right, exactly. Sid is way more extreme, I think, in some way, but yeah, it's like that. Because there's a Biggs and Wedge in Final Fantasy VII.
Right, of course. So I'm excited to play more.
And that is a Star Wars reference, by the way, just so people know. As I understand it, that is those 2 pilots in X-Wing pilots.
Yeah.
So,
but other than that, yeah, I was kind of like waiting because new Zelda is out today on the day of recording.
Oh yeah.
So I'll be checking that out as well. But in the meantime, I'm definitely gonna dive it more into 6 this weekend.
Cool, man. Yeah. I'll be really interested. I love the Magitech armor, and the 6 is just so stylish. Like, to see it, I don't really want them to do it, but and I don't think they would, but to do a Final Fantasy VII style remake of it would be, I don't even know. And didn't they say that it would take them 30 years if they did something like that? Because the game is so huge, and it would be. It's true. It's like it would be insanity. But just to give it the Dragon Quest III treatment, like the Octopath treatment, would be kind of neat. But I think Final Fantasy VI's cast of characters are amongst the best, if not the best, in any role-playing game ever. And it's amazing how much they shine through with just text, a portrait, and a chibi sprite, a 16-bit sprite even. It's Locke and Celis and Edgar, and it's like, it's just such good character work. Final Fantasy IV shines in that way too. So I'll be very interested to see what you think of it. 6 is so big, and there's so much optional stuff. Like, I'll be really interested to see, like, when you get into it, like what you did and what you didn't, because there are things you can miss and things you don't have to do and people you don't have to find, and be really cool. Yeah, man. Very good. Very good. Oh, good. All right. For me, I played through and beat Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster over the last week. We were talking a little bit about this before the show as well. It is $50. It's a little bit hot for some people. I have a lot to say about this game. I don't know where I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it on Summon Sign at some point too, but there's something very nostalgic about the very nature of this game, I think, from a meta level, in that it's from 2006 and it feels like it's from 2006, but actually just because it takes place in a vibrant mall. And there's something secretly liminal and scary about it that never was true about it when it came out. It felt very, I've said in the past that the original Dead Rising, I never beat it. My friend, my roommate Doug got an Xbox 360 when we lived together when it launched, and Dead Rising came out the next year. And I think I said it on one of the shows actually, where I was like, it's this, it was like where I looked at a game and I was like, oh, this is what games can be actually. And I think I said something like it reminded me of the Rockstar game State of Emergency, but with like real intent, where it was like, it wasn't you just fucking shit up and like there was no point. I remember being so disappointed in State of Emergency, which was heavily marketed with Grand Theft Auto 3 in the instruction manual, so everyone saw it. Where I was like, wow, there's so many zombies, it's wide open, it's ostensibly open, and you can walk around the mall, and there's like a fucking time component, Majora's Mask like almost, and it's pretty nostalgic from that level. But I think that it feels like going back to that time in ways good and bad, but I generally liked it. It's fun to play. I restarted it a few times actually, because it's one of those games where you can't waste time and you need to know how to play it and what to do. And it's like, I'm so much better at this now, I'm just going to restart after like an hour, you know? And so I got a pretty good run through. I didn't get the best ending, which was like to get all 50 people out or whatever. But I did overtime mode and saw like the true ending or whatever it is, or the A ending or something. And then I'm doing the mode now. You guys might remember the infamous mode on Xbox 360 to survive for 7 days, but you had to do it in real time and you couldn't save. Do you guys remember this? That this is like one of the most insane achievements to ever get, because you can't die. And basically there's this mode where it puts you in the mall and nothing regenerates. So like when you take food from somewhere, you would be able to harvest that in the regular game, but in this, like it goes away for good, and your health is constantly going down, and you have to survive for 7 days. In the original game, you couldn't fast forward through time, you couldn't save or stop, and it took 14 real time hours to do it, and you could fuck it up at any point. And so it ended up being like this really rare achievement. And in this game, they brought it back, but you can make these quick saves that delete when you restart, so you don't have to stay there, and you can fast forward through time. Which makes it much quicker as well. So maybe go for the platinum, but I don't know. Things are kind of like creeping up quick. Like Silent Hill is not that far away. And a few other things that I want to play. So yeah, I stayed really busy with Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. I'm so glad Patches wrote into us on Patreon though, because there is something I want to say. He says, "Hey, hello, Colin. Knowing you're playing Dead Rising, how sick is the soundtrack? From the early 2000s rap rock to the atmospheric mall arrangements, it's very much of the 2006 era. And I think it was vital they kept it in. Keep it up, Capcom." Totally, dude. There's a song when you're fighting one of the psychos, like the bosses, by a band called Hostile Groove called Fly Routine. This is just classic rap metal. And I heard it like when I was playing the game. I was like, holy shit, this really, everything about it is so contemporary to that time. Contemporaneous, I guess I should say, to that time. So yeah, I did notice that. It is awesome. It's really cool. I'm really into, I don't know if you guys watch this content, but I watch Dead Mall content on YouTube.
Dan Bell.
Yeah, Dan Bell is one of them.
Yep.
I watch a guy called Flea Bitten Adventures, which is a smaller channel. And he goes to like Kmart's and like all sorts of weird shit. And there's something about this game that touches me in that way too. I was even looking at it like, I wish I had more time and inclination to do shit, but I was like, it would be funny just to do like a tour of the mall video. Like just you like go walk into every store. Like there's a lot of detail and you never really see it because you're always like in danger and needing to go.
Yeah,
because the time never stops. So yeah, shout out to Dead Rising.
I remember that being like a very special game for that reason. Like I remember like genuinely being awestruck by the amount of detail in it, even back then, and just the amount of interactability everything had. I was like, this is perfect. It's exactly what I want. I'll probably check this out. I am very attached though to like the original look of Dead Rising. Like I don't know if I love necessarily how like the art design has evolved in the upscale or like the remake.
Yeah, Frank West looks like a fucking weirdo in some sense.
Yeah, he looks like he'd be on one of those Predator videos that you love to watch.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know how I feel about a lot of that, but I am looking into. I'll probably play that when I get back.
Micah noticed this too. Is like, wow, they kept intact like a lot of the sexuality in the game that you would think they would have taken out. I know some people are complaining that they did remove some stuff, but I don't know the game intimately enough to know. But they're just
there was
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, the one thing that I know is missing, because I remember seeing a bunch of people making a stink about it, was in the photo minigame, like the photo minigame that's kind of in that game. You get points for different, attributes of whatever your photo is, and if you got like an upskirt or whatever, you would get like erotica or something.
Oh, okay.
Or I think that's not
okay.
In it.
Well, I don't know that I mind that not being in it, but teach their own if that's something you want to include in it. But there are two particularly sexy characters, and they really do keep the mid-aught sexualization of them in it in some sense, where like there's at one point you're with one of these girls and she's using a laptop on the ground like to talk to you, and she's just totally bent over like it's ridiculous. And I'm like, this is so funny because it looks so out of place, because really this kind of overt sexuality in games is kind of gone, and I don't really need it either, but it was surprising to see it there, because I was like, oh, that's one of the things I thought you might have cut back on. Like little things like that are everywhere in the game. We were not making fun of it, we were laughing about it as I was playing it. But Dustin was saying too, before we were, hope you don't mind me saying, before we started recording, about the $50 price point, you kind of balked at that. I do think it seems fair to me. I think maybe 40 would have been maybe more ideal, but no lower than that. I mean, the game is remade. Like it's really doesn't look the same at all. It's actually, I don't know how much work it was to do it. I'm sure it was quite a bit. And it's not the most impressive thing you've ever played or seen, but it also plays a lot better too. Famously in Dead Rising, you couldn't shoot and move. So.
Oh yeah, classic Capcom.
Right. And so, and of course, a special connection with this game is that the father of Mega Man, this was like basically his last series, Keiji Inafune, before he left Capcom. He did Dead Rising, and I think Dead Rising 2 was the last game that actually got published that he produced. So there's a lot of Mega Man in the game if you know where to look. Like the strongest weapon in the game is Mega Man's arm cannon, but you have to unlock it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool. So I like seeing pieces of that. So I have Frank West right now dressed in Mega Man boots, like the Mega Man legs, and then like tighty whitey underwear and like sunglasses and a cowboy hat or whatever. And my favorite weapon's a katana, so I always have just a katana in his hand. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. So maybe I don't think we'll do anything on it, because I don't know if anyone else is even playing it. But
Brad and Ben are playing.
Really? So maybe we will do something on it. I'll get in touch with them and see if they want to talk about it further. And then it's football season. Portal is back in play, like I said earlier. So I've returned to Kinitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I do want to see it through. My OCD is really showing in this game because there's so much to do on each stage. If you want, you don't have to. So you go to each stage, you beat it, and then each stage has like these 3 things that you can do to earn like extra experience points. So like, don't get hit, or do it this quickly, or kill this many enemies or whatever, and you do those. And then there are these things you find that unlock in each stage that unlock these little pagoda-like things where you get items out of them. And then there are these secret black treasure chests that you have to find and dig up, and all of the rest. And there's just reason to revisit these stages. And I'm trying to do each stage completely before I move on. It kind of drives me nuts. I'm doing it to myself, but it's actually somewhat perfect for the Portal, because you just play it a little bit at a time. You put it down. And so I'm enjoying Kinitsugami. I'm in a real Capcom mode. I mean, these are both Capcom games. And I'm excited to hear that I think people that played Kinitsugami liked it. I don't know if it sold exceptionally well. It was on Game Pass, so I know that some people did play it over there. But I do recommend it. But it is very repetitive, so you have to kind of give yourself a break. All right. It's time to get into the news, which is the state of play. All state of play stuff to talk about here. I get rid of some of these notes I don't need anymore. I don't need that. I don't need that. But I do need these. Okay. So I thought I didn't write anything up this week. I thought I would just take things in order they were talked about. We can just skip things over things if we don't want to. I have, by my list, 26 items. And I would say 22 of them are games, probably 23 of them, because there's some PS Plus stuff and some hardware stuff to talk about. So let's take them in order. We'll start with the opening of the state of play. Actually, what do we start with here? Yeah, let's just take the show and then we'll assess it at the end. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Cool. So the show starts with a kind of a celebration of Astro Bot and showing this wonderful new game from internal Team Asobi. And they tease some DLC coming later this year. So I have the PlayStation blog post up for this. And this is a great source, obviously, for all this information if people want to go look at it. And Nicolas Doucet, who's the studio director of Team Asobi, wrote over there. And they thank everyone for the success of the game since the launch on September 6th. But he says, quote, "Today we have a little surprise for you. From this fall, we're happy to announce that Astro Bot will receive 5 brand new speedrun levels at no additional cost. Check out our new teaser trailer for a sneak peek of what's in store." So you can go on the YouTube channel for PlayStation to check that out. And he says, to go alongside these extra levels, there will be 10 new special bots for you to rescue. These are obtained by beating cheeky birds racing against Astro. We're super happy to welcome the Helldivers squad, who will bring super democracy to the crash site, as well as Eve from slick and delightful PS5 hit Stellar Blade. You'll have to find out who the other ones are. And of course, there will be leaderboards, so you can compete with online with the whole community or with close PlayStation friends. Okay, so we all loved Astro Bot.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about this free DLC incoming? Very exciting, very interesting. Any reflections, Dustin?
I'm excited. I loved the speedrunning challenges in Astro's Playroom, and so they were sorely missed in the full game. So excited to get those. Disappointed that Eve wasn't a sexy Astrobot. Still time. Fix that. So I was thinking, are the Helldivers 4 individual of those, of the list? You said 10, right?
Yeah, it's 10 new special bots, and yeah, it says the Helldivers. We welcome the Helldivers squad. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So I was trying to think who else there could be. Obviously, well, I don't know. I mentioned this on the show before. I know people are very sensitive about who is and isn't in the game, but I will say Sweet Tooth, not in the game. So maybe this is his chance to, we got to give Jaffe his flowers here. I mean,
agree.
God of War, of course, Kratos in the game, but would love to see Sweet Tooth.
I'm looking at the video again just to see how they did represent Helldivers, and it is just one Helldiver, so I don't know if that means that there's 8 or if it's going to be 4.
I would imagine that it's probably 4, right? Like for the game, it'll be like them in their own little world, maybe defending like one of the some guy at a terminal, like pressing up and down or whatever the fuck. I could see it in my head already. I'm stoked about this. Like any excuses I have to revisit Astrobot is a win in my book, and especially like with some challenge levels, up the challenge a little bit, some new bots. Yeah, I'm down. This is exciting. Astrobot's great, and you should play it if you haven't.
Well, yeah, that answers the Uncharted Wolf's question. Who said like who do we think the other characters are? He specifically wants to know if we think we'll get Square Enix characters. Still confused about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to happen, to be honest. Who else they can be, I don't know. Yeah, Sweet Tooth, maybe Gabe Logan was a really obvious one. I thought that was
John
missing.
Garvin.
Yeah, John Garvin's gonna fucking lose it if you put.
It'll be John Garvin himself.
John Garvin is one of the Astrobots. Love that. And then Jerome Ortega did write in and said, "Hey all, just wanted to comment that it seems like Sony might actually be embracing Astrobot as their mascot based on the quick animation that seemed thrown in at the beginning of the state of play. Signs that it's doing well. Looking forward to getting more content for the game. Thought it was a killer state of play overall." We'll talk about that a little bit later. Yeah, definitely a sign that it's doing well. I think they have something really special on their hands there. I don't think it's going to make them an enormous amount of money, but I think it's obviously clearly very profitable compared to what they paid for it, and what they spent on it time-wise and money-wise. Unusually efficient for modern PlayStation, especially first party. And I think there is a lot of belief in the game. Why wouldn't there be? Seems like everyone really likes it. Did you guys see that Kotaku article that was written about it? I actually didn't necessarily disagree with like how it can be interpreted that way. But so the main line of this article is that it felt very like the celebration of PlayStation is actually very service level and meaningless. That's how I remember it being kind of said anyway, in so many words. But I actually like the subtleties of it. Again, I would have liked more, and I said this in the conversation about it on Sacred Symbols Plus, that I would have loved a lot of museum content, like really like lots of write-ups and images and pictures and context. If you don't know, there's like no way, as far as I can tell, for you to even know who anyone is. Like you have to kind of just assume that you understand the reference or look it up online. So I would have loved more of that, but I thought it was a pretty nice celebration of it. But I did understand how someone could look at it and say it's actually quite sterile. But I think it's pretty cool, and I hope they continue with it. Okay. Next up is the Midnight Walk, which is coming to PS5 and PSVR 2 next year from Moonhood. And it says over here on the PlayStation blog, imagine waking up in a handcrafted world where every fingerprint can be spotted up close, every molded twist and turn of clay visible on the ground you walk and on the monsters trying to eat you. In the Midnight Walk, you awake as the Burnt One, a mysterious being who's dug themselves out of a muddy grave to find their purpose. They find it in Potboy. That's me. A little dormant lantern creature that you reignite and bring back to life. Together, you must venture down the Midnight Walk, a perilous, nightmarish highway, and along the way, survive 5 strange tales about fire, its life-giving warmth, as well as its inherent danger. Sounds pretty interesting. Looks pretty interesting. I think a major surprise of this entire state of play was the focus on PSVR 2, which was heavier than I would have imagined, and a good sign that they want to continue to stick with it, and that's good. If they feel like they're going to be able to extract some juice out of that. So, Dustin, what do you think here about Moonhood's The Midnight Walk? Anything to say about it?
Yeah, well, growing up, of course, I loved clay animated movies like Nightmare Before Christmas, things like that. And so for someone to do it, in the trailer, it says a handcrafted in clay. So I wonder if there was like made clay models, scan them into the game, things like that. That sounds awesome. And the thought of it too, this is a game where it's like, man, in VR, that could be exceptionally cool. So I liked what I saw a lot here. Curious to see more and check it out. I just love games that are bold in their art direction and art style. And so sometimes that doesn't always translate to a good game, but it's certainly a good sign of it, at the very least, being interesting.
Anything you want to add, Chris?
Oh yeah, no, totally. I like people are sick of me talking about how important art direction is, but I'm gonna say it again. This is one of those things where I saw it, and immediately from like the first couple frames, first couple seconds, I was like, I'm in. Whatever this is, I'm in. I love stop motion. I love claymation. Those Aardman, Wallace and Gromit movies were like big when I was growing up. I haven't seen them since like probably the 90s too, which is like, should probably revisit those just out of curiosity. But no, I always had a deep respect for claymation, and the development behind this game is like super interesting too, because from what I heard, it is authentic like clay models being like kind of scanned in, which is wildly ambitious. Because claymation is expensive to do. It's like, it's time consuming to do. There's infinitely easier ways to do it. You could have gotten away with just making a game that's like styled in that way, just through sheer animation power. But to go that extra mile and actually commit to the, I was gonna say commit to the bit. It's not a bit, but commit to the style so heavily. That's like inherently, like that is kind of like they're owed my respect in some ways. Like they kind of already earned it just by going down this really, really difficult road when they really didn't have to. So yeah, this is easily like one of the eye-catching ones for the show of the show for me. From a presentation angle alone.
All right, so that's The Midnight Walk from Moonhood. Game entirely made in clay. PS5, PSVR 2. Exciting stuff. All right. This next one, I had forgotten about this game, actually. It's Hell Is Us from a studio called Rogue Factor. So Rogue Factor is a studio that is nestled under a studio in France called Cyanide. And Cyanide makes a lot of like random sports games, like cycling games and stuff like that. And then they have a few studios underneath them, and Rogue Factor is one of those studios. They made a game. Their most recent game was the 2020 game Necromunda Underhive Wars, which is a tactical role-playing game, rather, RPG. And Cyanide, so Rogue Factor is under Cyanide, and Cyanide is owned by Nacon. Back in 2022, and I have the press release up here, Nacon announced Hell Is Us from the studio Rogue Factor, and they describe it as a pretty ambitious game that is being led by Jonathan Jacques Bellatate, who is from the Deus Ex team and one of the leads behind the old Deus Ex games. It's described as a third-person action-adventure game set in a semi-open world where the main character sets out to learn more about his past in a country ravaged by civil war. So the game was announced back then. At that time, if you read the press release, it was in development for a few years, it said already. And now they've shown it off again. So they have gameplay, first gameplay of it in this trailer that played during State of Play. And it'll come out on PlayStation 5 in 2025. And the game on PlayStation Blog is described as, quote, a game that represents a bold evolution in how we, and they're talking about the studio, it's from the art director, design our gaming experiences. And I'm thrilled to share with you the elements that make Hell Is Us a truly unique adventure. We revealed the first gameplay footage of our game today in State of Play, and we're thrilled to hear your thoughts on it. We hope you enjoyed the sneak peek. Just before we get to this topic, if you haven't heard, the game is a third-person action-adventure game set in a complex world that will challenge your intellect while, we hope, delivering a compelling and mature story. The game explores deep themes like civil war, human emotions, and family, so let's dive right in. With Hell Is Us, we decided to break away from conventional norms to offer something radically different. Unlike many modern games that guide players with detailed maps, quest markers, quest journals, and constant assistance, we've chosen to eliminate these traditional aids altogether. In Hell Is Us, you won't have a magical map or compass revealing all points of interest surrounding you, no markers identifying your next quest objective, no artificial or mechanical guides to orient you. Instead, we invite you to dive directly into the game's universe and rely on your own observation, reasoning, and intuition to progress. The environments are not there simply to decorate. They are there to communicate. Correspondingly, paying attention to what NPCs tell you is crucial, as what they tell you is actually organic information about what to do and how to do it. We call this concept player plattering, as it is opposite of silver plattering. It represents our deliberate choice not to serve everything to the player on a silver platter with ready-made directions and answers. Instead, we want the player to regain full control of their adventure by exploring, discovering, and deciding for themselves. And quote, Dustin, what do you make of this?
The trailer, I thought, looked great on its own. I love third-person action games, whether they are more Souls-like or if they are more action-like. Jury's out on how Soulsy this one will be, but certainly a lot of dodging and combos and stuff like that. Everything you just read from the PlayStation blog makes it sound even better, even with the cheeky name of player plattering. You know, Colin, maybe with the Concord info, were you listener plattering with that?
I was listener.
You were listener platter. You should have been silver platter.
They're not English speakers, so who knows? You know how much how bad it sounds in their own language. You know, Chris, any thoughts here? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, yeah, it looks cool. I'm much more interested. I forgot this game was even revealed. I don't even remember it at all. Don't like the name. Hell Is Us. Something about it doesn't ring right to me, but.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris?
It's okay. Like I thought the trailer looked fine. I am kind of in this mode right now, and I've talked about this on some previous episodes where I am kind of man with stick. I'm kind of man with sticked out at the moment, like with a third person kind of Soulsy action. But it'll be a while before this is out, so shouldn't count it for that. I thought it looked fine. But that extra bit of detail from the PlayStation blog is a lot more compelling to me, because that's the kind of design that I want to see more of, and so yeah, that sounds cool. I'm into it.
Well, Hell Is Us comes out on PlayStation 5 in 2025 from Rogue Factor and developer Rogue Factor and publisher Nacon. I think I'll really check it out because if I think about what I like, and if difficulty can be split into into a pie with different slices, right? And there are different ways things can be difficult, like brute force difficulty or like combat difficulty. You think about platforming difficulty and all of the rest. Obscurity, like making something obscure, is not a turnoff to me. I don't want to solve puzzles, but I love exploring. Like that to me is fun. If the game is just like Fallout, but it doesn't give you any guidance, like no guidance, and Fallout gives you minimal guidance too, but like nothing. That's actually kind of cool. That sounds interesting. You know what a game was that kind of tried to do this, although not to this extent. It certainly wasn't a marketing part of it, and the game sucks. Is Generation Zero. Like that was a game that didn't tell you anything.
Right.
But it just was also a bad game. So I can't believe I went back and tried to play it again last year. I think it was. I was like, oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah. I think the fantasy of genuine exploration is really difficult to capture, but I think certain things really nail it. And I think minimal guidance is a good way to do it. Even just something as simple like in Elden Ring, you get like a lantern that you can kind of hang on your belt so you could see in dark spaces. I almost like never use it just to make myself equip a torch in the left hand whenever like I'm in like a cave or something. Just because that action of just like lifting a torch up just to be able to see is really engaging. And like just like a compass is like, oh, we have to head to the north. It's like, how do you determine what north is? And there's no like beacon in the sky. Like I love that shit. More of that stuff, please. Yeah, looks dope.
Sorry, I'm muted. Okay. Number 4. And we don't have to linger on this. We don't have to linger on any of these if we don't want to. Metro VR Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
Or Metro Awakening is really the name of it. First-person shooter being published by Deep Silver under the Embracer Group, developed by Vertigo Games. It's actually a really good studio for it. Vertigo is the studio behind Arizona Sunshine, which I think is widely considered one of the great kind of action shooters on VR. Metro Awakening VR comes to PSVR 2, as well as a bunch of stuff on PC, 5 and let's see, MetaQuest 2 and 3, Steam VR, Vive port, and PSVR 2 here, according to Wikipedia. It comes out on November 7th. The game looks pretty cool. I'm kind of turned off from Metro right now, though, because I just really didn't like the third Metro game. As people might remember, I went back and tried to play it again earlier this year, and I'm like, I just don't like this. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's too, why did you do this is not what Metro is, in my opinion. But I do know a lot of people liked its openness and its weirdness. It's just not for me. Maybe I'll try again in the future. 4A is an interesting studio. In fact, I don't know if you guys saw, this is kind of inside baseball shit, that's why I didn't report it, but 4A was originally supposed to be sold by Embracer Group, and they had a buyer, and along with Zen, they were going to go to this one buyer, and then I guess the deal fell through, or the sides walked away, and so 4A is actually going to stay with Embracer, which I think is smart, because I think 4A has a lot of talent. Yeah. So any thoughts on this game? Are you guys interested in this? I don't recall if you guys are Metro fans like I am. I do like Metro 2033, and I do like Metro Last Light. I think they're great games.
Yeah, I mean, Metro, to me, Metro and VR feel like a really good fit for each other. There is something about that marriage that seems very, very coherent and very at home. And it looks like, Colin, I mean, you talk about Metro Exodus being kind of confusing. I kind of agree. Because it doesn't really feel like it's designed, it doesn't really feel like it complements being open as well as other games might. But this being a VR game, I would have to imagine that the scale is probably pretty confined. So it's this is probably going to be a lot more of a linear, more focused game than Metro Exodus, certainly, because it is in VR and the scope is just inherently a little bit more limited. But yeah, this looks cool, man. I think even just elements of how Metro plays, like even just like the pressing a button to wipe the grime off your mask and stuff, it's just like it feels so VR coded already that I feel like this is probably going to be good. This is probably going to be really good, actually. I don't know. It seems like it would work really well.
Yeah, I love this trailer. I mean, I've loved the trailer so far that we've seen from it. I've only played Exodus, and I really enjoyed it. So maybe I would like Metro even more if I played those first two games. My only concern is I am a wimp with VR horror games. And this one definitely looks spooky and scary in a lot of ways. I'd still would like to try it. I played all of Resident Evil 4 in VR, and that's not really even that scary of a game.
Yeah.
But when something's up in your face unexpected, that's still
intense.
It's definitely much more intense in VR. So I'm curious about it. I might wimp out on it, but it looks great.
Colin can't unmute, apparently. What the hell?
I wonder if the button is just not.
Is the button stuck? Maybe he's typing in our chat right now. I guess we'll stop.
Yeah, I guess we'll stop and he can reset. Okay, hold on. He's typing. This is going in, Locke.
Yeah, I want to know what he's gonna say.
Oh,
there's a right
error.
And it won't let me use any controls. I can't even turn it off.
Okay, we're gonna stop. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All right, so we're back. Sorry, I keep muting myself and then unmuting myself. It's probably maybe confusing it in some sense. I don't know, but my Zoom recorder, because I have so many fucking notes open where I'm like constantly bringing things in and typing things in, that I didn't want it to come through so much, so I was trying to politely mute, but nonetheless. All right, so are we done talking about Metro VR? I think we are.
Yeah.
So next up is Archeage Chronicles. I don't know if you guys care about this. I actually had to do a little bit of research on this. Archeage is an MMO RPG that's on PC and has been out in the West since 2014. It's South Korean. And back in 2020, they announced that they were going to do a game called Chronicles, I think. And this thing has been in kind of development for a long time. So XL Games and Cacao Games. So to put a little bit, XL Games is the developer, Cacao is the publisher over in South Korea, are thrilled to announce, according to their press release, the official unveiling of their highly anticipated online action RPG now titled Archeage Chronicles. Revealed as part of Sony's PlayStation State of Play event, this new title reflects the game's evolved vision, combining a rich, expansive, and persistent world with the thrilling, fast-paced elements of an online action RPG with an immersive cinematic and ever-evolving story told through the player's eyes. And it'll be on PS5 as well as Xbox and PC via Steam. And it says here, so to kind of fill people in on what's exactly going on, Archeage Chronicles, formerly known as Archeage 2, is the next evolution of the critically acclaimed Archeage series. Building on the legacy of its predecessor, this new title introduces players to a seamless open world filled with adventure, epic battles, and endless possibilities. The game is developed from the ground up with the power of Unreal 5 to deliver stunning visuals with an immersive gameplay experience. I don't know if you guys have ever heard, I've only heard about this game in passing. I've never obviously been exposed to it or played it, but it's been going for a while. So I think it's still, actually it says here on Wikipedia, I opened the Wikipedia page, the original Archeage will go down. It went down June 27th. So it seems like, so it was up for 10 years. It seems like this will be the next one. Any interest in this? Probably not, but I wanted to acknowledge.
Yeah, I mean, it looks gorgeous. I will say that. Like, I think the presentation is like really, really stellar. But again, it's just kind of, my mood right now is just like it's man with stick, and I'm good. You know, I'm good on these right now.
Yeah, some of the combat, especially when you're playing as that big boy at one point in the trailer, kind of reminded me of God of War in some ways. But this could be fun. I'm always down for new multiplayer games to play with the boys. But when I watched the trailer, I had it on this morning. I was reviewing some of the trailers, and I told Holly, it's what you guys were saying earlier, like generic fantasy. Like, this looks like the most generic fantasy story ever. And that's kind of a turnoff, but the gameplay and the multiplayer is fun, then I would check it out.
Fantasy slot.
That big character that you were talking about that reminded you of God of War, like when I saw it, I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with For Honor.
Oh, yeah.
But it kind of reminded me of For Honor a little bit, too, where I'm just like, oh, I see what's going on here. It looks cool. I just, I'm good for right now on these.
Yeah, if it's not worth, I mean, it's just anecdotal, but there doesn't seem to be an enormous amount of interest in the game, at least on PlayStation Blog. The trailer on PlayStation's YouTube channel has 200,000 views over a day, so not terrible. Yeah. All right. Number 6, Palworld, out right now on PlayStation 5. If you care, from Pocket Pair. Interesting wrinkle to this, I don't know if you guys saw, is that the game is not out on PlayStation 5 in Japan, where the lawsuit between Nintendo and Palworld, or Pocket Pair rather, is going on. I would like to do, I don't know if we have much more information on the suit other than that it's over patent infringement, which is interesting. So it's not over the character designs, I don't think. It's over something else. It makes me feel like how who was it? The American government went after some mobster for tax evasion, right?
Oh yeah,
Capone, right? That's who it was.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, "Who gives a shit about this?" But it's like, well, that's how we just got him. It almost has that kind of feel to it, you know.
It's funny that this is happening now, because I saw a lot of people being like, "Well, why is it happening now? They've had so much time." And the image in my head, a very clear image in my head formed of Miyamoto saying, "A good lawsuit is never rushed."
You should have tweeted that out. That's a good one.
I should have, and I just didn't.
I mean, I hated that argument when I saw people making that argument. I'm like, why did it take so long? They're preparing. They're doing their due diligence. So what are they just going to be? Oh, we're suing you, and we'll figure it out later. Like, they had to dot the I's and cross the T's. I mean, I don't blame them. That's why you don't have to make a claim a week after something happens.
No, yeah, of course. I think it's just from a lot of people's perceptions, fairly or unfairly. Nintendo's very quick to go after things, you know.
I wonder what will happen.
Yeah,
it seems pretty serious. I mean, if Nintendo is suing me over patent infringement, I'd be pretty scared, because I just don't feel like they would come after you if they didn't feel like they had a case. But it's also true that they patent like the most ridiculous shit, and it does seem like they're going after like a company because they can't get them where they really want to get them, you know? And
yeah,
but I thought it was kind of silly also when people were like, see, they can't do anything about it. I'm like, oh, they'll figure it out. And ultimately I guess they did. So I'll be interested to see how this all evolves. I'd be very, very intrigued to see what Hogue has to say about this. Maybe I'll write that down. That would actually be a pretty good Sacred Symbols Plus. I don't think, because now the game's on PlayStation. But we don't need that excuse anyway. I just think it's an interesting chat to have about that. I'm going to write that down. I'm just going to write in my notes, Palworld Hogue. Hope I know what that means later on. So are either of you guys going to check this out? Probably not.
No. I have it on PC and I'm done with it. So.
All right. I was very, very excited about this next one. And I was authentically surprised that it was actually happening, which is that the Lunar Remastered Collection is coming to PS4 and PS5 in the spring of 2025. I must admit, I am such a huge nerd. Micah was there. The first shot, because the woman from Third Party is like introducing it. She said like 2 new role-playing games from the PS1 era. So my mind's in that. Look, I wasn't thinking about Lunar, but I'm like, okay, my mind's calibrated. They show that first shot of the planet on the blue sky. And I'm like, oh my God, it's Lunar. And Micah just looked at me, and I was like, I can't believe it. These games are, I can't tell you how deeply nostalgic the Lunar Silver Star story is and the Lunar Eternal Blue games are for me. These are really, really important role-playing games to me as a kid. That they look the same, I think, is a huge turn on for me, actually, because I don't need them to be any different. They're really beautiful. They also have really beautiful, like, in-scene anime. I mean, these are Sega CD games originally, so they were trying to really show off and flex that. It wasn't until they were ported to PS1 that I played them personally. Dustin, I got to know what you think about the Lunar Remastered Collection. I was thinking about you.
Yeah. So I haven't played them yet, but I posted on Twitter. I was like, dude, I brought it here. I bought Lunar 2. Oh, yeah. I have a comment on Lunar versus Lunar, but I'll say this first. I bought this in December last year. Here we are, less than a year later. Remasters happening. It just keeps happening. It keeps happening. I buy an expensive game, gets remastered. So
is that like a special? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
No, those are. Yeah, go ahead.
For the video audience, I brought for show and tell. These are the original boxes that these games came in. You'll notice that they are big and chunky, and they have lots of nice bonuses in them. And my copy, I made sure, because the OCD, I have to have them fully complete. But Colin, you always mention the map,
the stinky map.
Let's see. I mean, I know my map's in here. Maybe it's on.
Brian Borlaug wrote in and said, "Hey boys, both of the Lunar games are finally coming to modern consoles. When this was announced, did you get a hot nostalgia for that fucking map included with the PS1 game? I sure did. Can't wait to jump back into these games again when they relaunch. We truly have too many games to play." The map that came with the Lunar Silver Star story fucking stank.
What do you mean?
It stank. Like, it stunk like shit. Like, it was awful, and it was a thing.
Here's the map.
And there it is. Does it still? It probably doesn't smell like anything anymore.
Hold on. Smell test.
Why
just kind of smells old.
Yeah, like there
now.
was something like I remember it so
why does
vividly.
It look wet?
Yeah,
wet.
It looks like it has. What kind of paper is it? Is it just
No, it's cloth.
It's cloth.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I'm looking at it as if it's like a piece of paper like from like you would find in most game manuals, and I'm just like, that's unusually slack for paper.
But so these collections, you get the game. It's got a anime butt on the back, so you know you're in good hands there. And dude, it comes with these like really nice hardcover books as well that have different details.
So good. I mean,
about the game.
This was Working Designs, dude. We talked about them in the past. Working Designs was so ahead of their game, like too ahead of the game. They're in the space where Xseed and Axis and NIS and Falcom and all these companies in the West are now. Falcom obviously being a developer as well. Working Designs was this mid 90s movement to get Japanese games into towards Western audiences, and they did a lot of TurboGrafx stuff in the beginning. But then they are the ones that brought the Sega CD Lunar games over. I think the North American release of the first Lunar on Sega CD was 93, and the second one in the West was 95. We got Lunar Silver Star Story, the first one on PS1 via Working Designs in the special edition in 1999. I remember I was at the end of my 9th grade year. And then the next year is the one that you're holding in your hand, which is Eternal Blue. That came out in 2000 on PS1 as well. These are both, wonderful games by the Japanese studio Game Arts, which is they're behind the Grandia series and a bunch of other, obscure role-playing games and stuff. They also did a really great launch era Vita game. Do you guys remember the game Dokuro? Dukuro on Vita? That was a really, really cool game. And so yeah, shout out to Game Arts and shout out to the Lunar Games. So excited. I brought up the PlayStation blog post here, and it says, a timeless classic reimagined. The remastered edition brings a host of exciting upgrades, including widescreen support, enhanced pixel art, HD animated cutscenes, and all new English voice acting. I don't need the voice acting, but the original has voice acting. Players can choose to either go old school with the original visuals or go remastered for a more modern look. Plus, a new toggle feature allows players to speed up battles, giving them more control over the pace of their adventure, while improved strategy settings make combat even more convenient. And for the first time in the series, Lunar will be available in 2 additional languages, German and French, in addition to English and Japanese. Heavy pieces of nostalgia. I can't imagine. I didn't play them. Again, I didn't play them on Sega CD. So if you did, you're even more OG than I am. But when these working designs did the Sega CD ones too. But when they brought them the PS1, man, I had never bought a special edition like that before. I mean, it's so common to get things like that now, but it's and even deeper than that. But this was, you got to remember, this was 99 and 2000. And these guys were doing this by like grinding, by getting these games over, by translating them and localizing them in a really raw way. And yeah. Well, really nostalgic for it.
There's these 2, and they're they're basically the only games in PlayStation 1's library that come in this type of box. There's also the Arc the Lad collection that comes in a box. I don't have that one yet, but they're super cool just from a collector's aspect. That's like, there's no other games that are like this. Now, Colin, I mentioned I was going to bring this up earlier. Buddy of mine, listener of this show, $25 patron Matt Flowers. We got to know each other through going to different local events. He lives not too far. Become a great friend of mine through the show.
Nice.
Very kindly corrected me at one point, said, Dustin, it's not Lunar, it's Lunar. And so I've trained myself to say Lunar because I don't want to sound like an idiot. But then at this state of play, they call it Lunar. So Matt, I know you're listening to this probably 3 weeks after post because you're always a little behind, but maybe you're the one who sounds like an idiot. Made me sound like an idiot. I don't know. I don't know. Dude. But I'm saying Lunar now. So
it's funny. Like, I used to say Lunar when I was a kid, apropos of nothing, because I had never heard anyone say it. So I don't know if that's something like I read on the internet or just started doing. I must admit, like when I was in 9th grade, it's like lunar, like, okay, the moon, lunar. Like I wasn't even just thinking, I knew it was the same word, but I just thought and it was Japanese and exotic. So it's funny when you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe it is lunar. I don't know. But then you said, oh, it actually isn't. It's very similar to how I had no idea how to say east until I used to call it wise.
Right.
I had no idea what the fuck to say. It's YS. What the hell is that? I don't know how you even get east out of that, but okay. So you have to be corrected about these things. That's just the way it goes,
It could be that the state of play said it wrong. I fully believe that's also a possibility.
Really, I was going to say I doubt that.
Yeah. Let us know in the audience if you care about these games. Is it Lunar or is it Lunar? We need to get to the bottom of this.
Dude, something that I'm thinking about looking at those boxes, man, is just like, I feel like genuinely if physical games came with like even a fraction of the stuff that they used to come with, I feel like more people would be springing for physical games. You know what I mean? I know that that's a that's a collector's edition or whatever. And so they're inherently a little bit more robust, but I think about the last game that I bought physically, and it was just like the normal version of Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, and it just had like a piece of cardboard in it. And I remember that moment thinking like, oh, well, I'm not going to get things physically anymore. Yeah. And I look at that and I'm like, what happened?
Yeah. Well, I think this is the only way you could buy this was in this box. They didn't sell it as a non.
That's like the default.
Yep. This is the default way.
It's sick as hell, dude.
So I remember having to pre-order them at a time when that wasn't really an issue. I used to pre-order things. Actually, I used to pre-order games often because I liked paying them off ahead of time. And then you just go in with your receipt and you just get it. It just felt good. I don't know why I like doing that, like Funkoland or something. But I remember having like those were really rare and limited. And yeah, the stinky map I remember, and it comes with, I don't know if you use them or if they're in the box, but they come with sticker sheets too. And I had this shitty Toshiba laptop in the 90s that I bought on eBay. And I remember sticking them all over that laptop. So I don't have that sticker sheet anymore. But yeah.
Toshiba laptops were fucking terrible.
Oh, they were the worst.
That was my first laptop.
This thing was
Terrible.
running like I bought it just to dick around with it. It was like $100 or something, and it ran like Windows 3.1, and I was just using it to write like in my bed, so I didn't have to. And then I would put things on like a floppy disk and bring them to my computer.
Mine had Windows Vista, so yours was probably better.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, dude, I had a Vista machine as well. I had a Toshiba Vista machine that I got for when I graduated college. My parents bought me a laptop, which was a Toshiba running Vista, and yeah, it was bad.
Ooh. Yeah, rough days.
All right, the next 2 or 3 we could probably go through pretty quickly. The 2022 really wonderful Dotemu published, tribute developed brawler Shredder's Revenge, the TMNT game, is getting some DLC. If people care about that, Radical Reptiles DLC crawls onto TMNT Shredder's Revenge. It's available now, and there's a trailer and some fun characters to look at if you want to check all of that out. I like that they continue to support the game. It's really fun. I went back and played it. I obviously played it heavily in 2022, but I went back and played it again in it was either earlier this year or late last year, and it really is a fun game. My nephew Dash is really into it as well. I know his friends play it, so the soundtrack is also available if you guys want to check that out. I assume we have no comments about this. Sonic. So I had to look this up because I didn't even realize this was happening. Shadow Generations is an upcoming Sonic team developed Sega game coming to PS4 and PS5 on October 25th. The movie Shadow, I guess, is coming to the game. This is meaningful to some
with
people.
Keanu Reeves
With
as
Keanu
the voice.
Reeves doing the voice, which is cool. I said, well, Micah and I were watching this presentation, and there's a shot where they show Shadow, I guess, from his own perspective, and he looks down at his feet, and his little skinny legs are going into his like big shoes. And I was like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I said it out loud. I'm like, I hate it. Like, I just hate it. And I don't know why. It's like so visceral to me. Just everything about it. But the game comes out the 25th. Please look forward to it if you'd like. You guys going to play that one?
Come on now.
No.
Come on now.
Under no circumstances.
All right. And then next up after that is we can dwell on this if we want. Fantasian, Neo Dimension, the game from Mistwalker, Sakaguchi, of course, producing. These were originally released on mobile in 2 parts on iOS in 2021. Pretty well received, but I don't play mobile games. This is, I guess, putting the 2 games together and releasing it as a single package under the name Neo Dimension. This is how I understand it. It's going to PS4 and PS5. And I think it looks pretty good. It has a release date of this year, actually, December 5th. If you go to the PlayStation blog, Hironobu Sakaguchi gives a little bit of an interview via Square Enix, which is ironically working with him to publish the game on console, which is pretty exciting. So I'll be looking forward to checking it out. I think it looks really clean. Sometimes it's nice to see role-playing games that aren't trying to do too much, but be traditional and accessible. And so I'm really, really eager to see what Sakaguchi has to say. Exercising these old school muscles. Are you interested? I know you're not, Chris, but Dustin, are you going to play this game?
I don't know if I'll play it. The experience I had with this game was actually Holly played a majority of it on iPhone, and she eventually got to the point where she was liking it. She just hated playing it on her phone, and so she just stopped. So she might be interested in playing it when it comes out, but I always really like the style. The fact that they made these handmade dioramas to put in the game is really unique, and it looks cool. It's cool to have an OG back making a game and finally having it properly released on a proper game system.
All right. Sorry, I'm writing a few notes here. Next up is Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Launches October 31st. This game just doesn't do anything for me. I really don't get it, but I know some people are really excited about it. There is a lot of controversy surrounding it. Jaffe and I got a little bit into it when we did an episode of Constellation recently, but I'm curious how you guys feel. We kind of intense levels of gameplay. Boss fight looks like with a dragon, cutscenes, kind of a whole segment of what your experience might be like. I honestly, I'm not. It's not because of the controversy surrounding the game or anything. It's like I just don't care, And I really am curious to see if this game does well or not. It seems like it's going to, I think, but I don't know for sure. And it's gotten sucked up, as so many things do, into the culture war as well. So, yeah, Chris, what do you have to say about Dragon Age: The Veilguard? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the midst of a bit of a BioWare kick right now. At the tail end of the Mass Effect trilogy. I never really got into Dragon Age. I think largely because I always gravitated more towards sci-fi than fantasy. Even that's definitely true today, and it was definitely true back in the day as well. So Dragon Age never spoke to me. Dragon Age 2 didn't speak to me. I tried a little bit of Inquisition, but I kind of felt like it played a little awkwardly. Like it didn't feel that good to play. So I just kind of dropped it after a very minimal amount of time. But I don't know. I saw parts, not counting this specific section or this specific snippet of gameplay that I saw. I've seen enough of it to kind of feel like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It looks like it plays reasonably well. I am kind of in a BioWare mood. Based on some of the previews, both by some people that I follow and just some people that, we all know personally, like it seems like it's on a better track than a lot of people expected. So I mean, I'm in some ways I'm hopeful for it. I'm rooting for BioWare in some way. Like it would be cool to see them kind of, reemerge from the ashes and make something that is, compelling to the general audience again, because it's been so long. I mean, Mass Effect 3 was the last game of any consequence that they made that really hit the mainstream, and even that wasn't without its fair bit of controversy associated with it. So I'm really curious about this game. I think this might actually end up in my library at some point, but I don't know how I feel about it exactly. I'll have to wait and see how people react to it. If it is this kind of celebration and this return to form, even if it's something like that settles around in like the mid 80s, I'll probably give it a shot, because I do like the way that BioWare designs their kind of combat systems. I think it's interesting. I like the prime and detonate kind of combat model. I think it's really satisfying in Mass Effect, and I could be into a fantasy version of that. I just also have no prior connections to Dragon Age, so I feel like it might actually. I feel like if anyone's going to be not disappointed in this game, it's probably me. You know what I mean? Because I don't have anything to compare it to. But I will say one thing that is noticeable is that the Qunari look like shit.
Are those the things with the
horns? Like the horns? They ravaged that entire character. I don't know if like some Concord artist snuck into BioWare. It was like, let me get a crack at this. But there's no joke. That's definitely of all the things that I've seen about Dragon Age: The Veilguard, that is easily the worst thing about it. Easily, like by like a mile, is how they butchered that entire character type.
How about that you can't have a bigger breast than an A cup? Does that bother you?
I don't know. I usually just like pre-select anything.
Me too. I never use the character creator. I hate it.
Yeah, the only character creator I ever used with intent was I think like Saints Row, and that was really just to make the most disgusting.
Yeah, right. That's
abhorrent.
Right. That's the point. And I never used them to like make a nice character. When I played Mass Effect, for instance, I just used shaved head, standard
Shepherd.
Yeah,
Shepherd.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used normal FemShep when I would go through it. But yeah, I don't know.
I do think that I personally do think that the controversy around the scar, like the breast scars or whatever, is like a somewhat worthy controversy. And that's like, we should talk about like, what is this? Like, what are we doing? And the one thing that bothers me about this, I said this to Jaffe, is I don't like that people are being like, well, what about people with breast cancer? And I'm like, dude, no, you're not doing that. Like you're not grafting what this is onto that, because no one has ever in my entire life ever brought up that there should be breast cancer scars in a character creator before. You're not going to like graft this social message onto that. It seems so disingenuous. We all know it's disingenuous. I want to be clear. You can do whatever you want in your own game. And I don't give a shit. It's like not telling you to take it out, not telling you you're wrong for doing it. If you want to have that, but understand you are sending a message. And that was what I was saying to Jaffe. I'm like, this is a message. And you got to take that with the good, I guess not the good with the bad. You have to take the heat if you're going to make that kind of message. But I don't like this whole thing of like trying to pretend that it's this other thing or that it could be this other thing. It's like, it's not. We know it's not.
I mean,
you know?
The overwhelming majority of that type of scar is for that specific reason. You know, like the majority of mastectomy scars are not for trans people. You know what I mean? I get that that's probably the reason why it's in there, because you would imagine that, you know, in the game industry in general, like they're probably pretty well represented, you know, like I would imagine that most trans people are nerds. I don't know why. I just feel like that's true.
Well, I asked Jaffe this, and
positions like that.
I asked Jaffe this, and I'll ask you this too. Like, do you think it's a coincidence that the director of the game is trans?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So
but I also think it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, the people who are going to be making the thing are going to include things that, you know, apply to them in the game. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of inherently part of the sauce of how things are made.
Jaffe and I agreed that the way that you would have circumvented this entire controversy, because the controversy to him is that they won't let you have big breasts or big ass. That bothers him deeply. For me, it's and it doesn't bother me at all. It's just like again, this is what I say sometimes. Like I'm noticing.
No, that is pretty.
You know, I'd
back Jaffe up on that. I would back Jaffe up on that. I think to me, it's like the whole point of a character creator is to have as many options as possible. So getting upset at an option being there is less justifiable than than being upset about having an option not there. Like if you're going to have like the mastectomy scars there for whatever reason, it's like, sure, like some people like to, if they have that and they might want to make themselves for whatever reason, they can do that. If they don't want it, they can do that. But like, let me give my character a big ass and some big tits.
Yeah, that's
you know
like
what I mean? Like,
it's not your business what I do in my own home, you know?
Right.
Yeah. So, what I was saying was that the way that in my opinion, they could have circumvented it, and Jaffe and I found agreement on this. It's like, if you want to make that message, just make it so that you could put scars anywhere on the body model. And then people do that. And it's like, well, that's just a consequence of being able to put scars anywhere, you know, as opposed to like, I find that this is what we were talking earlier about the Ubisoft thing, where it was like, we're not trying to make statements. We're not trying to make games for specific kinds of people. It's like, I can't help but wonder when you do something like this, if you realize that is a message. It's not just, there's more to it than that. Whether or not it bothers you is another thing entirely. But I'm not going to be like scared away from this particular topic because people get upset about it. It's like, again, I'm just going to say, I notice. Like, you can't stop me from noticing and saying something about what you're doing, you know, whether or not it's meaningful in the world. Like, I find it that level of scarring and stuff like that is more grounded in our reality. Like, it would make more sense if you were making like some sort of open world Quantic Dream game or something like that, and gave you, as opposed to going to Dragon Age. It's like, what? Yeah, sorry. That's just the way I feel about it, you know? But,
yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I the way I feel about it is just like, if it's a character creator is meant to just give you as many options as possible. And I think they dropped the ball on just not having more options, really. But yeah, if for whatever reason people want to make, if they have scars like that and they want to like put themselves like 1-to-1, because it does actually, to be fair to them, the character creator does seem like wildly robust. Like, it seems like you can actually do like a lot with it. So in most character creators, I just assume that there's no way that I could recreate myself with any degree of accuracy, because they've all been shit for a large part. I don't normally want to play myself in a game generally, but if I have the option to, it'd be kind of, I sometimes for meme potential, I'd like to see how that would look. Like, how would Chris look in fucking the Bethesda creation engine? It'd be so unholy. But yeah, I don't know. More options. Like, put in an ass slider, man. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Give us a dumper.
Yeah. Old dump truck. Dustin, you have anything you want to add about Dragon Age? Any of these topics?
I was just going to say that I think I don't know if there's anything we can glean from the question still, but this was the last question on the 6 questions comments from Dan Excel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. All right. So at the end of the show, 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas come from the audience over on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We end every episode with 6 of these, and although we intersperse them throughout the rest of the show, as you've seen. So we'll do 5 at the end. I guess I didn't intend on talking about this at this time, or I just put this in the wrong place. But Dan Excel wrote in and said, "Hey boys, thoughts on the top surgery customization option in Veilguard? The inclusion of this feature raises some interesting questions. Dragon Age is a fantasy world where virtually anything goes, so are double mastectomies really the only way these characters can have their breasts removed? And if it's about representation, why aren't bottom surgeries included? What about detransition scars for people that regret undergoing body mutilation? What say you? Have a great weekend. The thing about it is, like, I don't want to make a big political statement, and I'm not trying to, like, about what I'm seeing here. It's just, again, it's an obvious observation. Like, I'm observing and reacting to what's happening. So to me, it's like, I don't want to be like, what about this? And what about that? And what about this? It's like, why don't we just live in a fantasy world? And it's just so strange to me. That's why, again, I think the option would have been to put scars all over your body, and then some of the scars would have just been like there. And then people would have been like, well, it's maybe a little weird, but it's like, fine, that's cool. And then you can talk about cancer representation and all that kind of stuff. But when you're doing this, like, not exclusively, but as a major point, as a selection,
yeah.
I
do think Call of Duty ruined that flexibility. Like, because it used to be, at a certain point, like, you could pick your own emblems in certain shooters or whatever, and then Call of Duty was like, what if we just gave players the option to make their own emblems? And then it was, it was vile. You can guess what occurred. So I think
what were people doing?
Modular. I think the 100% flexibility in being able to put anything anywhere on a model, that's Call of Duty players ruin that for everybody. So, like, I do think that's probably one of the reasons why that specific solution might not have been included, because somebody will just have the word like a slur scarred across their face or whatever in like cutscenes for this major. That would be my assumption. You know, he's laughing, but it's true.
I know, but it's just so funny to think about, like, a really serious Call of Duty cutscene with like a horrible racial epithet like tattooed on your forehead or something, and the camera just pans.
Yeah,
your face. That's good shit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
I posted a link. There's a Giant Bomb forum thread that I'm looking through of the most offensive. This one, I mean, it's just a dick, but I saw a lot worse.
Yeah,
that's funny shit though, dude. Of course people are gonna corrupt it. Why wouldn't you? You know,
it's unfortunate.
Well, because it's like, I remember. In Bloodborne, I made like the most ridiculous looking character, and that's part of the fun, I guess. Well, whatever.
I have one more to show you. I can't post it in the show, but I need your reaction.
I think I know which one this is.
To imagine getting popped by somebody, and then this person killed you, and this is their emblem.
Yeah.
That's good shit.
It involves a penis.
Naturally.
Much more obscene, though.
All right. What's next? Oh, anything else to say about Dragon Age: The Veilguard? Are either of you going to play it? No. So, Chris, you said you're open to it because you're in a Bioware mode.
I might, maybe.
And Dustin, no for you.
No, I tried the last Dragon Age game. Found it to be painfully boring. And I'm always open to new games and series, but I haven't seen anything from this that particularly intrigues me. I'm really bothered by it. Again, this has nothing to do with the political aspects that people are complaining about, but some artist did a mock-up where they shrunk their head slightly and it made their characters look normal. So now when I see the characters of this game, I can't help but think about them having big heads. And so, I mean, that's just one of many things that doesn't really intrigue me about this game.
It's like big head mode from like those old classic, those classic cheats. I think, for me, I honestly feel like how Maddie feels about it once it's out is going to be a pretty big determining factor for me.
Yeah.
Like if he's like, this is solid, I'll probably give it a shot. But,
Okay. Well, Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Be very interested to see what people think. I think Maddie liked it. Yeah. We said that?
He liked the what he saw of it, but it's more about like, how he feels about the package, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was looking something. Now I was having a write error where I couldn't mute.
Oh man.
All right. Alan Wake 2, the Lake House expansion, comes out October 2024. A little trailer for it on PlayStation Blog. It's about a minute long if you guys want to check it out. But of course, it was in the State of Play presentation as well. I think I'm going to get to Alan Wake 2 this fall because I'm going to play it on Pro, assuming I can get a Pro, and I hope I can. Any interest in this? It looks like a pretty pretty overt crossover into Control land, which is cool. And I do like I love Control. I think I was saying to Micah, I was like, I even like Control more than Alan Wake, I think, and I really, really like Alan Wake. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And so I think it'll be a nice, convenient way for me to play all these packages at once and have my Alan Wake 2 experience before I move on. So I'm looking forward to it personally. Any interest here from you, Chris?
Absolutely. Yeah, like this is a slam dunk for me. I loved the last DLC, although it was like a little bit more episodic, a little bit more split in focus. There was also a Control episode in that little episodic DLC. So I'm totally into what Remedy is doing here with this shared universe that they're doing. Like normally, like the idea of a shared universe between games, especially like post Marvel, would annoy me, but Remedy is so weird in the way that they implement the idea and in the way that they present the idea, and also just in like the concepts that they're exploring. I think are a little bit more heady and rewarding and a little bit more sophisticated. It's cool shit. And so yeah, I'm totally this is day one. I mean, I think I already own it. I'm pretty sure I don't think I bought like the special edition of Alan Wake 2 or anything, but I think I bought like the upgrade or something. So I think I have this waiting for whenever it's going to come out. So yeah, I'm day one for this.
Anything for you, Dustin?
Yeah, same. I haven't played the other DLC yet, and now that it's going to be Pro enhanced, this will probably be one of the first things I play on PlayStation 5 Pro. So very excited about it. Excited to dive back into that world. I've been thinking about that. I've wanted to replay it, but I just want to, at this point, wait till I can play it in pristine quality.
Yeah.
Next up is, and this is 13 on the list, is Hitman coming to PSVR 2, World of Assassination. I was looking like this was the announcement of it, right? Because I couldn't find anything from earlier than this. But I don't know if I was looking for the right thing.
It's hard to tell if I heard about this, if this was announced in like a press release, or if I just heard about this from somebody who would know before I was supposed to know about it.
It says here on the website, IO Interactive debuted a first look at Hitman World of Assassination on PlayStation VR 2 during the September 2024 PlayStation State of Play. Planned for release in December 2024, the PlayStation VR 2 version of Hitman World of Assassination will feature brand new VR features, including dual wielding, full ambidexterity, room scale implementation, as well as general improved VR experience. Through new intuitive controls and gameplay mechanics, players will be able to access the PSVR 2 version through an upgrade pack available for Hitman World of Assassination owners on PlayStation 5. So basically, you already play Hitman World of Assassination, kind of the all-inclusive package that IO Interactive has put together over the last few years. And for $10, you can upgrade your package to be able to play on PSVR 2. So pretty appropriate price. And again, part of an unusual and unexpected focus on PSVR 2 that I didn't anticipate.
I'm a little confused by this, honestly. Like, because to be fair, everything that was shown for PSVR 2 looks really good. Like, I think all of it is pretty compelling. I thought that Claymation game looked pretty dope. I thought Metro looked really good. And this is Hitman, I feel like, is another one of those games where I feel like VR does so much for it. I saw like in the clip that there was a guy washing his hands in the sink to get the blood off of his gloves, and I was like, "Ooh, that's so cool." I wonder if people notice. Like, I wonder if that's like part of it. Like, people will notice that if you have blood on your hands, if you don't like, that's really sick. But at the same time, this is coming at a time where I'm pretty sure PSVR is not a focus at all for that. Like, are they even building more? Like, I can't imagine.
I mean, I feel like this is a signal that they are going to stick with it for a little while, or I don't know if they're just seeing through investments that they have to see through or whatever. But
that's what
marketing
I mean.
Agreements.
Like,
but I don't see why anyone would even bother bringing anything to a completely dead platform if there was no intention of keeping something going. Maybe, I don't know. I have no insight into that. It's
just weird. It's just strange to see a big, because we know how well it did, which is not super well, and so to see it still a prime focus that's interesting.
So the thing about Hitman VR, it's a lot of complicated releases with this. I believe with Hitman 3, they added PSVR support. But that was before PSVR 2 came out. In fact, I think it's one of the only times I hooked up my original PSVR on my PlayStation 5, and it wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
I recall, at least at the time, maybe they fixed this later, but you had to use the DualShock So
Oh yeah.
your hands, you didn't have hand control really, and it looked bad, and it wasn't for me. Maybe there were some updates that made it better, but so then after that, they pushed that VR port to the PC version, and I don't have any experience with it, but apparently it was horrendous because it didn't take advantage of a lot of PC VR features like hand tracking, I think. I know a lot of people didn't like it. Then recently, this month, Hitman 3 VR came out on the Quest, which was apparently worse than the PC version. Just looked terrible, tons of bugs. I'm looking at a Eurogamer article, and it says it's about as grim as VR games can get. I think I read somewhere that it was a porting studio that did that Quest version, so it's hard to say. So now we have the PSVR 2 version. So based on the track record, I wouldn't dive in for the $10 upgrade to get this until there are some reviews out, because Hitman VR has been very mixed. All of the right tools are there for it with the hand tracking, the upgraded power of the PlayStation 5. So I'm hopeful for it, and the idea of playing Hitman in VR sounds great, but this has been attempted 3 times previously with the same game now, and none of them have been all that great. So hopefully this is the one.
Yeah, it's good insight.
All right. Number 14. This was a surprising one. Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remaster, Legacy of Kain games, being brought to PS4 and PS5 on December 10th by way of Port House Aspire, that's owned by Embracer. Aspire, they port so much stuff. They did that huge Tomb Raider collection earlier in the year, and the Battlefront collection that also came out earlier in the year, and they did a bunch of Star Wars ports over the last few years. They just focused entirely on porting. They'll port your shit to Linux, they'll port your shit to Switch, whatever. So they put this collection together, and of course, so Legacy of Kain, the original Legacy of Kain is Blood Omen. I think at the end of the presentation, if I remember correctly, they said Blood Omen was going to come, right? The PlayStation Classics.
Yep. Yeah, Blood Omen is a PlayStation Classic along with Dino Crisis.
Right, with Dino Crisis, right. So Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver is technically the second Legacy of Kain, and then Soul Reaver 2 is the third game, to just catch people up. So you'll have to play the classic game to kind of get that, but these games are relevant because, first of all, they're relevant to us on PlayStation because Amy Hennig wrote these games, and before she wrote Uncharted. And so that's an interesting little connection. But Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver came to PS1 in 1999. There was a Dreamcast port, actually. And then Soul Reaver 2 was a PS2 game. It came out in 2001. Aspire has put these collections together into one bundle. Like I said, comes out December 10th. And there's going to be a lot of remastering and control improvements, camera upgrades, maps and compasses, a photo mode, and of course, lots of trophies, which is great. And they say something really interesting here in the beginning. And of course, this is marketing, but I think it's true. They say in part, quote, in 1999, games were built differently. Deep narratives were uncommon and fully voiced cutscenes were rare. Soul Reaver had both and quickly became a classic, end quote. It's true. This was a game that people really did love back in the day. So, or a series, I should say. And of course, these are Crystal Dynamics games under the Eidos banner long before the Square Enix days. And of course, these games then went through Square Enix because Square Enix acquired Crystal Dynamics, acquired Eidos, and then they were relinquished along with Tomb Raider, as you guys might remember when Embracer was on their buying spree. And so, these are coming out through them, and I think it's really wise, and I think it looks cool. What I really like about this, and I don't know if you guys agree, is they don't look that much better. I don't need you to get crazy with it. I just need you to clean it up a little bit. You know, Micah was saying that to me, and I agree with her there too. So, Chris, I know you're excited about this. What do you think?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm over the moon. This is again one of the last things from the PS1 that I really wanted to be carried over. I think the only thing left for me really is the only thing left for me that is not available on like modern hardware is probably Medieval 2 and the Spider-Man Neversoft games. And I guess Pro Skater 3. Was Pro Skater 3 PS1? I don't think so.
No, it was PS2.
No, it was.
Was there I thought it was. I'll look it up.
I don't know. I don't remember. But that's like the last. That's the last of it. Everything else I've ever wanted is
Oh yeah, there is I played it on PS2, but there is a PS1 version of it. They came out the same day, October 2001.
I had the PS1 version, but it would be cool. I'm excited to play these. I never actually played Soul Reaver 2 though, so that's it'll be like getting a nice little hit of nostalgia and also like something new. I also never played Blood Omen. Soul Reaver is literally the only Legacy of Kain game I have ever played, but I remember it so fondly. There was something very, very captivating about that atmosphere, and I also like I agree with the way that they're bringing these games forward in the same style that they did with Tomb Raider, where it is still very visibly a PS1 game, but it's just a little bit clearer. It's just a little bit. It's got some TLC applied to it. It's not jittery. It doesn't have like the jittery frames that were like a big problem on the PS1. This is what I kind of want out of PS1 remasters and remakes. To be quite honest, this is kind of how I wish the Crash games looked. To be completely honest, like I like this angular, simple kind of look to everything. It's very nostalgic for me as somebody who really, the PS1 was like a big machine for me. So I love the way this looks. Super excited about it.
Sorry, I was muted there.
Be careful.
Yeah, I know. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add to this before we move on?
I have no experience with either one of these games. I did get a copy of it within the last year, so Chris, maybe a little powers combined here. But I'm interested in checking out. Looks cool.
Yeah, Logan from Memory Card wrote into us and said, Chris, from one Legacy of Kain stand to another, I'd like to congratulate you on willing yet another banger-ass franchise back into existence. You're doing the Lord's work. Please do me a favor, or a solid, he says, and become a Parasite Eve fan so we can finally get a deal worked out to revive that franchise too. That would be nice. Parasite Eve. I wouldn't put it past Square Enix. They seem to be fairly willing to go back to old games. Parasite Eve fucking rules, dude. Oh, Parasite Eve is so good. Love it. There's something about the late 90s and these horror games on PS1 that were so uniquely scary. Like for the first time I felt scared, like really scared playing something. And they weren't even that realistic. Well, dude, at all. When you go back and look at them, they look ridiculous.
There were games that weren't even necessarily scary on the PS1 that scared me. Like I talk a lot about that oh my god, the butler from Tomb Raider creeped me the fuck out. For no reason. Like I don't think he's meant to be scary, but like I think it's just the nature of like how few audio tracks they could have playing and layered over each other. It's just really crisp footsteps, and then there's this low quality moan of agony. It's just like, oh my god. So many of these are scary for no reason, but it's a special time, that generation.
Number 15 on the list is
number 15.
Blumhouse Games and Cozy Game Pals Fear the Spotlight. I went and did a little research on this game, and it apparently came to Steam last year and then was pulled offline.
What?
For an update. And the game will receive so if you go to the Steam store, it says, notice, Fear the Spotlight is temporarily unavailable on the Steam store for a significant update. The updated version of Fear the Spotlight will release on October 22nd. See more details in the game's news hub. So that's the same day that it's coming to PS5, according to the State of Play, October 22nd. Over on Steam, the game is described as an atmospheric third-person horror adventure with a disturbing mystery to unravel. Sneak into school after hours with Vivian and Amy. Survive a seance gone wrong. Solve tactile puzzles, and whatever you do, stay out of the spotlight. I don't know if you guys are interested in this game at all, but any thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, this is the PS1 horror aesthetic that you guys were just talking about that looks really cool. Yeah. What was that? Crow Country.
Crow Country?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys played.
This to me, like, because I saw that I'm looking at video of it now, and I know that they said that throughout the thing. It's like, it looks too good. It's not really.
Yeah.
Like Crow Country actually does look like a PS1 game. This is too complex. I mean, it still looks like not great, but it's too complex. It's too clean, So it doesn't quite read the way I think that they think it reads, at least in my opinion. Because they're like Silent Hill and Resident Evil. It's like, this game doesn't read like that. Not at all. Look how good it moves, and like how clean it is, and how there's like no sharpness to the images and stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, it is similar style. Crow Country was pretty good. I do recommend people check that out for the right price. Anything else to say about this, Chris? Any interest in this? PS4 and PS5, by the way.
What's up?
It's on PS4 and PS5, by the way, for people out there.
Yeah, no, I mean this was unveiled as like part of, was it, what the hell was it? Was it Jeff Keighley's thing when they had like the Blumhouse guy, John Blumhouse,
John
on stage to talk about like
I think his last name is Bloom. Like,
yeah, it is Bloom.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like this aesthetic, man. Like I do agree, like it is more, yeah, it's definitely obviously not, this is actually, it looks a little bit more like a PS 1.8 kind of game, you know what I mean? Like it's not quite PS2, but it's definitely bigger, it's definitely like more sophisticated than a PS1. It's not exactly the same, but like I dig the general vibe that it's going for. I like things modeled in this style. I think it's interesting. I think it feels nostalgic, even though I've never this is a new game that I feel like nostalgic looking at. So like I'm into it. I love this aesthetic. Yeah, I'll definitely be checking this out.
Okay. See here. Sorry, my notes are fucking all over the place. And I'm still I'm trying to I made a big mistake of opening like a shit ton of windows to prepare, you know, like have just all,
Yeah.
but then you can't see what they are, you know, like
Yeah, you have to
because the
click
tab's
them.
not long enough. So you see like one letter of everything. Not great. Not great organization on my part. All right. Next up, this would be number 16. The 16th game they showed was Towers of Aghasba, coming to PlayStation 5 in early access on November 2024. I have no interest in this game, but I am interested in that it's an early access game that's also coming at the same time to PC. This isn't unheard of, but unusual for PlayStation to support this level of early access. Xbox is in much more aggressive in my estimation with this stuff. So I'm interested from that. It's from that perspective. It's described as a stunning open world filled with majestic creatures and quirky characters. Nurture withered lands into vibrant ecosystems and flex your creativity as you build a thriving island civilization in balance with nature. Invite friends to craft, harvest, and hang on your fantasy island. So certainly not anything for us, I don't think. It's by a studio called Dreamlit Inc. Any interest in this game? Did anyone pick up on that? Am I crazy, or is that kind of unusual to have a game in early access on PlayStation? I mean, it's not unheard of, but seems to be becoming more common. Like they're open to these sorts of unpolished experiences, or not unpolished, but unfinished.
Yeah, because originally they had a policy about not doing early access,
Right.
but I think they reversed course. It wasn't Palworld, but the other Pokemon clone, like Temtem or something.
Oh, Temtem, right? That's right.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that they've kind of changed their ways on that, but it looks really beautiful. I can't get into crafting games anymore.
Yeah.
Really, I was trying with a few different ones like V Rising and the one that's Viking themed. I can't remember what it's called.
Valheim.
Valheim. Yeah, I played a decent amount of both of those, and they're cool if you're into it, but I don't need any more.
All right, the 17th game is Lego Fortnite. They show a split screen update for a local co-op, which is cool. Unusual, unintuitive, but for kids. So I would imagine you play with your brother, your sister, your parents, whatever, friends. And then a Fortnite DualSense controller. Interesting.
That is the most ugly controller I have maybe ever seen. It is ugly as sin, and it's going to sell so well. I hate it. I hate the way it looks.
They're probably like the person who nailed that marketing deal is probably like so amped, you know, and going to get a nice little bonus.
This thing is, I think like my eyes, I feel like I censored this thing in my own brain to avoid looking at it because I don't remember seeing this at the State of Play, but I know I saw it.
They show it quickly in like a sizzle.
Yeah, it's wise to show it quickly. I will say that. Yeah, it's fucking ugly. Godspeed to anybody who's gonna buy this thing.
Yeah, well, I'm sure someone is, and by someone I mean many.
Does it really say where we dropping? Oh my god!
Oh boy!
Oh god! Christ!
Oh boy! All right,
drop this controller into the garbage.
That's where we're dropping.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Next up is this is 18. Dynasty Warriors Origins coming to PlayStation 5. No PS4 version. And I could see that, by the way, in the game. I want to talk a little bit about that. On January 17th, 2025, so early next year, another Omega Force joint developed by them, published by their home studio Tecmo Koei. Get another Dynasty Warriors game. Series began way back in 1997. This is the first Dynasty Warriors game since 2018, though, which I think is the longest gap actually between core Dynasty Warriors games. And obviously there are a lot of Musou spin-offs that Omega Force does, and this is a very valuable licensed property now, not for Dynasty Warriors, but this type of game integrated with Nintendo and Atlas and so on and so forth. Wonder what PlayStation's Musou would be if they license. Sony's got a relationship with Tecmo Koei, right? Really deep relationship. But they've not gotten like the Uncharted Musou or anything like that yet. Like there could be something funny there or something fun. And they've, Square Enix has done it with Dragon Quest and obviously Zelda with Nintendo and Fire Emblem and Persona with Sega. I wonder if those conversations ever happen. But I don't know if you guys saw this. I was really quite intrigued by the gameplay. I'm like, this is pretty impressive, actually. I don't like Musous. I don't really understand them. The only one I ever played really, really deeply was Dragon Quest Heroes. But I've tried many over time. I would like preview a Musou like Samurai Warriors I previewed back in the day and all the rest. It's just a soldier being deployed in a field beating the ever-loving shit out of thousands of characters. And I just didn't know what it was going on with it. But I'm really impressed with the volume of characters on Dragon Quest Heroes on PS4 had like draw distance problems and all sorts of things. And I was like, wow, not only is it, usually it's like you against a huge army. And I don't know where it evolved into other things. I'm sure it did at some point, but it seems like army versus army now. There's just a lot going on. And I guess what I'm saying is I can see why this would be a PS5 only game for, current gen only game. You guys have no interest in this series though, right? So it's not for you, but it looked good. I'm not going to play it, but it looked good.
Yeah.
All right. Number 19, Monster Hunter Wilds, dated February 28th, 2025. This looks pretty good. It's not for me. One note. Love the cat characters. Love those cats. Whoever they are, I need a whole game and a whole spin-off about just them because they're really quite adorable. I love how small they are and how ridiculous they are. And there was a little meow noise they put in there on the trailer at some point, which was nice, that I really enjoyed as well. Dustin, are you going to play Monster Hunter Wilds?
Yes, absolutely. This is a day one. But since it's such a multiplayer game, this is one I'll pick up on PC. They released the PC specs, like the recommended specs, and they are heavy. So get your PC tuned up or play on PlayStation 5. I'm curious about how we'll do on the base console at that point and the Pro version, but I'm fully in. I don't need to see this game anymore, but I was happy to see a release date. Something to look forward to next year.
Any interest for you, Chris?
No, I mean, Monster Hunter is so weird. Like I every time I look at it, I'm into it, and then I think about the prospect of starting it up, and I just get like intensely overwhelmed at the prospect of learning it, or just like even I don't know. There's a wall with Monster Hunter for me that I wish I could climb over, but I don't. Realistically speaking, like I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to.
Is it woke?
It's too woke for me.
It's too woke.
Yeah.
All right. Only a few more to get through here. Number 20 would be Lego Horizon Adventures, which is coming to PlayStation 5, PC, and Nintendo Switch on November 14th. No PS4 iteration. Again, I just find that peculiar. There is a lot of new footage, new gameplay. The vibe of this game is so unlike Horizon and I know that Lego always makes things lighthearted and funny or whatever, but I asked my wife, I was like, is there some sort of intention here to like soften Aloy and make her more appealing or something? Like when you really sit and think of it, it's an unusual property to have a Lego game, and yet it makes sense aesthetically, certainly. So I'm going to play the shit out of this when it comes out. I'm looking forward to it. A Lego Horizon Adventures, November 14th. I did notice that there was no mention of the Switch iteration on the trailer, but they do mention it on PlayStation Blog, and they do mention it on Guerrilla's Twitter accounts or social media feeds that it's coming to Switch. I'll be very interested to see how it does over there. Are you guys in on Lego Horizon Adventures November 14th?
I felt like this trailer, obviously this is a game geared towards kids, but I felt a little cringy at the trailer, but I think it looks cool. I think it looks fun. I am not super into Lego games. I even like a month ago, I played the intro of Skywalker Saga. I was like, this is cute, but I don't think I'm going to play it. So we'll see about this one. I like that they have the Ratchet and Clank outfits, and the Sackboy outfit was cute. But you're right. The vibe is so incredibly different. And man, I mean, it's a very tough task to make Aloy seem cheerful, really in any way. So that's definitely part of the dynamic.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to check it out. Chris, are you going to play?
Yeah, no, totally. This is it's weird seeing something like this because, like you said, it feels like a weird franchise to do it with, but at the same time, they're just the concept of robot dinosaurs and the way that, like it melds well. I think a big part of the reason why I'm excited about this, or why I'm looking forward to this, not that I wasn't already, but recently, I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was a leak of that Mega Bloks Halo game that was talked about in like that was canceled in like the late 2000s, early 2010s or whatever. And you can play it apparently. Like there's like a way to play it. It's like Project Hagar, and it's just like a Mega Bloks version of Halo. It's like, damn, this would have killed. Like this would have been such a good idea. It's crazy. And so to see this happening and like realized in some way with another franchise that you could theoretically look at as like a bad fit, but turns out being good. Like, yeah, man, I'm into it. I wish more franchises would have the confidence to kind of explore like really, really different avenues the way that Horizon seems to be doing. The flexibility is there, and I'm in.
It's interesting because it's no disrespect to the Mega Bloks brand. I don't mean any disrespect to them, but it's so peculiar.
Oh, it ain't Lego. Yeah.
It's just so peculiar. It's like, why wouldn't you just your Halo? Go with Lego. Yeah. There's just no way that this was the better deal for you, you know? And
yeah.
And they did lose out on a lot of potential crossover, I guess, there. I'm sure the money was nice and all the rest, but it's just so unusual. It's like, you're Microsoft, you're Xbox, you have Halo, it's your biggest brand, like get it into the best hands. That's just that simple, you know?
Oh, dude, yeah. I had a lot of I tweeted about it recently because it's been the anniversary of a lot of these games, and like I tweeted about it recently, like, man, they dropped the ball with this entire franchise, and a lot of ex-Bungie, like higher up ex-Bungie people are liking those tweets. Granted, I think it's because you can't see likes anymore.
Yeah. So that
is kind of like a cool side effect, is like you get to kind of see who's paying attention.
I'm still paranoid about that, just in that I still don't like anything because like, what if they turn it off, you know, or like it accidentally, and then I'm liking all sorts of inappropriate shit. Okay. So there's Lego Horizon Adventures. That's number 20, November 14th, PS5. Again, I find it very weird that it's not on PS4. I don't understand the point of not putting it on PS4, especially when you're putting it on Switch. It could be that they are trying to judge the market so much that they don't want to compete with Switch's version. In other words, make like the mid-tier version, and that's the Switch version. And then the PS5 version and the PC version. It almost seems like that logic tells you that has to be something like that. You know,
that I think is the smartest. That's the best rationale behind it, right? You'd imagine, like, because you don't want people drawing comparisons between any kind of PlayStation version and the Switch version to the point where it's like, oh, well, obviously get the Switch version because it's the same thing as the PlayStation version but portable. You want to have like that kind of like, we got the premium, we got the best one. You know,
totally. It's interesting to think about what would be the purpose, and there's got to be a reason. And so it could be that we don't want to have any comparator. Well, it could be what I said, which is like, we don't want to launch something that would compete directly with the Switch version, so we see how it does without our interference.
Yeah.
You know, in other words, have no. You don't have a PS5, you have a Switch or a PS4. Can't split between those, and then we see how we do. Because I think that I just have this feeling that we're going to see more Switch PlayStation stuff, especially with the next Switch that can play PS4 games relatively well, if not perfectly, because it'll be somewhere probably between the PS4 Pro and the PS5. So, all right. Next up, 21 is the infamous Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, which will be available on October 31st for PS5 and PC. And it comes from a collaboration between Guerrilla and Nixes. If you own the game already, you will get it to upgrade for $10. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I'm not going to play it immediately by any stretch of the imagination. But I will play it when Horizon 3 is near. I'm going to do exactly what I've done with other games and just play through 1 and 2 again. And so at that time, I'll pay the upgrade fee and do it. So I find this quite unoffensive. But Ethan Barcelos wrote in and said, "Hey, boys, Chris, what is your opinion on Guerrilla and Nixes ruining your most beloved character, Child Aloy, by stripping her of her Goblin and Tommy Pickles-esque qualities in the Horizon Zero Dawn remaster? Seems like their decision to specifically showcase Child Aloy was directly targeted at Chris. Is this a conspiracy? May Goblin Aloy forever RIP in peace." Ethan, thank you for writing in. This is a thing people really notice, is that they've done away with that. So there's a lot of new. It seems like they're promoting some like new stuff here. I think 10 hours of new mocap and performance capture. Everything's supposed to be polished up to Horizon 2's standard. I find this inoffensive. It doesn't seem like a really. It's fine. I think it's fine. What do you think?
Well, yeah. I first of all, the second I heard that, or the second I saw that this was going to be a part of it, like it's like Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster. It's like, okay, there are two things that will there's really only one thing that will make me a believer in this, and it's if they show Child Aloy and she doesn't look horrifying. And they did that. Like they almost explicitly showed like a nice chunk of footage of her like drawing the bow back and shooting it, and she looks not horrifying. And so I was like, okay, you know what? That's fine. That's fine by me. I'm in. This is again inoffensive to me. I downloaded Horizon Zero Dawn recently on my Steam Deck because I was gonna play it, and then I heard that this was coming, and I was like, okay, well, let me see what this is. So now I think I might, just play it on PlayStation and get some trophies or whatever. And yeah, I think $10 is perfectly fair for the amount of work that's gone in. It looks very clearly like like more of an upgrade than I thought it would. But at the same time, I don't think it necessarily needed it, but it's cool that it's there. It's a nice optional thing for people who want it to just look better. I'm fine with this, you know.
Dave Grohl's Bastard Child wrote in. It said, been wanting to push back on the vitriol towards the Zero Dawn remaster for a while now, and even more so since it's been confirmed to be a $10 upgrade. When Forbidden West released, I dicked around in Zero Dawn for a bit because in my memory it looked just like Forbidden West, but I couldn't have been more wrong. It felt weird to feel so disgusted by an objectively beautiful game, but when comparing the two, you can easily see the improvements they made to lighting, water, faces, and many other areas of visual fidelity. Not to mention the smoother and tighter gameplay. My question is this: am I crazy for wanting more remasters and remakes? When I played The Last of Us Part 2 at release, I spent a lot of time thinking it would be so sick if they remade the original just to have the quality to it. Am I just bent over and gaped open for whatever capital P product they have ready to give me, or do you share this desire to see these sorts of polishes to games as we enter this era of diminishing returns? I've been a consistent listener since day one and hope to do so for many years to come. I'll hang up and listen. I don't know that I want more of them, Dave Grohl's Bastard Child, but I do think that I find them somewhat inoffensive. Because I understand that you kind of want to have your game live in perpetuity at a certain standard. And if you can spend time just kind of getting it to that standard, as long as you're not continuously feeling like you need to do it. This is why there's something really tempting about remaking like the Uncharted trilogy, for instance, which I think is going to probably happen. I don't have any information on that, but that just seems like Drake's Fortune being remade. I wouldn't be surprised, you know? But at the same time, when you look at the Blue Point collection on PS4, it's like, yeah, what's stopping you from kind of just leaving it there? It's like the best representation. It's a very nice and decent representation of what the Uncharted games were. They're better there than they ever were on PS3. How much are you going to continue to chase these diminishing returns to get it up to snuff? So in other words, I don't mind them revisiting these games once, but I want them to leave them now. It's like, all right, good. It's a PS5 game now. Like, let's just leave it alone. And as long as they can have that level of control, and I think they will, because I don't think Horizon will even really be or the Horizon trilogy will be very relevant by the time we get to PS6 and beyond, and then they'll just be fine with it being PS5 versions. As long as these are one-offs, it's like fine. And as a consumer, it's like, what do you care? You're paying $10 for an upgrade, and you don't have to. So unless you look at it as an opportunity cost, but even there, I don't. Nixes everyone was mad Nixes was porting games to PC, right? Or not a lot of people were. Well, they just worked on this for PS5 people. It will go to PC too, but so I think it's actually a good use of resources in some sense, even if you're really militant about the PC stuff, which I'm not. So yeah, go ahead, Chris.
No, I mean, I guess the only thing for me is that and maybe this is not super rational. Maybe it is more sentimental or emotional than it should be. But like, I kind of do feel on some level that I like when you can go through the history of a franchise and you can see the improvements between them. Like, I think it's cool to be able to see the difference between, Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West, just as a historical point of, experiential reality. It's like, oh, this is what this game was like, and this was the jump to the next thing. And I do think now that the new thing is out, let's get the previous thing up to snuff. I don't think it causes confusion necessarily, but it definitely complicates something in a way that I don't know if it's necessarily super needed. Like when The Last of Us Part 3 comes out, are we going to get a situation where, oh, well, The Last of Us Part 2 can look so much better now? You know what I mean? And then when that happens, does that mean like a Last of Us Part 1 remake? Like, is that... I understand it as like a one-off thing. I get it, but I do worry about the potential justification of this going forward as a snowballed effect, because I don't think that's necessary. I don't think we need to be doing this forever. I actually think it's already kind of jarring in other games, like when you go from Combat Evolved to Halo 2 Anniversary, and then it looks fucking amazing. Then you go to Halo 3 and it looks like it just kind of looks like shit in comparison, even though it looks fine. It's weird, and I feel like it creates a kind of a confusing timeline for people in their own heads. But I'm generally in agreement that like if it's a $10 upgrade, I think I'm okay with it. Is one question that I have though about these kind of upgrades, like, is Until Dawn remake or whatever it is they're doing, that's a full price new thing, right?
Yeah, I don't know if they said the price of it. I think it's $50. Let me look.
Right, but it's not like a $10 upgrade is what I mean.
No, there's no upgrade path for Until Dawn. It'll be $60 on PS5 and PC.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that discrepancy then on some level. I know there's a lot of work that's done, but it feels like they did a lot of work for Horizon Zero Dawn, so why not? You know what I mean? Like, why not treat both of them either, if not identically,
the same,
similarly?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I don't know. It seems like they probably did more for Until Dawn, but the resources you think would actually be like using Ballistic Moon would probably be cheaper than Gorilla plus Nixes. So yeah,
right.
There's probably some marketing reason. The game's a little older. And maybe it feels more like a relaunch. I don't think they're trying to get away with relaunching Zero Dawn in some sense. So,
right. Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Dustin, what are your thoughts here on this?
So I'm watching a video. Obviously, there's the trailer, but people have already put together side-by-sides, original versus remaster. And it's clear to me that the $10 price tag of this visual update, totally worth it. In fact, it's actually more extreme than I thought. I could tell that it looked significantly better just from the trailer, but when you really see the side-by-side, you're right. And that's what, the write-in mentioned, that you have this idea of what a game looks like in your head, because I think your brain kind of modernizes it, especially after playing the sequel, that's just how you remember it. And then you go back, maybe not as hot as you remember. But I think when I think about the pushback to this remaster, it's kind of a victim of not actually what it is. It's a victim of the circumstance and other factors around it. I think a lot of people look at this and they say, well, Horizon already, you're making it look a lot nicer, but it already ran and played very well on PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS. When at the same time, of course, the number one thing people bring up is Bloodborne, which does not run well and is stranded on PlayStation 4. And so they're looking at this opportunity cost. It's like, well, you chose to invest in this instead of Bloodborne. And so as a huge Bloodborne fan, of course, I want Bloodborne remastered just as much as everyone else. But I'm convinced at this point that Bloodborne has other factors involved that cannot be solved, whether it's a maybe they wanted Bluepoint to do it, but they didn't want to, or were involved with other projects. Maybe From Software doesn't want to touch it again, and so maybe they don't feel like they have the right studio to do it at this point. And at the same time, too, some people are saying, well, why don't they just go and release a 60 FPS update? And I think that would be a waste with Bloodborne. Certainly, I would love that. But they look at the opportunity that they have with Bloodborne, and I think that they know that they could really do a full thing and charge $70 for it, certainly. So it's important to think about this as what it is and not just the surroundings. If you look at what it is for $10, I think this looks like a fantastic update. And certainly if you're interested, would be worth it. But I also can understand some of the consternation around it because, like I said, the opportunity cost of Sony doing this instead of something else. My thought is just that there are external factors prohibiting that at this point, certainly.
Yeah, there's got to be like legal or technical or I don't know. There's got to be some roadblock in the way that's prevented them from going this far. And even if there wasn't at this point, there must have been for long enough that enough time has passed where they're like, we might as well hold off on this until we can do something crazy.
Yeah, it's the 10th anniversary next year, and I feel like that might have something to do with it. Jeffy and I actually talked about this, and we've talked about it so many times over the shows over the years. It's like there's obviously something up with, because people are like, well, it doesn't matter, Sony owns it and stuff. And I'm like, no, it could matter. Like it could be deeper than that about availability, and it's probably nothing something that money can solve, but it's not like they don't know. I mean, for God's sake, Bloodborne appears in Astro Bot. It's like everyone knows. And so there's got to be a reason. And yeah, so the 10th anniversary is next year. I like the idea of shadow dropping, or like, just shadow dropping things and dropping them day and date or whatever, and just kind of bringing them out. And I feel like the unannounced major release would, like a Bloodborne on PS5 would fucking available now kind of thing would be huge. I mean, imagine, especially if it was like the vaunted remake, like the real remake of it, and they just kept it secret. I don't feel like, don't underestimate the power of that, of what that would do. I think that would set the world on fire, especially if it was on PC as well, which it should be. But they won't do that. I think they would release it on PS5 first. They did it anywhere.
Yeah.
To this point, Illwill20345 wrote in and said, greetings, sacred lads. The Horizon remaster is officially official, so I have to ask, how long until God of War 2018 gets its port? In all seriousness, though, wouldn't PlayStation be better off waiting on some of its newer games like Horizon and the rumored Days Gone remaster, and instead remake games like the original God of War and Uncharted? Obviously, a port is cheaper and quicker, but it is a little frustrating seeing some of the classics be left behind when Horizon and Days Gone run amazing on PS5 already. I mean, this is something we talked about before, but it's funny that you brought up God of War 2018, because I do think that that's some sort of inevitability too. It's only a year older than Horizon, so, or I should say a year younger, rather.
Year younger,
yeah, right. So keep an eye out for that. Who knows? Days Gone. I mean, I thought Jeff Grubb, who's very reliable, so I'm sure he's heard it from a reliable source, but I know that I thought he said that Days Gone was going to be there, and I was surprised when it wasn't. But I was glad, because I was like, you don't need to do two of these right now. In fact, a Days Gone remaster is a PlayStation blog post. No offense.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus.
All right. Just a few more things. I thought you'd appreciate this one. There's no write-up of it on a PlayStation blog, but they do acknowledge it. Stellar Blade is getting a photo mode and an external soundtrack available as well. The beloved PS5 game starring sexy Korean lady. But there is a Stellar Blade cross Nier Automata DLC going on, adding, what's her name? 2B?
2B.
To the game. So any interest here from you, Dustin?
Yeah. Dude, Nier, they will, I think they made a joke about it, like, we'll take money from anybody. There's been so many crossovers of this game, so it definitely lessens the impact, but And dude, the other thing we were talking about with Stellar Blade is how blatantly obvious they were very inspired by Nier. So it's exciting. I'll check it out. I really would like a new Nier game at this point, but we'll take what we can get.
Oh yeah.
And as far as the photo mode, I mean, the Gooners are going to be going wild with this. In fact,
yep.
I don't know if he's a Gooner, but certainly a fan of posting Eve pictures. Genki, what are you going to do when this comes out? I mean, you're going to be going wild. So I'll start praying for you now.
Yeah.
God bless.
God bless
Dude,
you.
Photo mode plus 2B. This is a Gooner update.
Gooner's paradise.
Gooners.
Number 23, 24, and 25 are all non-game related. The first is they showed PlayStation Plus games. So October's PlayStation Plus games beginning October 1st are WWE 2K24, Dead Space Remake, and Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. This is a great month. No complaints from me. I've played Dead Space and platinumed it. I platinumed Doki Doki. I'm not going to play WWE, but should you have not played Dead Space, by all means, download and play Dead Space. It's so very good. And dude, I've said this before, and I know we have new listeners and people that duck in and out, and maybe you've not heard me say it. Doki Doki Literature Club is excellent. And I know it seems like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? How can this be? Please don't read anything about it. Do not read or look into anything. Just play it. Just play it.
And that applies to non-anime fans.
Yeah. Yes. Trust me on this. Like, if you don't know anything about Doki Doki Literature Club, play it. Don't look it up. And just go with it. Just please go with it. And I promise you'll find it quite interesting. Yeah.
It's of no real cost to you, so this is the best opportunity to do it.
I was amped to see that, because this is a great month. You know?
Yeah.
It's a great month for PS Plus. So
yeah, even for the classics too, like Dino Crisis and Blood Omen.
And those will be available a la carte as well and on premium. So yeah, nice there. Yeah, Blood Omen's nice. Dino Crisis, I know people have been eager for that, so that's cool. Maybe a little bit of an exploration on what could be the future of that game. I don't know. That series, that long dormant series. The number 24 on the list, another non-game related thing. The so-called Chroma Collection, an all-new iridescent line of PS5 accessories available to pre-order this October. So there's new DualSenses and new plate coverings for your PS5 that are this like almost forest green, maybe like a deep blue of some sort. I don't know exactly how to describe it. They describe that as chroma teal. And by the way, the green is, I don't know what that one is. Oh no, chroma teal is the green one. Chroma indigo is the blue one. Chroma pearl is the white one. So there are these really nice plates with an iridescent kind of sheen to them. They look pretty cool. The controllers look pretty nice too. Those will all be available on PlayStation Direct and so on and so forth. And those will begin for pre-order this October. We're already going to be on the PlayStation Store imminently, or the PlayStation Direct store for some gear. So these come out later. Any interest in these? The white one is, I was saying to Mike, the white one's really nice, like really, really nice, but it's going to get so gross, you know, over time.
Yeah.
It's not a controller to use. So
yeah,
nothing for you guys here, I assume.
I have too many.
I don't care what my console looks like. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, I have 3 DualSense controllers, and if I get the bundle tomorrow, hopefully I will have 2 more. So I have no need of any more controllers, but I like the way they look. I like the blue one in particular. The indigo looks quite nice.
It does.
Yeah. The issue that I'm having is that everything that is not that 30th anniversary gray looks like fucking doo-doo feces to me. Looks like looks it ain't cutting it.
Yeah, I totally understand. What is this? You've received a wire. Oh, it's for the live show. It's like a wire. You've received a wire. All right. Number 25 on the list. We're almost done. First look report, PS5 Pro game. So we saw Mark Cerny do another presentation. That man can talk to me about anything. I love his presentational style. It's very intimidating and calming all at the same time. So they showed off the PS5 Pro and what it can do, and showed off a list of games. Anything strike you guys here? We got some racing stuff with GT7 and F124. We already knew about Hogwarts Legacy, Spider-Man 2, The Last of Us Part 2, Final Fantasy 7, Horizon. There is a full list out there that shows some new games too. As I said earlier, one of them is Alan Wake. I know another one is Stellar Blade. Rise of the Ronin is going to get a boost. So some good stuff here. I didn't need to be sold on it anymore, but there are some tantalizing products here that are going to run better. And I saw even that Resident Evil Village will run at 120 frames. Did you guys see this? Is this true?
Yeah, I
I did. Yeah,
Pretty wild.
Apparently,
that's pretty insane. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy looked pretty interesting. That's a game I kind of hopped in and hopped out of. But like the shots that they showed from it, like with the ray tracing and like the reflections on the mess hall floor, was like, ooh, that's pretty. Something about that. But yeah, I think Rebirth is going to be the one for me.
Chris, I know,
and Alan Wake 2, obviously.
Chris, I know you're also a Digital Foundry viewer. They 5 hours ago posted a 1 hour and 5 minute video testing 11 PS5 Pro games.
Ooh.
So we are eating well for the nerds out there. I'll be watching that tonight.
The frame rate nerds.
The frame rate nerds, yes.
All right, finally, we get to the finale, the culmination of all of this, 26, which would be Ghost of, is it Yotei?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Well, I brought up and looked, and so I did the little thing where it has a voice tell you. Let me verify here, wait. Yotei.
Yeah, so Yotei. That's good enough.
Yeah.
So Ghost of Yotei, the sequel in some sense to Ghost of Tsushima. Just one thing real quick, someone wrote in about this and a few people did, and I saw this going around. Mitch Rapko wrote in and said, hey fellas, do you think there's a possibility the new Ghost of Yotei is going to be more like a Miles Morales style kind of in-between game or a full-fledged sequel to Ghost of Tsushima? Thanks. I don't know why people think this. Like, I don't know what... go ahead.
I think my assumption is, because of the Insomniac cadence and the Insomniac, playbook, is that's how they've done it. But I think the assumption is like, oh, aren't we going to continue Jin's story? Like, I think that's kind of the idea, is like they associate Ghost of Tsushima with Jin, which is fair. But I don't know, man. I don't really see it that way. I feel like if anything, this is going to be more of like an anthology franchise where you're probably going to. I don't think the third one is going to be this character either, or Jin. So like if there is a third one anyway.
Well, Reef wrote in about this, said, greetings CCD. I have been a freeloader for a long time, but finally decided to subscribe. Welcome. My question is, how are we feeling about Sucker Punch moving on from Jin and Ghost of Yotei? I personally like the decision, but I think some people are going to be upset. Keep up with the great work, fellas. Some people are upset. I get that in some sense, but I got to be honest with you, and I think I've always been a little softer on Ghost of Tsushima than a lot of people have been, is like, Jin is not the reason I like that game. Like, I don't remember anything about him. It's like it's the world and the gameplay and all the rest. So I know some people connected with him, and I get that, but I don't feel like it's not like moving on from Nathan Drake, It's to me, I feel like it's actually kind of wise. Look at Horizon. Would Horizon be, I mean, Horizon's a huge hit, but would it be even better if it wasn't about Aloy? Like, is it wiser to handle an IP in a deliberate way to make it about something greater than just one component, one protagonist or whatever? That's not even really that interesting to begin with. Maybe there's lessons being learned about trying to spread the wealth and protect good IP from getting bogged down in some sense. So I don't mind the decision.
Well, to be fair, I do think, based on my memory of Ghost of Tsushima, that game had a bit of a karma system. It had some choice and consequence. Like there's a major choice that you make at the end of the game that, like, I guess people were kind of excited to see maybe like how does that carry forward? Like, what does that mean for Jin in the future? Because it does, when you present players with a choice, that does kind of, maybe it's not explicitly obvious, but it does kind of imply some type of, consequence from it. And so maybe people were a little bit disappointed to not get answers for that. Instead, it comes across kind of like, oh, we don't really know how to resolve this, so let's kind of just start with a new character.
Well, it could be lessons learned from Infamous too, that like they had to just make decisions. Like none of your consequences really mattered in Infamous because they just made the decision of what the actual real choice was. Maybe they realized like, why even bother?
Well, if they learned that from Infamous, you'd think that would have been applied in the first Ghost of Tsushima. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like that, because you still had those choices to be made in Ghost of Tsushima towards the end. That I think that's my good faith interpretation of the most valid people who are a little bit maybe off put by this is that's probably the core reason for the good faith people. Yeah, I'm sure there are people who are mad for really stupid reasons, but
they took
that's
Jin, they made a woman. Every game is a woman now.
They made a woke. It's woke of Tsushima.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
So here's the situation as written on PlayStation blog by my old colleague Andrew Goldfarb over at IGN, who's been with Sucker Punch I think for like 6 years now. He said, quote, in part, quote, when we set out to make a new Ghost game, we wanted to maintain the core pillars established in Ghost of Tsushima, playing as a wandering warrior in feudal Japan, offering freedom to explore at your own pace and highlighting the beauty of the world. We also wanted to continue to innovate, to create something fresh but familiar. We looked beyond Jin Sakai's story and the island of Tsushima and shifted our focus to the idea of the ghost instead. At Sucker Punch, we love origin stories, and we wanted to explore what it could mean to have a new hero wearing a ghost mask and uncovering a new legend. This led us to Ghost of Yotei, Yotei, we said it right. I wrote it down. Yeah, Yotei. A new protagonist, a new story to unfold, and a new region of Japan to explore. While we aren't diving into story specifics yet, we can reveal that Atsu's journey, Atsu is the female protagonist, takes place in 1603, more than 300 years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima. Our story is set in the land surrounding Mount Yotei, a towering peak in the heart of, is it Ezo? Is that how you say that?
Oh, I don't know.
Sounds right. Area of Japan known as Hokkaido in present day. In 1603, this area was outside the rule of Japan and filled with sprawling grasslands, snowy tundras, and unexpected dangers. It's a far cry from the organized samurai clans who lived in Tsushima, and it's the setting for an original story we can't wait to tell. It's also built for the ground up, as they remind us, for PlayStation 5, so it'll be advanced from that too. I think it looks great. I don't. Ghost of Tsushima, out of all the franchises that have come out in the last 10 years, I would say Ghost of Tsushima is one of the ones I care about the least. In the world of PlayStation first and second party. But I did like Ghost of Tsushima a lot, and I think people will remember from the Chris and Colin era of Sacred, where I wasn't down at all on Ghost of Tsushima. I thought it was going to suffer a great deal from coming out in the wake of The Last of Us Part 2, and that it was going to be the swan song of PS4, which it really was from a first party perspective. And that didn't turn out. People loved it, and it took Sucker Punch a minute to get there. I mean, obviously they canceled a game that they were working on for a long period of time to get to Ghost of Tsushima. And we went over that. What the hell was it called? It was like, it was some like weird, almost The Order like game. And there's footage of it out there. And so it took them a while to get this. And so I don't blame them wanting to kind of like sustain themselves in this space. And as I understand it, I thought I read somewhere, and it should come as no surprise. And this goes back into what I was saying about Concord. Sony has ambitions with this game. Like, they want to make movies, they want to make TV shows, they want to do shit, they want IP. And yeah, so Nick Stoley wrote in and said, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Any comments or concerns on PlayStation handing off so many franchises to female characters?" So this is what you were saying, Dustin. "Seems like a strange choice to me, especially for such a male-dominated community. The Last of Us Part 2 caused controversy by doing this. Horizon has always starred a female character. Uncharted is rumored to be returning Drake's daughter. And now Sucker Punch is transferring their marquee franchise to a female character. We've seen Star Wars struggle with this issue, and more recently Mad Max. Where is the masculinity that built the audience in the PS3 era? I have no problem with some female characters and have enjoyed some of those decisions. However, in light of Concord, I am wondering if there's a corporate culture at Sony that just doesn't understand who their core audience is anymore." I don't necessarily blame people, I guess, for having this sort of reaction if that's how you really viscerally feel. To me, I just want good storytelling. And I have to be honest with you, if no one brought to my attention and was like, all right, so Cassie Drake, Aloy, and, the Ghost of Yotei and all the rest, I wouldn't have even noticed, I don't think. Like, I just want good stories. I don't want things shoehorned in. If this story doesn't make sense because it is a woman and a female in some fundamental sense, and it comes off as unnatural and weird, then that's a criticism actually worth having about like the gender of the character and why you made those decisions. But if you can seamlessly make it work in that world and it adds to the story and makes something unique, then I actually think that's something to be applauded. And either way, I just don't know that I would have really noticed or cared. I don't think Horizon would have done any better if a male character was at the head of it, in my opinion. I don't know that Aloy being female is the reason people don't like her. I don't think going towards Cassie Drake, if that's what they decide to do, and it seems obvious that that's what they're going to do, is a bad idea. So I can't relate to what you're saying, but I don't want to say necessarily, Nick, that you're wrong. It seems like people do care about this. I just want good characters, good stories, and fun games. And are we a male-dominated space? Yes. We always talk about that, about how nonsensical the statistics are about, like, half of all gamers are women. I'm like, no, they're not. Like, that's just obviously nonsense, especially in our space. So do you want something to speak to the masculinity in men? Sure, but I just don't see why a woman couldn't speak to a man. You know?
Yeah.
So, Dustin, it seemed like you were somewhat critical on this. I want to give you an opportunity if you want to have anything you want to say.
Yeah, well, the problem with female characters is just I lack zero empathy and I can't relate to them at all. And so when I'm playing as a female character, I can't get into the story, you know? I think someone wrote in with that a few years back, so sorry for that listener out there. They're getting shade like 2 years later.
This is kind of the reverse of, like, you know, I remember, dude, I'm old enough to remember, and I was in this space a long time enough ago to remember people who were just like, everything's just men. How am I supposed to play a game if it's just like women would just be like, how am I supposed to? And this is not most women, by the way. This is like the most annoying, you know, possible kind of female player would be like, how am I supposed to? There's just no way that I can relate to this, and it's like, that's crazy. And I feel like the same is true here. Like, I just don't get it. I think what we're seeing really is just fewer and fewer games built off of the idea of a steadfast protagonist in general. Like, I think what we're seeing more is create your own person. We're seeing more multiplayer games that don't really have protagonists. And so you're just seeing fewer and fewer just like written people. And the few things that are written, you know, I mean, I don't know, man. We have Doom. We have the Doom franchise, like, that's right around, we have Doom the Dark Age right around the corner. We just had Space Marine 2. I just don't know what we're looking for, really, you know, that isn't already there. And one thing to be clear about is, you know, is it pandery to have, something like the Dragon Age scars and the customization? Yeah. But it's important to know that when they were pumping out games like Gears of War and God of War and all of these other things, that was also pandering. That was pandering to the rah, like, masculine, like, bloody, you know, it's all pandering. And it's just a matter of, like, whether or not you're being pandered to. And I get that. If you're not being pandered to, you might be like, I don't know, oh, I wish I was being pandered to, but let other people be pandered to, I guess. Like, I don't really, I just don't get it. I don't get the issue with, like, playing a game like Wet on the 360 and it being a female protagonist. I don't get the idea with the issue of, like, you know, Bayonetta or any of these stuff. At the time, I just thought, like, oh, cool. You know, I don't care. Lollipop Chainsaw, you know, whatever. And when a game like Gears came out, I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, whatever. I can't get myself, I can't find it in my heart to care about this specific thing, because this has always been something on some level that you could latch onto that's just very, very surface level and very, very not important. Because really, it's all about execution and, like, is it good?
Right.
Like, my care is, like, is it good?
Right. That's what I care about too. And it's funny. Star Wars is always the funniest example to me, just because I feel like from both ends of the spectrum, politics have been infused into a conversation where I thought it was, even to a child like me in the, you know, the early 90s, the late 80s, early 90s, when I was getting exposed to Star Wars, it's like, I didn't understand these words at the time, but it was like, yeah, there's some sort of implied, like, gender egalitarianism in Star Wars. Like, it's just implied. You could just tell that everyone's kind of equal. There is no, like, Leia being there with them isn't weird. Certainly with Lando and Race, it wasn't weird. And then people made it weird.
Dude, Star Wars,
you know?
Well, Star Wars is a great example, because, like, Star Wars, like, in that first movie, like, you have, like, Luke is kind of somewhat incompetent in that first movie, and then Leia's kind of taking a lot more charge than you would expect her to. Right. And, like, I could see the unfortunate reality is, like, I could see a reality where, like, internet culture is the same as it is today, but that movie is new, and people look at that movie and be like, why is the woman treating the guy like he's fucking, you know, what is this saying? You know, what the fuck is going on? There's, like, a thumbnail there's, like, 58 thumbnails on YouTube about it, about how woke it is. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. Like, Fresh Fresh Prince of Bel-Air comes out, and it's like, why is it so fucking black? And it's like, I'm sorry, like it all feels. If I feel like something wouldn't have been said in the 90s, then I can't. I don't know. Like I can't really dedicate really any of my brain power to it.
I believe that.
So
I believe that the 90s were like racial utopianism in the United States, like compared to the way it is now. Like it just. And if you read, I brought up before, if you read, Reuters does like their annual check-in on race relations with all the different races and how they feel about it and all that, and it was like overwhelmingly positive in the 90s. And now it's like way down. It's like, what happened? It's so weird. Like, I don't understand it either. So the big thing that I've said in the past, though, about people's arguments about identity in games is simply that I don't give a fuck about seeing myself in a video game. I've never thought about being in a video game. I don't see myself in the games. When I'm making a character, I'm not making me. I resent when I have to use my own name in a game. You know, like,
right?
It's just weird. Like, I don't understand that whole argument. I'm there for your story. You tell me. You tell me. That's the whole thing. Like you
right, yeah, for sure.
Tell me, and whatever it is. And that's totally fine. But I didn't relate to Uncharted because Drake was white. And a man. And in fact, the character I relate to the most in Uncharted is Elena. You know, and I always have like her groundedness and her kindness, and she's like kind of the relatable, grounded character in the series. So it's just so strange. I don't see things through that prism, and so I can't really identify why people feel the way they do about them. All I know is that in earnest, when you heard about Yotei, it was like, oh my God. And it's hard for me also, Chris, to tell if people are complaining about complaints that don't really exist. Because I will say I saw way more complaints in my own just anecdotal Twitter feed of people being like, everyone's complaining about being a woman than I saw people complaining about it. You know, so is it?
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I don't know. Like I don't care to see myself in a game. If I do, that's cool. Like I remember I think I specifically talked about in the Miles Morales spoiler cast that it was like, oh, it was kind of cool seeing like a game so centered on Puerto Rico. Like in more ways than I thought would ever, because it's never really brought up, even in games like that take place in places where that would be, like in Grand Theft Auto 4, which is like a very New York oriented place. There's really no mention. Oh, there's a little bit. And that's cool too, you know. I get the value of being seen in a piece of media. Do I need it? No. Is it cool? Yeah. And I just wish more people felt that way about it. Like, it's not a knock against the game if it's not diverse. You know what I mean? Like, you can have a game that's just like all one type of person or whatever. I think, and I think that's fine. You know, and it's also cool if it's not. I really only care about whether or not something makes sense and if it's good. And I think in most of the situations where people complain about these things online anyway, and on Twitter and on YouTube, where it feels like upsetting people for engagement is the thing that pays people's bills and pays people's mortgages and gives people a financial incentive to stoke those fires, I feel like just most of the complaints don't really line up. Like, why wouldn't the Ishimura have unisex bathrooms in the future? Like, why wouldn't that be true? That's already true in like a lot of places.
That was what was so cool about Battlestar. That was always just implied by the way they treated all those facilities, that it was a unisex situation, and it's cool. It feels right, you know.
Yeah, and I don't know. I feel like for every complaint that I see, it really is like a cry wolf situation. Like, there are some things that I look at, like Dustborn is hilarious. Like, Dustborn is bad for a number of reasons, but it is also bad because of like the political bullshit in it. Right. And that's worth talking about. I think it's funny. But your argument loses a lot of value when you just shotgun it at everything. It reminds me of when everything was racist and sexist in 2016. It was just like, well, this doesn't really mean anything now, does it?
Nope.
I do feel like that's kind of what's happened.
Yeah, it's been bastardized forever. I don't, believe it or not, when I play Mega Man, I just don't see myself in it. It's about weird little robots, little robot boy, and some weird doctors.
Introducing a new Mega Man boss, Gay Man.
Gay Man, yeah. And then in Castlevania, like I thought about myself in Castlevania. I'd be like so scared.
Oh yeah, you'd be terrified.
I feel like, what the fuck?
Put Harvey Firestein in Mega Man. I'll get you, Mega Man.
All right. Well, let's talk about the show overall.
Yeah.
Moist Escar Joe wrote in and said, disappointing state of play. Where's the fucking Africa remake? Oh my God.
Stupid.
Africa was so interesting. That was, for people that don't know, a 2009 PlayStation exclusive on PS3 about taking pictures of animals. And that was another game like Demon's Souls that Sony didn't publish in the West. Natsume published it, actually. Africa was known to have some of the easiest trophies at that time, which is why it was notable. Where was it? I don't know. Will we ever see Africa again? Who knows? That's another IP they own, though. And it's Africa with a K, in case people are curious.
Maybe that'll be one of the special bots in the DLC.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome, like a zebra bot.
Yeah.
That'd actually be kind of cool. Poot wrote in and said, look, Fat, someone needs to have the courage to stand up and say that was a damn good state of play, and I am that hero. The obvious standout Ghost of Yotei aside, the show contained a wide variety of largely single-player games, including some titles that were revealed for the first time. Games like The Midnight Walk, which looks rad, and Hell Is Us, which I'm not sure where to begin with, but I want to know more. Also, dare I say, multiple actually appealing PSVR 2 titles like Hitman World of Assassinations. Also, what was nice about the show is what wasn't there, namely no repulsive MiHoYo garbage or free-to-play live service slop, and who could forget Dustin's beloved 2B showing up in Gunnar Blade. They should have charged for the photo mode. It would have printed money. Cheers, and be well. And do we have another side of this? No, I guess we'll get into that a little bit later. So let's go around the horn and say, I thought it was a B minus. I thought it was good. I really try to look at it as objectively as I can. There are just a lot of things that aren't for me, but are definitely for someone. And so like Hell Is Us looks pretty cool. Palworld's obviously huge. Lunar is going to be huge for me, and for Dustin, but that's not a big thing to a lot of people. Fantasian's pretty big for me. But it's like Dragon Age is there, and Hitman PSVR 2, Legacy of Kain. You have the Lego Horizon game, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Dynasty Warriors Origins. These are games that I'm not going to play. And then the Zero Dawn remastered stuff and Ghost of Yotei. So it's like, yeah, B minus. I'd be comfortable with either of those, I think. I don't think it was great. I don't think it was that bad. And if I'm being honest with you, I'm a little surprised that Ghost of Yotei was there and was thinking that there would be no first party presence there really, except for the remaster or the remasters. And I would have definitely docked it into the C's if that were to happen, because at some point you got to be like, all right, guys, like, what the fuck are we doing here? And we still haven't seen Venom. And we also know Wolverine, which I imagine may have gone dark after all the leaks. A lot of criticism aimed at it and stuff like that. I think a lot of unfair stuff because it's so old, some of the stuff that was seen. But there are some games that are in limbo, or not in limbo, they'll come out, but that are still being worked on. And so to get ahead of that with a Ghost of Yotei kind of shows a more robust 2025 that will hopefully allay some people's fears about what's going on with first party. So yeah, a B minus is good with me. Dustin, where are you on the scoring? How do you feel?
Yeah, I would have to agree with B minus. I think that what people have to understand, and I'm pretty sure we said the exact same thing the last state of play, and maybe the one before that. So it's Groundhog Day again. But Sony is just now in a totally different space than they were. Everyone wants the E3 of Dreams presentation, right? And many E3s where it's like, wow, look at this lineup of all of these first party games and things like that. And that's just simply not how they operate anymore. We've got next year Death Stranding 2 from a second party game, and now we have Ghost of Yotei. And that's just how they are now. And I think that's just kind of their MO right now, where it's like they're on top. And so they don't need to announce everything to dominate the conversation. And so I would continue to expect this kind of drip feed. And I think one of the big positives that Poot mentions in the state of play was we were kind of under the impression that they don't care about PSVR 2 at all anymore. Mm. They certainly don't care about it from a first party perspective, but it's clear that they do continue to care about games coming to the platform. They've shown off a lot of really promising things. And so PSVR 2 might not be as dead as we once thought when they were dropping the price drastically. Certainly hasn't done as well as maybe they were hoping for, but it's good to see that still for people that made the investment in that platform, that they're continually getting things that Sony not only cares about to publish, but to also present at these different events. So I thought it was pretty good and in line with what my expectations are. Actually, I wouldn't say in line, better than what my expectations are for a State of Play. Because you got to remember, again, as Poot points out, we've had some real slop at State of Plays, and this one was relatively free of that. Maybe would have been an A without that Fortnite controller. Seriously, that's how ugly that thing was.
It was bad. That was bad. I agree with you. Timothy Snyder wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Gloon Sleuths. I have a question. What is a gamer but a miserable pile of bitterness? Between the reaction to the PS5 Pro and the latest State of Play, I've reached a breaking point with the attitudes of the gaming community. Do games not have validity unless they're a brand new first-party exclusive? While I would have liked to see another new game or two, I found myself very satisfied with the latest State of Play. Why? Because it showed a lot of games, and I like games, especially Soul Reaver. Meanwhile, I saw countless comments and tweets saying the PS1 version of Soul Reaver looked better, and they made it look like Fortnite. Is this all just rage bait? Do these people even play games? The only thing I can find to be upset about is the fact that I will likely die before I play even half these games I want to get to. Maybe heaven is finally getting to finish your back catalog while taking breaks to enjoy local co-op with your best friends. Anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, and to all the jaded gamers out there, maybe touch some grass and try smiling." Wow. Timothy coming in hot with that one. There is an overwhelming, Jeffy and I talked about this on Sacred Plus recently, or on Constellation, where there is an overwhelming negativity that seems so over-engineered that you can't help but laugh about it. It's so blatant that there's just no circumventing the reality of what is going on out there and how people are mining the negativity and making everything negative and everything a fight. I think people think people do it for money. I don't think a lot of these people are in any position to make money. I think a lot of people do this for attention, and that's a different kind of currency. And you can maybe, if you're smart, segue that into some money, but I don't think a lot of the fucking biggest haters out there are making lots of money on any of this. I think some of them are on YouTube and all these places, but I think most of these people just like the attention. And
yeah,
I do feel that I said this a few weeks ago to you guys on the show, and I'll repeat it, is that I simply can't pretend that I'm not satisfied right now with PlayStation 5, that I can't pretend that I'm not overwhelmed with games and options to play, and that the world is really your oyster on PSN. And I mean, if you take into account all of these other services, it's like even crazier. So it's hard for me to relate. Like, it doesn't mean that it's not true to some people from either their perspective, or maybe there's an objective truth to it. It's just that from my own honest perspective as an analyst and a critic, it's like I'm doing pretty well over here. I feel like, again, we brought it up earlier in the show, this vaunted year without a game, this idea of there's no games coming out. Like, I fantasize about it, not because I don't want to work, but because I want to play all the shit that I missed, and you can't keep up with all of it. Of course, the first party bangers are what we want, and we want. This goes back into the Concord conversation earlier in some sense. Think about what this would look like if things panned out. And I'm not saying that they should have or would have. I'm saying, like, in their minds at Sony, Concord was supposed to get its first season right now. That was supposed to be a massive hit for their marketing beats, right? And PR and all of that. Think about all the games that were canceled over the last few years and where they're supposed to line up in all of this. And how there were games, The Last of Us Online and all of the rest. Decisions were made and things didn't pan out, and that sucks. But I think you're seeing the results of that in some sense from the first party. And I find the work that Sony has done to fill it in with second party games, and obviously a robust third party catalog, is pretty good. And I think you see that the bending rules, not that they're necessarily super unprecedented, but that are typically not the rules that Sony works under, in which Sony didn't even and doesn't own Stellar Blade. Sony doesn't own Rise of the Ronin. These are publishing agreements. Sony didn't own Concord until they bought Firewalk, as I talked about in my segment earlier, because it wasn't their property. And so I don't know. I just think that it's unfortunate, because I think different decisions could have been made, obviously, but you're kind of seeing the results of, I think that this, it's like when a sports team makes too many bad signings and you have to kind of just wait some time for them to get off the books because they're just overwhelming everything, your cap and all the rest. So anyway, there's that.
Yeah.
And what is this here? Oh, what is this? Abdurazak wrote in and said, hello, boys. Long time, first time. My question relates to Sony's lack of showcases. I now believe that State of Play will be the new normal for Sony, and we will no longer get any showcase-style shows unless it's a new console generation announcement. This was further confirmed to me as over the last 12 months, they have announced 2 tentpole titles, Death Stranding 2 and the new Ghost title, via States of Play. Do you guys think that this is a new normal way for Sony to announce major releases and communicate with fans, or do you foresee showcases as being a possibility? Thanks and have a good day. I don't know, man. Going into what I was saying just before, you can imagine that the strategy towards State of Play was not intended and has really come out of a result of there not being major showcase-worthy games where people would be like, why are we having a showcase? You'd rather, like, in other words, you'd rather overwhelm with a State of Play than underwhelm with a showcase. And when you start cutting out games that were supposed to be big or supposed to come and haven't panned out, it's like, well, that kind of does remove a lot of the boost. You can imagine The Last of Us Online was supposed to be the central point of a major showing for PlayStation, and that's just not happening now, right? I think people don't think too deeply about that, which is fine, but I think that that's partially where it comes from. I'm actually totally fine with States of Play being the normal. I would like more of them, and I still think when I watch the Nintendo Directs and I sometimes with Micah or whatever, and I see them, it's like they're similar to States of Play, but they seem to be so much more personable and regular and communicative of the overall situation on a console with, frankly, many more releases, believe it or not. So I don't know. It's an interesting situation to be in, and I'll be interested to see if we ever do get a showcase style thing, because it has been a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Chris, where were you? So Dustin, what was your grade again?
B minus.
B minus. All right. And so, Chris, what was your score? Just to put it on the record.
I think objectively, it's probably a B. I think there's enough there. I think really the only low points for me were really just, and by the way, the low points that I feel like were objective low points for a showcase was probably the controllers. It's just like kind of whatever. Like, I don't know if this really needs to be like a showcase thing, but even something as fillery as the PS Plus stuff, I thought was like, dude, that's a good month, man. Like Dead Space, Doki Doki, and then Dino Crisis and Blood Omen. I think it's like an unusually strong. That's a really good month for PS Plus. So like, actually, I didn't mind seeing it there. I think personally for me, it's actually more of like an A-, just because like Soul Reaver is such a, granted that leaked a little bit before the show, so it was a little bit of the wins were taken out of it for me. Then I could imagine in the moment I probably would have freaked the fuck out when I saw it. But I just think, something like Legacy of Kain, which is this storied, like really like long awaited old game coming back, and then Ghost of Yotei being there in a way that is a little bit surprising. I didn't expect like you guys, I didn't expect like a big first party showcase or a big presence from first party necessarily, and to open it up with surprising Astro Bot stuff for free. I don't know. I actually thought it was a really good State of Play. I don't as an E3 showcase, no, it's not a very good E3 showcase. It's not a very good PlayStation showcase. But dude, you've got to watch some of the older States of Play. I feel like you really need to like go through the backlog of State of Plays that I remember sitting through in person with Colin in the apartment and just being like, oh, that was it. Like a lot of these are really underwhelming, and so you kind of have to grade them accordingly. And as far as the State of Play goes, I thought that was a really good one. I thought there was a lot of stuff for everybody, and like one of the previous writers wrote in, he said not a lot of live service, slop or any of that stuff. So I don't know, man. I thought it was pretty good, but I think objectively speaking, as far as like overall tastes, well-rounded announcements, stuff that would get like most people excited, yeah, I think a B is pretty fair.
All right, let's get into listener inquiries and wrap this thing up. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I put up a thread in the newsfeed each week. You reply, I go through your inquiries and try to grab as many of them as I can. You've heard them throughout the show. You'll hear more here. We already did one, so we have 5 left. Kyle Braman wrote in and said, evening, gentlemen. Just finished the State of Play, and after years of being a freeloader, I joined your Patreon to ask this question. I think there's a correlation between the death of live events and the decline of quality in the gaming industry. These companies need to hear the live reaction of actual people. Imagine Concord at the live events over the last 2 or 3 years and the reaction of the crowd. While it would have been a funny soundbite, it could have saved Sony the embarrassment. Not only were the E3s of old a place for these developers and audiences to interact with each other, but it's also a place for new designers, engineers, and artists to network in the industry. It's hard to grow in any field and develop professional relationships without face-to-face interactions and handshakes. Are we missing out on a generation of talented game developers and designers because there are less opportunities for them to network in the industry? What say you? You think there's anything to this, Dustin?
I think that as far as the first part about being able to get audience feedback, there's certainly an element to that, but I think that probably the thousands of dollars that goes into marketing research is probably a much better indicator than hearing cheers or lack thereof at a presentation. At this point, even companies like Apple, who famously had, many significant historic moments doing live presentations, like you think about Steve Jobs revealing the iPhone and things like that, they don't even do those anymore. They do all pre-recorded, very well done, but the era of the live show presentation is just, I think, over at this point, because I think that a lot of companies look at it and the risk reward of, it's like, yeah, you could have that audience pop moment, but you could also have a disaster, whether it's, like a game bugging out, which isn't necessarily as bad as you might think. You think of the Uncharted Nathan Drake falling through the floor, really wasn't a big deal, right?
It wasn't then. I think that's a big deal. I think a big part of it. It would be
True.
now, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It would be death now. Like, dude, oh my God. Look at the gorilla's face. Got to delay a year.
Right.
And it's just like, nah, Nathan Drake falling through the ground, that would have been a death sentence.
Right. Well, and I think about that, I guess with that instance, it was at PSX, which was basically home base.
Right. And it was 10 years. It was 10 years ago too. Like, I just think that there was a good nature to it. People started clapping and applauding and cheering. It was cool, but I think that if that happened today, I just think it would be represented. I just think we live in such a different environment that everyone's so risk averse. There's no reason to do that shit anymore. And I think that that's what they're realizing. There's just no reason, And I wouldn't. If I were them, I'd be like, why the fuck would we ever do a live event? Just no reason to do that. We can have really robust pre-recorded events. Make sure everything looks perfect. There's just no reason to do it any other way, I think. But I do think he's right that there is a pressing flesh sort of situation at these shows that you cannot replicate. Like a lot of E3, especially in the early and mid years of E3, it was almost all about making deals. The whole press and media thing was like secondary and tertiary and became a bigger and bigger part of it. Because people that are going there to play games are not supposed to be journalists and enthusiasts. It was supposed to be like people that buy games for Walmart, and make publishing decisions for Activision. And the young upstart indie developer from Eastern Europe that's desperate to get a meeting. And that was like what it was. I think people lost sight of all of that. So that's true. And that still happens at GDC, which is the biggest place for that kind of stuff to happen. And other places, Gamescom still wheeling and dealing like crazy there. But I don't know if I don't know if it matters or not. I don't know. I don't think anyone's really I know people disagree, but I just don't think we're missing anything. We're here to play the games. Like the pomp and circumstance around it is irrelevant to me if the games are great. And I actually think the games are pretty great. Like not every game is, but there's just so many great games. Can't keep up with them. So I think that the way they talk about them is not really that important.
I think it really is just a money issue. I think there's so much more money riding on these things now than there ever has been. I think it was a lot more easy to justify back in the day when it was online content. It was a lot less approachable. Like you didn't really have most people weren't watching YouTube on their phone back in those times. Most people didn't. There were times where people just didn't have phones that could do YouTube at all. So like your best shot of reaching people was kind of in person and through word of mouth and maybe through like forums or something. And so like the live show was pretty important. The amount of money that went into it was a lot more, low. It's a lot lower, a lot more open. And it's just like, okay, yeah, whatever. We'll go do this live show. But now it's just like, dude, I mean, even just the ballooning budget that we talked about earlier between Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, it's like, that's fucking, you're going to put $300 million down on a live showcase of a game that could potentially completely break on stage, no shot. I think that's over. But I do think the second half of your inquiry is true. I think there's probably a lot of people who are just not entering the industry, or a lot of people who are missing out on that very, very important thing. But at the same time, we do still have GDC, which is a little bit more focused on that anyway, and it's a lot less of a media circus. So you could argue that maybe it's a little bit more focused on that in some ways, because you do have GDC there as the prime way to do that, as opposed to having E3 as kind of like this big thing that has a lot of attention that you might go there for that, but then it's mixed up with all this extra press stuff, and I don't know. There's arguments to be made, but I personally miss not going to the live shows, but being able to watch those live shows back, because I do think we got so many amazing insights from those live shows, and I do think there's a little bit of heart and scrappiness in the industry back then that is just kind of not really there at all. Everything feels a lot more sterile and a lot more lawyered up and buttoned up, and in some ways that's kind of antithetical to the nature of what video games are in the first place. So there's a bit of a dissonance with how the industry sees itself and and how the industry actually is. But yeah, I don't know.
You spoke to something interesting about the attention economy in some sense of things haven't evolved sufficiently, I don't think, in games to get to where they need to be in terms of communication. Like the preview and review cycle and like the news beat cycle is all predicated in the monthly magazine era. Got to get your beat, got to get your second beat, got to get your hands-on preview, got to get your E3 meeting, got to get your review. You have to like space all this stuff out and make it interesting so you're not on top of each other and all of the rest. And then nothing ever really changed, which is so strange, because we went to these situations where you could just publish whenever you want, as much as you want. There was no need for space and time to be any sort of worry anymore. And yet people kept continuing to hit these little beats. And I think that what people have realized really late, but they've realized nonetheless, is we don't need to do this anymore. And I think there's some sort of maturation to it. Show less, say less, and have great products that like you back up on the market. And if you're not, you die. You die really, really quick, like Concord. There's no room for error. And I think that's just gonna make you guys both said it. That's gonna sober people up. It's not, these games don't cost $2 million anymore.
Yeah.
Lunamura wrote in, said, "Hello, fellow Sony ponies. Do you think PlayStation is even worried about the next generation Xbox being rumored to launch in 2026? Do you think Xbox launching earlier will make that big of a difference when it comes to the huge lead PlayStation currently has over Xbox? What do you think Xbox has to make to potentially catch up to PlayStation? I just recently subscribed to your guys' Patreon, and this is my first time writing in. Thanks for the great content. Keep it up." Thank you, Lunamura, for writing in. I know you can never write anything off. It just seems like it's done for the Xbox brand as a competition for PlayStation. Will it exist in its own niche? Yes. Could it be that PlayStation will turn into its own smaller and smaller niche? I suppose so. But I just think that the die is kind of cast here. I don't understand how they come back. And I would love for someone to map it out. They are so far behind their own internal metrics, and we know it from the FTC leaks, that we saw what they expected to be at all these different times to justify everything they were doing, and they're nowhere near it. So I just think the embrace of third-party publishing is going to become a big thing, and they'll have some sort of standard console and handheld experience, and I think people will enjoy it, and they'll sell tens of millions of units. But I don't think that they're a competitor for PlayStation anymore, and I don't think PlayStation's particularly worried about it anymore. I think that they're quite satisfied that their major competitor is publishing games on their platform, and which is one of the greatest capitulations. When Sega was putting games onto Dreamcast, or I'm sorry, when Sega was putting games on the GameCube, rather, after the Dreamcast era, it was not, an Xbox, of course, it was not a good sign for their hardware. It meant their hardware was fucking dead. So, I don't know. What do you think, Dustin? Do you believe Sony should worry about Xbox going first?
I don't think so. I think that, I don't know, maybe I'm old school in my thinking, but fantastic exclusive games is what can have people hop onto a console. And it's like you said, they're no longer releasing games really exclusively on Xbox, because even Indiana Jones, right, already has a PS5 port announced. And I wonder soon with other games as well, like Fable, if we're going to see a port announced later on with that. So I wonder if what would Xbox become, because they really could take it a different angle. You mentioned the handheld possibility, but if they were to decide like, okay, well, we're going to make hardware, but it's going to be expensive and be much better than the competition. We know we're going to sell less of them, but we're going to have the best hardware in the business. Something like that could be kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't think that PlayStation is really specifically with your question, are they concerned about it? Could it cause them to change up their plans? No, I don't think so.
Chris, any thoughts to share?
Yeah, I mean, I think if this wasn't Microsoft, one of the richest companies in the world, if not then I don't think this would even be a debate right now. I think the reason that Xbox is still around is because they can afford to be, and because they see some level of value in sticking around. But like, I think it's pretty much over. They're so behind on market share, and they've been so behind for so long, and the longer time, the more time that passes by, the more people are entrenched in their existing digital library. I really do think that, like, Phil Spencer said it himself, like they lost to the exact wrong generation to lose. Like, that really was the make it or break it generation. Like, that when people were establishing their digital libraries and like deciding where to plant themselves, like that was the generation to not play it safe necessarily, but definitely like lean on your strengths. And they did not do that. They came out the door with a Kinect and just an unreasonable price point and just nothing really super compelling. They fucked up in the worst possible period to fuck up. And that will continue to haunt them forever, until they just lay the cards down. And I know that people are like, oh, well, they've made a lot of bad decisions since then. It's like, yeah, that's true. But it all stems from that. All of it. Because I know for me personally, like the only way that I could ever remotely, like even slightly see Xbox coming back into a genuine competitive place with PlayStation again is if for some reason, somehow, the PlayStation 6 has no backwards compatibility at all. That's because at that point it's like, oh well, now it doesn't really matter,
right? Which is a 0% chance that's ever going to happen.
Right? Exactly. Like there's no shot, because I think even Sony understands how important that is.
There's no way,
and it's why they went with those. It's why they had that whole chip. What was
and
that
with Intel and AMD? They went with. We reported on that a couple weeks ago that Intel lost the contract partially because they couldn't guarantee backwards compatibility.
Yeah, that's the only way they're going to catch up. If a company that has goaded you into a false sense of security, and then like for the next generation says like every single bit of investment that you've ever made into this ecosystem now no longer matters, that's the point in which everybody will be open to either sticking around because that's where their, I don't know, trophies are or whatever, or they'll consider moving away because like, why the fuck would I stay on a platform that does this? And there's pretty much no % chance of that happening. So my view is that the writing's on the wall for Xbox. I think it's done. I think they're just kind of transitioning into a different style of existing. Like I think it's less about a console and more about a service, which I think honestly might be beneficial for them as a whole. It's definitely not beneficial for their machine, but they don't have to worry about R&D for hardware at a certain point. That's probably like something that frees them up a little bit, like who the hell knows really, but it's over, dude. Like you're grasping at straws if you think that this is still like a fight.
Cypress Davis wrote in, said, greetings CDC. My question relates to the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy. Will we ever get this ported to modern PlayStation consoles? This seems like easy money to me. What say you boys? Dustin, what do you think? I think this will happen. I think it seems somewhat inevitable. I don't know what they'll do with them. I think there's going to be Final Fantasy XIII revision. And I think that Square Enix could easily feed it. In fact, I already see Final Fantasy XIII revision. I see it all the time. So what do you think?
Yeah, I would like to go back to that game with fresh eyes at some point. So I would welcome it, certainly. And I have no experience with the other two games in the series. I know Maddie is a 13 fan, so I know that he would like to see it as well. I'll be honest, though, if we're bringing up porting Final Fantasy games, I would rather see a 15 PS5 port, which I know 15 already runs great on PS5, but 15 is great. It's got some problems in its open world. The story, though, fantastic. I think 15, there will eventually be more revision on 15. People aren't ready for it yet.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I couldn't get very far into it, so I really have no informed opinion on it other than it just did not strike me as something that I wanted to play. But Final Fantasy 13 was rough, but the combat's really good in it. And I never even bothered with the sequels. In fact, I remember being really annoyed that they were doing these things. I was like, what a waste of time. What are we doing? Why are you trying to force this into a thing? It was like the weirdest Final Fantasy game to get a sequel. And then they gave it another one. And I think that was a little frustrating, but I would welcome it as well. That was the perfect word for it. I would definitely welcome it. All right. Buster Crab Cakes wrote in, this is a long one, but I thought it was good. Reading CC and the Prodigal D. Over the last few weeks, Colin has on several occasions mentioned the dwindling player count on Helldivers 2 and the poor decision-making from Helldivers 2 developer Arrowhead. I've been following the game more or less from the start, and I want to briefly explain what happened and why, and how Arrowhead are finally righting the ship. Most people know that Arrowhead have been steadily nerfing weapons pretty much since launch, and players have scrambled to assemble new loadouts with each patch. The reasoning behind the nerfs was Arrowhead's core design philosophy. Arrowhead believed that what made Helldivers 2 fun was being hopelessly overwhelmed by enemy forces and completing missions despite seemingly insurmountable odds. And if a mission ended in the party getting wiped out in gory and hilarious ways, that too was considered part of the fun. The problem is that it didn't take players long to figure out what was the best weapon and strategy, what the best weapons and strategies were, and the best players started breezing through missions even on the hardest difficulties. The nerfs were Arrowhead trying to nudge the game back to what they originally intended rather than what the players were turning it into. This had the unintended side effect of making it look like Arrowhead was trying to nerf out the fun, completely ruining weapon loadouts for just about everyone, even casual players. The Escalation of Freedom expansion that released in early August, which was supposed to revitalize the game, landed with a thud, as it was accompanied with yet more weapon nerfs. The player base has been vocal about the nerfs from the start, but this is when players really started to rebel and introduced the idea of Chaos Divers, players that deliberately avoided and in some cases even sabotaged major orders in order to voice their displeasure to Arrowhead using the interactive narrative of Helldivers 2 to their advantage. Thankfully, it was at this point that Arrowhead finally realized that they were fighting a losing battle and relented, loudly and publicly buffing weapons back to where they were at launch, and in some cases even beyond. The result is a substantial increase in player count, hitting over 100,000 concurrent players across PC and PS5, the highest the game has enjoyed since June. It's hard to say what Helldivers 2 will look like long term, but at the very least, the game is finally moving in the right direction. Thanks for reading this longer than intended missive, and have a great day. That was great. Very well written. Very informative. Anything to say about this, Chris? What do you think? To me, just to kind of put it out there for you, I just still don't understand why they couldn't leave it alone. Make the game harder by making harder difficulty levels, if anything, but let people play, you know?
Yeah, to me, the obvious fix for this would just be adding more difficulty levels, or even if there was a difficulty level that was like ostensibly not possible to do, you know, like it was just like, you know, get fucked to the difficulty, like you die the second you spawn. Like just giving you more ways to play as opposed to just tweaking the way you already know how. The best players for any game are going to breeze through your game, you know, but the best players of your game aren't the overwhelming majority of your player base. It's probably not even a substantial amount of people. It's probably like maybe like what, like you'd imagine, I don't know, the types of players that are going to breeze through like the hardest difficulty of Helldivers 2 with no issue. What's that, like 5-10% of players, if that? Like that's like it's crazy to nerf entire sandboxes to appease or to conform to the data that you're getting from your highest tier players, because your highest tier players are playing because they like the game and they like that they're getting so good at it. And if you want to give them a challenge, like, dude, just add more difficulties, add more whatever. But yeah, it's just a poor understanding of what makes these kinds of games tick, a poor understanding of what makes people excited about these games. And actually hearing this news, actually, I don't know, man. That's kind of... I have Helldivers on my Steam Deck. Maybe.
I never deleted it off my PS5.
Maybe I'll jump in it.
Actually.
Yeah, I had to make room for, I think, Rebirth when that came out. I was like, all right, well, this is a big one. So yeah, man, I don't know. I like Helldivers too. I played it kind of recently, like in the last like month. I played it with some friends who wanted to gather up and just jump in. It is a very Left 4 Dead style game for me, where I really could see me coming back to this game consistently, if not for weeks at a time, at least like once in a while, and maybe for an extended period of time each time, just because it is a really great co-op experience. It's really, really good. Even still, even at that point when the weapons were kind of in a fucky place. So to hear that it's back at its launch state is pretty compelling, pretty exciting. That's good shit. They had something really special in their hands, and I hope that they can nurture it in just a more clever way, a smarter way. Introduce more things into the sandbox, as opposed to tweaking the shit that's there to the point where it's unrecognizable to people who have really, really gotten into it with your game. You know,
it's. I like what you said too about like how many people are actually playing at this high level, because I played it for 40, 50 something hours, and I was pretty good at it. But there were levels that I could never get anywhere on, and people I played with that were way worse than me, and of course way, way better than me too. But it just seemed like there was a huge swath of people, and yeah, like you said, you don't want to kind of just cater towards your preconceived notion of what the meta of the game should be. Like once the game's in the wild, in some sense, the audience should control what it actually becomes. Yeah. Not because it's their right, but because that's just what's natural for a successful product. Is it morphing in some sense to what the audience actually wants, and no one really asked for those selections. So and those additions and subtractions. So anyway,
and look, they are right that part of the fun is losing at the end. Like when you if you get towards the end of a mission and the helicarrier lands and then everything goes to shit, that is also a fucking great time. Like I love that. You know, it's not a matter of wanting it to be easier. It's just a matter of just like wanting things to be consistent. And if you really, there are balance things that you have to do. I get it. But what was that gun, Dustin? The one that was like specifically that broke through the shields of one of those bigger
the railgun.
And then they were like, I think it was the railgun.
Maybe.
It's like, oh well, this thing. It was something like that. But there was a gun that broke through. It almost had no purpose other than that. And then they removed it. They removed like that function of it, or they made it like a lot more difficult. And it's like, well, I'm just not going to pick this now. Like that's an entire weapon that's just gone from the sandbox. That's an entire role that no longer needs to be filled because there is nothing to fill it. You don't want to remove the functionality of something. If anything, you want to tweak percentages. Maybe you want to like tweak like, I don't know, fire rates or something. You could do like little tweaks like that, but to fundamentally rework the entire purpose of a weapon like that is kind of wild. And it is kind of baffling to me that they didn't really understand that that's how that worked. I mean, that's what catering to your highest percentile of players is what famously destroys a lot of competitive games in the first place. So like, I don't know, you think that they would have known that, but I mean, it's better late than never, in my opinion, you know?
Anything you want to add, Dustin?
I want to check out this update just because the last time I played the game, I felt like it was, I don't want to say miserable, but it's just annoying when there's only so many ways to take out chargers and then the game makes it even harder. And I'm not playing on the hardest difficulty. So it's exactly as Buster says, is that they just
Buster Crab Cakes.
Buster Crab Cakes was right that you don't want to balance the game for your top 1% of players, especially a game like this that went so viral and was so, had so many players. And you're right. It's not a type of game for probably the majority of players, myself included, that care about a meta. It's like, oh, it might be fun to take the flamethrower in. It might be fun to use the bomb that's like a nuke. Is it always the best weapon for the situation? No. But I'm going to have fun with it because it's not how I normally play. And they totally cut that out, I felt like, with those updates. And I didn't want to play on the easiest settings in order to do that. There was clearly an imbalance. So I'm happy to hear that it's being rectified. And it definitely for sure makes me curious to go back.
Yeah.
All right. Helldivers 2. Release some new trophies. How about that? How about understand your audience a little bit? Embers Arcade wrote in. Said, hey, gentlemen. I was listening to Colin and Jaffe's one-on, and this is the last one, by the way, remember, because we did the sixth one earlier. Hey, gentlemen, I was listening to Colin and Jaffe's one-on-one Constellation episode when the topic of guides and outside resources came up. Colin famously uses guides to pursue platinums, but Jaffe was vehemently against the idea of having to search for information outside of a game. I find that component of this medium to be critical to what makes it special. Trading knowledge, optimization, strategies, the communal experience is part of the gameplay, in my opinion. But what do Dustin and Chris think? Cheers. Dustin, is trading knowledge, optimization strategies, the communal experience, is that part of the gameplay experience?
It can be. I am actually probably right in the middle of you and Jaffe, because I will try to play a game as much as I can, maybe not as much, but for the most part without a guide. But eventually it gets to the point where if I'm starting to get frustrated, that's not fun for me at that point. And sometimes I'll get frustrated, refuse to look up a guide, figure it out, and then be pissed off that I didn't just look it up because I feel like I wasted all this time on something stupid. So I'm somewhere in the middle. And it is true that I like that the community aspect to some degree, whether it's talking with people in a Discord server, people you know, or even just seeing people, you know, being an observer, reading a Reddit thread about how a gun works or something like that. I like that. Vampire Survivors, I definitely used a guide. Towards the end, when I was trying to figure out what things I needed to unlock, I had no idea what some of these question marks were on the collection. So it was totally fine for me, in my opinion, to look them up and figure out how to do it. So I personally wouldn't be the type like you, Colin, that immediately went with certain games. I know you're not all of them for you, but certain of games that you pull up and immediately have a guide and go through it step by step. Not my style, but to each their own, I would say, in this situation.
Anything for you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't rely on guides, really. Like, even when I would buy guides when I was a kid, I didn't really buy them for the purpose of following them. I bought them for the purpose of just having physical media adorned with, you know, it was almost like my idea of an art book before I understood that they sold those. So it's just like I would have like a Prima guide for like Budokai Tenkaichi or something, or like Budokai 3, and I'd be like, oh, look at all the stuff, it's cool. But I never like read them with the purpose of like, you know, getting anything done. I consult guides sometimes, like if I'm playing like a Resident Evil game and I get to a puzzle, I'll give myself like 3 minutes solving that puzzle before I'm like, nah, I'm not here for this. And then I'll just, you know, I'll look it up. Or if I'm playing a game again with the intention of getting a platinum, like I did with Alan Wake 2, only to realize that the game was glitched.
It's rough.
But I did it. I'll probably do it again. I'll probably play. I really love that game, so I'll probably play through it again, and it probably won't be a big deal. It's just frustrating to know that I ostensibly have a platinum that I don't
have a couple of those, and that sucks.
Yeah, especially it'd be one thing if it wasn't a game that I loved so much. But I think I'm okay with it. I hate games where you need a guide. I guess that would be my one thing. I don't think you should need a guide to finish a game, but I don't think it's necessarily a big deal if you need a guide to like 100% one. If that makes sense. Like there are games where I'm like, how the fuck? There are certain games from like a long ass time ago that I have no fucking clue how people finish without guides. I think about like Legacy of Goku 2 specifically, because like that game has like, there's a point in like a temple where like, I think you just have to like punch a random wall and then that's like the way through, or it's something really, really obscure like that. And I'm like, there's no fucking way that I was figuring that out by myself. And that's just to progress. You know, it's not even to find like a secret thing for a trophy that's like completely optional. That frustrates me, but a guide can be helpful. I consulted a guide exactly one time for my Astro Bot Platinum because there was a trophy for dancing with 100 Astrobots. And I remember thinking like, I did like 5. I walked up to like 5 bots and danced. And I was like, I must be doing this wrong. There must be a way better way to do this, and surely there was.
Yeah, you gather them all, and then
I didn't think to do that for whatever reason. I thought it wouldn't count. But yeah, so I like guides, but they're a pretty minimal. They're a pretty minimal part of my play experience, honestly. I would probably say like 5% of the time that I'm playing a game do I even bother to consult a guide, and it's even rarer that I follow one step by step.
I always have the last say on guide stuff. I'm just going to leave it there. Doesn't matter. When you guys know how I feel about them, I love them. All right. Members Arcade, thank you for writing in. It's a nice lengthy episode of Sacred. today.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's all we have. So we went over the state of play, went over the other news, went over the Concord stuff, and reiterated all of that. Heard from all of you out there on Patreon and elsewhere, and appreciate all of you being here with us. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Dustin, goodbye to you. I see you have your Lunar Games set up behind you. Very nice marketing.
Yeah. I got to go make sure I put these back on the shelf. But Pool and Chris, very hungry after this. I didn't have really time to eat lunch because I was coming off going to the barber. So I'm going to go eat. And dude, honestly, Colin, I'm still glowing from that write-in from the creator of Pilgrim.
Yeah,
that was very sweet.
I wish I.
That really is so cool.
Yeah, it's cool. I'll just write back in if you're listening, and I'll hook you guys up. Robert, I think that's your name. I don't know, Rob, something like that. All right, Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Safe travels.
Yeah. I don't know when I think. Yeah, no. Next time I'm on this show, I'll be back home. But Constellation, I'll be here still. Cool. So I've got a couple more days. I want to get some filming done while I'm in town. But I'm feeling pizza right now.
That sounds good.
As I always am.
Good. All right, my friend. Well, be well. Thank you for your time, for your lengthy amount of time today. And thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Hope you enjoyed this early and long episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, where you can support us for early ad-free access, Sacred Symbols Plus, and all the rest. Laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.